Hello my friends, and congratulations for getting to this section of our course. And in this one we're going to build a full stack e-commerce website. I'm actually very excited about this project because in this project we're going to implement most of what you see or most of the experience you have when you try to make a purchase on an e-commerce website like Amazon or Jumia, depending on what country you are. All right, so let's take a quick tour of what we're going to achieve. So as you can see, the first thing that shows up on the page is this nice slider. So it has auto scroll effect, but we can also, slide it by ourselves. So it has these buttons here that controls the slide. Let's scroll down a bit to see some of the other functionalities on the app. So you see here we have products that are listed on the app. With this product, all of these functionalities can be activated. So for example, I can search a product. So if I come here and I click on the search here, let's say I want to search for phones. So if I do phones, then it shows me all the phones I have on my products. All right. We can sort the product. So currently it's been sorted to the latest product on our database. But if I click here, then I can sort it by the lowest price, the highest price, alphabetically, that's A to Z, and even Z to A. So let's just test out the lowest price. So if I do that, you see here that we now have the lowest price, which is $25 product, and then the price goes up like that. Great. If you come to this left side here, for now I'm going to sort it back to the latest product. But if you come to this left side here, you see that we also have these filters here. So category filters. If I want to see only the laptops, for example, if I click on laptops, then you see we have only laptops. And let's try out phones. Then you see we have only phones. So essentially that's one of the things we're going to be achieving in this project. We also can filter by brand. So if I click on the brand here, you see we have so many brands. If I wanted to see only techno products, then I can click on techno, and you see we have only that category brand of product rather. Let's leave it back to all. And then we also have this price filter, where if I want to see only products that gets to a certain price, like let's say $665, then I shrink that down, and you see here the highest we have is $600. So essentially it's like a price filter. Now by the time you've added so many filters on your product, okay, you just want to clear all the filter, all you just need to do is click on this button and it's just clear the filter and return it back to the normal state. So that's one of the things we're going to be able to achieve. Now we can also set the display of our products in the front end. So for example, it's displayed in a grid-like view right now. If I click on this guy here, then you see now it's displayed in a list-like view. So list. So now if I come back here and I click on my grid, then it will change back to the grid-like view. So that's an interesting perspective to what we can do in our application. Now if you come down here, you see that we also have this pagination. So if you have, like, let's say 50 products, you don't want to show 50 products on the page, like it's really going to make that page very long. You want to break the products down. So that's what I've done here. So if I click on 2, then you see we've gone to the next page, and like that. All right, so let's go back to the page. Now those are the things that we're going to be able to implement in this project, but it's an e-commerce website. Users should be able to log in and make a purchase. That's the purpose. So I'll click on login here, and it takes us to our login page, and this is our login page. Now if you don't have an account, you can actually create an account. So if I click on register, this is our registration page, but for now I'll go back to the login page because I already have an account. Now you can also log in with Google. That's the interesting thing. So if I click on login with Google, it will open up this Google box here. And if I have a Google account that I'm already logged into, I can just use that to log into the app, and that's all. All right, but for now I am going to log in with this account that I already have. So I'll just click on login and let's see what happens. Great. So you see here login successful, and some things have changed. So for example, now I now have hi Xenotrust. That's my name, my username. I have this my orders link here and logout link. Great. So now I'll scroll down and let's try to order some products. After all, it's an e-commerce website, so we're supposed to be able to have that experience of buying stuff. So for example here, I'm just going to buy, let me see, I'm going to buy this TV. I need a TV, right? So I'll buy this TV. I'll open that TV. When you open that any product, really, you see the product description. You can add the product to cart either from here or from the home page. Then there's also this product review. So for this product, there's no review yet. So you see here, it says there are no review for this product yet. Great. So what I'm going to do is let me add this product to cart. But like I said, you can also add a product to cart from the home page. All right, so let me add the products here. Let me just add maybe this laptop. So if I click on add to cart, then you see here automatically our cart count is increasing at the top. So we have 2 products in our cart. I was talking about the reviews, right? So let me look for I think this shirt has a review. So I'll open this shirt. You see here, this is the description, the SKU, the brand and stuff. But if you come down here, you see that there's a review for this product. So apparently a customer that bought this product has left a review, and we can see that review here. Great. Now I'll come back here and let's head out to our cart. So I'll go to the cart page, and in the cart page, you can see that we have the products that we added to the cart. I can choose to increase the count. So for example, let's say this laptop actually wanted 2 pieces. All I just need to do is click on the plus icon, and you can see we have 2. There's always a notification that tells you when something is successful. So it says that I've increased the quantity of this product, which is nice, really. But we can also delete a product. So if I click on this delete here, we can delete the product entirely. If you have so many products and you just change your mind that, look, I don't want to make any purchase again, you just need to click on this clear cart, and it will remove all the products. And then I can choose to go back to the shopping, where I can then add like a new product. Okay, so let me just add this product back to the cart and head out to my cart. That's the product there. Now, for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to check out with this single product. I'll click on checkout and let's see what happens. So just like any other e-commerce website, you need to enter like your address, your shipping address, the billing address and stuff like that. So I'll just enter what's already saved in my browser, and then I'll click on proceed to checkout. It's going to initialize the checkout for a second, and it will load some details, and we're going to be using Stripe test account to check out here. So I'll just use my Stripe default test card, which is 4242424242, like that. And I'll just enter an expiration date that is still in the future. Then I would enter any number for my CVV, just has to be 3, and then I'll click on pay. So fingers crossed, let's see if this actually works. I'll click on pay, and it loading, and voila, so we get a notification that checkout was successful. This is the payment successful notification, and then we can choose to view our order status. However, when our payment was successful, our cart was also automatically cleared because it assumes that we are done with that purchase. Now let's go ahead and click on view order status. So I'll click on that, and you can see here we currently have 2 orders. So the first one has actually been delivered. If you look at this order status here, you see this last order I placed, right? It says order placed. Now let's just try and open the order so we see if there's anything here. It shows us the product we ordered, and then we have this option to leave a review. So if I click on review products, then you see our review products page. So I can maybe give it 5-star after I've actually used the product, and then I can choose to leave some text review, but I'm not going to do that for now. So essentially that's the experience we have when we try to interact with the front end of the website and make a purchase. I don't know if I've talked about the contact us form, but we have a contact us form, and this form actually sends an email. So if I fill out my details here and add my message and click on send message, it's going to send the message to the admin of the website. Great. So we're going to implement that also. Now I'm going to humbly log out so that we can see the admin section of the website. So I'll log out here, and this is it has redirected me to the login page, and I'm going to try and log in with the admin account. So I'll log in with Google, and I'm just going to log in with an admin account for this particular project so that you see the difference. So voila, successfully logged into the website. The difference here is that we now have this admin button here. So I'm going to click on the admin so that we can see what's going on. What's going on here? Okay, so we have an admin dashboard that we're going to build into this website from scratch. So you see here we have some details about our store. So this is the earning, this is the number of products we have, and the number of orders that we've currently received on the website. Now this admin backend is actually meant to help us manage the products or manage the e-commerce website. So if you look at the next link here, you see view products, and if I click on that, you see this is all the products we have. All these products was actually added by the admin, which is myself. Okay, so we have the functionality to search for products. Okay, so I can search for the phone just like we had in the front end. We also have a pagination feature here. All right, now let's try and edit this product. So currently we have this Lenovo product, which is the last product. I'm going to try to edit this product. I would click on edit, and it's currently 1200. I'm going to change it to 1500, and let's come down here and click on edit, and let's see if it works. Voila. So you see here we have 1500, and if you go to the front end of the website, which is what the user would see, then you'll see that it has also been updated to 1500. So everything works. I'll come back here to my admin dashboard, and let's see the add products. With this add product, we have a form where we can add any amount of products we want, and it's going to be stored in our database. All right, then lastly we have the order section. So if I click on view orders, it's going to show me all of the orders that has been placed by different users on the website. Okay, so for example, this is the last order that was placed, which is a HP laptop, that was placed just now. We placed on the front end by another user. So this is the shipping address of the user in case we want to ship the product to the user. Now whatever it is we do on about this order that was placed, we can update the order status. So for example, you can update the status to maybe processing, for example, or maybe shipped if you've shipped the product. So I'll just click on update status, and you can see the very product has changed to shipped. But let's just say I've delivered that product. I'll just come here, I'll click on I'll set it to delivered, and I'll click on update status, and you see here it's now delivered, and when it's delivered the color turns to green. So essentially that's how we are going to be able to build an e-commerce website. We're going to build the front end, we're going to build the back end, and we're going to now tie all of this together and see how we can host that website on a platform and have users make payment on it. Thank you so much, and let's get into the project. Alright guys, so my name is Zeno, and I trust that you're going to have a very amazing time taking this project. But there's one thing I want you to do for me. I want you to subscribe to the channel, and I just want you to do something on the video. Either like the video, make a comment on the video, just to help the algorithm pick up the video. Thank you so much. It does really mean a lot to me. Make sure you subscribe. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. And I just want you to know that I'm going to leave discount links in the description for the full course. So we're just taking one project out of a React beginner to advanced project-based course. So there are a lot of projects that we build in the course, and the course is available both on my website zenotrustacademy.com, and I'll leave a link to the Udemy version of the course in the description. It's going to be a discount link, by the way, so you should definitely check that out. All right, thank you so much, and let's get started on the course. All right, so let's get started with the projects. Now, let me quickly state that this is not one of those projects that you're just going to start building. First off, you actually need to plan the projects. So I wanted to give you an experience of actually building a project that you're going to launch, maybe like a freelance project or something like that. So for a project like this, which I've named eShop, this is the workflow we're going to follow. So first off, we're going to have a structure for our project. And the first thing, you want to build a project, you have the idea, you know the technology stack you want to use. The first thing is you need to have a design, like, okay, this is what I'm going to build out for my front end. If you're starting with front end, for people that like to start with back end, well, this is the technology I want to use for my back end and stuff like that. So first off, I'm going to have a project design. Then for my front end, of course, we're going to be using React and SAS, so SCSS with CSS modules. For my back end, I'm going to be using Firebase. It's a back end as a service that is provided by Google. And we're going to use some tools. So two of those tools are Email.js, which is going to help us send email from our contact form. Then imagebb.com is where we're going to store, is a cloud service that helps us to store image, and we're going to, like, fetch our images from there, especially for our slider. We're going to use Stripe for our payment, and we're going to host our project on Heroku. The other things you need to actually have in mind if you're actually building a real life project, for example, you're going to have a solution that will handle your analytics. Plausible is a very good solution for that. You're going to have a solution that will help you detect bugs and give you some kind of bug report and stuff like that. So there are so many other things, but for this purpose of this project, these are the things we're going to pay attention to. All right, great. So let's keep going. So what's the first step we need to do? Well, we need to set up our project. So we're going to use our project templates that I prepared. Okay, so that's the first step we're going to do. We're going to download and set up that project templates, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. See you there. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we're going to set up our project template, and if you remember correctly, we have a React starter template that I created. It's just a simplified React app that we can use. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have that app. So let's come to get the link for the app. By the way, you're going to have access to this attached to this video. So I'm going to copy this link here, and then I'll just minimize this guy. Now let me go inside my React folder, and I'm going to create a new folder. I'll call that folder eShop. So that's E and then shop. Okay, so that's the name of the project. I'll create the folder, and then I'll just right click and I'll just open git bash on that folder. So I'll say git bash here. Now essentially I just want to clone the folder, my starter template. I want to clone my starter template inside of this folder. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to say git clone, and then I'll just paste the link I copied from that my repository. So this is the link here, and then I'll say // to download the content of that repository inside this folder. I'll hit enter and give it a few seconds. It will download all the files inside this folder. Now if we go ahead and open the folder, so let me just bring up the folder itself. Oh, okay, so I need to open it because I actually closed it. Now if we open the eShop, you'll see now that we now have this React files and folder inside of it. Great. Now the next thing we need to do is, let me open this in my code editor. So I'm just going to say code and dots, and then I'll hit enter, and that will just open this folder up in Visual Studio Code. I'm sure you've already seen me do this before, so let's just do that quickly, and then I'll just show you the folder. So this is the folder here. So let me close this initial get started file, and then I'll just open my terminal. So I'll do that with a shortcut. So this is the terminal in Visual Studio Code. Now the next step we need to do is we need to install the dependencies that are attached to this project. So what I'm going to do is I'll just say npm install, and I'll hit enter. what will happen next is that it will download all the dependencies we need for this project. Now, because that's going to take some time, I'll just pause the video, and when it's done, I would continue. All right, so my installation is complete. There's just one more thing we need to do before we go to the next phase. And first off, you may get this npm audit error because in npm version 6 they introduced this audit thing. When you do npm install, they may tell you there is an issue with some dependencies. Just ignore all of that, okay? Or you can even do some reading up of what that entails online, but it's absolutely not necessary for you to run npm audit fix. Just ignore that, okay? So that's one. Number two, we need to disconnect this setup from the Git repository. So if I come here and I bring up my terminal here, so let me just increase the font so that we can see. If I run this command, trying to expand this a little bit. Okay, great. So I want to see if this is connected to any remote repository. So what I got to do is I'll say git remote, and then I'll say -v. All right, so if I hit enter, you'll see here that the setup we have here is connected to our React starter template repository. So that's not what we want. I want to disconnect it because it's your personal setup. It's a new setup. So the way you disconnect it from this remote repository so that you can use it on your own Git or on your own GitHub account is that you just say git and then you say remote. Then you want to remove the repository, so you say remove origin. Okay, if you hit enter, what will happen is that it will disconnect from this React starter template, which is mine. So just give it a few seconds, and yeah, so it has disconnected. Now if I go ahead and run my git remote -v and hit enter, then you see that I don't get anything. That's just proof that it has disconnected from this React starter template repository. So now you can go ahead and upload this project to your own Git repository and it's completely yours. All right, so that's about it for setting up our workstation for this project. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, so now let's continue our setup. All right, so what we're going to do is, let me bring up my browser here to show you how we're going to arrange our folder. So essentially, we're going to have these folders. We're going to have assets, components, pages, a Redux folder where we're going to have most of our logic. Then we're going to have a custom hooks folder, and then a Firebase folder where we're going to save our Firebase config file. So these are the folders we're going to have. So let's just quickly create them. So I would come back to this guy and let's just quickly create them. So I think we already have the components folder that came with the template. So I'm going to do assets, and assets is basically where we're going to save like the images and stuff we need for the project. Then we have pages. Then we're going to have custom hook. Is it hook or hooks I use? Let me just be sure of what I actually used in the original project. So I did hooks plural. So custom hooks, like so. Then how many is okay? Then we need Firebase. So Firebase. All right, so I think that's about it. 1 2 3 4 5. I think there's one more we need. That's Redux. Okay, so let's add the Redux. Great. So basically, this is the folders we're going to distribute different components of our project, different areas of our project, and have everything organized. Okay, great. Now next, let's go inside of our public folder. If you run npm start, it's going to open React, our default React app, and this logo, React logo, and the fav icon, they are going to be used to display that app. So what we want to do is we want to change this, want to have something else. So let me just minimize this, and I'm going to open this folder here, eShop images folder. By the way, you're going to have access to this folder, so you can just download it and unzip it, so you have access to all of the assets we use. So essentially what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have I'm going to delete the fav icon, delete the logo, and both logos actually. So I'll just delete them. Okay, so they are gone. Now from this my assets folder here, you see I've already created a logo 192, logo 5, so the same name actually, and then this is the fav icon. So I'm going to select the 3 of them, and then I'll drag them inside my public folder. So let's just drag them and just drop them there, and it will just copy. So you see here we now have a new fav icon, logo 192 and logo 512.png. Great. So now at this stage we can now go ahead and run our React script to start the project. So but before then I want to have a new script for this to fire up my React project. So I'll go to my package.json, and well, I think I'm actually getting ahead of myself for now, so let me just do things as they are or as you're used to them. So I'll just come here and then I'll just say npm start, or you can say npm run start. Both of them will do the same thing. So I'll hit enter, and then I'll bring up the browser so that it can open up my React app here. Let me minimize the browser just a little bit, and like so. Like that, yeah. And then I'll just open a new tab so that all right, so my app has fired up, and as you can see we just have a simple hello world, which is the only thing we have in our template. So if you come to our source and you come to app.js, you see that we simply have this hello world inside of it, which is what is displayed here. All right, so in the next video we're going to now start creating the folders that we need, the subfolders that we need for everything to now start coming together. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, now before we dive into the project, I just want to talk a little bit about errors and warnings. So I have this my React app, our template. We've done npm start on it, and we have the hello world displayed on the page, and then I have my console, my Chrome DevTool console open up here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a state here. So let me just open this up, and I'll just say use state, and I'll just leave it at that, and then I'll change this to an empty string. For now I'll just change it to or maybe I'll just use my name, so Zeno. Okay, fine. Then I'll change it to first. Okay, now if you look at this my setup currently, you see that I'm having these squiggly lines, and then I'm having these squiggly lines in use states. The code is already telling me that Visual Studio Code is already telling me that something is wrong, and that is because I have ESLint enabled right now on this project. So let me show you what ESLint is. ESLint is a program that checks your code and shows you potential errors. So this is it right here in my extension. I clicked on this extension tab, and then I search for ESLint. So you see here it's enabled, ESLint from Microsoft. So essentially it's just telling you that look, there's something wrong with different parts of your code. Personally, ESLint is great. I use it when I build personal projects, but for the purpose of this tutorial I'm going to disable it. So you see it's enabled here. I'll click on this ball icon and I'll disable it. So if you have ESLint, you're going to have these kinds of issues, like it's going to give squiggly lines as you build your project. These yellow squiggly lines are warnings, while the red squiggly lines are errors. So this error here simply means that we've not imported use state, but like I said, I'm going to disable it. Now as I've disabled it now, I need to reload my page, because that's just what Visual Studio Code wants. So I'll reload this page, then we're going to come back and continue the discussion on warnings versus errors. So the reload process is complete, and you see here we've been able to get rid of the yellow lines and the red lines. So now my what's it called, terminal is what is telling me that look, there is an error. Webpack is giving me an information that you have an error somewhere on your code. If you come here, that's because I saved the code. If you come to the page here, to tell you that look, you did not import use state is not defined. So what we need to do now is I'll come here and I would import use state. I'll auto import it. So let me close this guy up. and then I'll just auto import use state like that. And this thing is just taking time, I don't know, so I'll just import it myself. I'll just say import use state from React. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and save, and let's see what happens. Okay, great. So if you come here now, you see now we now have our page loading correctly. Hello world. Now that error was a non-negotiable error. It was an error that we needed to fix for our page to actually compile. So if you get that kind of error, then everything will just break on your site. However, we're still getting this warning. Webpack is still giving us one warning that look, the first and the set name was assigned a value but never used. That's because in this guy here, we created this state first, and then it has the setup function set first, but we didn't use it anywhere. So we're getting this error, this warning. Now, for some of you, you may actually get the warning in your what I want to say, in your console. So if you do console.log and you open your dev tools, you will get that warning here. So this warning that I'm seeing here in my terminal, you may actually see it in your console. So I've already disabled mine in my console. In fact, I at this point I don't even know how to restore it, but I don't need that kind of warning every time in my console when I'm teaching like this. So I prefer to have the warning in the terminal. Then when I'm done with maybe a particular section, I will go through all of those warnings and see which is relevant and which is not. Okay, they are not all relevant all the time. Okay, so I disabled it in my console. Now let me show you something. So I'm going to reference a variable in my page that doesn't exist. So here I'll just say test, and then I'll save. Let's see what's going to happen. So we're going to have an error in my code because this test, it doesn't exist. It was not defined anywhere. So how did I disable all of these warnings from my Visual Studio Code my browser console? So if you right click on the warning, you get the option to hide message, right? So all of these yellow warnings, they are going to be preserved in your terminal, but as far as our console is concerned, I want my console to only display errors. I want to leave all the warnings here in my terminal, and then when we are ready, we're just going to go through all of the warnings and see how we can just walk through them. Okay, I don't want to have to be dealing with warnings when I'm building, when I'm teaching, but I'm just doing this video to clarify that because a lot is going to change as we start building. We'll do something and then we'll come back and change it. And so if we want to go through all of the warnings one after the other, we're going to spend a lot of time on one section, right? So if you have any of the warnings, I'm not saying you must disable them. I'm just saying that if you have a yellow warning on your console and your code still works fine, don't be alarmed. Okay, but if you want to disable them, you can just right click and click on hide message from, and then it will just hide that warning. All right, so that's basically it. All right, so now of course I'm going to get rid of this guy here, and I'll save, and we're going to get rid of. So if you refresh the page now, it will disappear. That warning will disappear from the console. I'm going to get rid of this state here because I'm not using it for anything. So I'll come here and delete that, and of course we need to remove this guy as well. Okay, and then I'll just save. So we're just going to have our hello world, and of course you see here we don't have any warnings because we've deleted the unused state. So that's about it, and I just hope that you're clarified so that if there's a difference between your development experience and what you see on the tutorial, don't be alarmed. This video is meant to clarify that I've disabled the warnings on my console so that I don't have to go through warnings as I'm teaching. When we're done with the project, we'll now go through some of the warnings and then we'll just fix up here and there. All right, thank you so much, and we'll see you in the next video. All right, welcome back, guys. Now let's continue our setup. Like, the setup is actually going to take a while, but we're going to get there. So first off, if you look at this tab here, you see that the title says React app. So we're going to need to start by changing that. To do that, you just come to your public folder and go to index.html. If you scroll down, you'll see where we have the title somewhere Oh, okay. So I realized that I did not even delete some of these comments. We can always do that some other time. But for now, I'll just come here and I'll just change this to eShop app. And let me just add something to make it different. I don't know. I think I'll just add my brand name. So I'll just say Zeno Trust, like that, just to make it different from the first one. I'll go ahead and save, and that should recompile, and hopefully we should have it changed here. Great. So you see here we now have eShop app Zeno Trust. Great. So we can close this and let's get started. So if you look at our project structure, initially you see where we talked about the project design. All right, so when you want to approach a project like this, you need to have some kind of design that you're going to follow. So for that, I've separated the design of the project, and I'm going to leave a link to this. So if you feel like you want to design this project, you want to approach the design of this project yourself, well, this is the files you need to have, the design files you need to have. So they are basically just images that you can just, zoom in and look at to try out the designs by yourself. But I'll leave a link to this so that you can have access to it. All right, great. But for the this specific project, we're going to be using the finished project as a template. So this is the finished project, so we're just going to be using it as our template. All right, great. So now let's come back to our folder here and go to our source. Inside of our pages, we're going to create all the, well, not all the pages, the main pages we need for this project. So if you look at it here, you see we need an admin page, a home page, a contact us page, orders page, and a cart page. So that's where we're going to start. So I'm going to come here inside of our pages and I'll start creating some of those guys. So they're going to be inside their own folder. So I'll start with home. So let's do home, and I will right click on the pages just to make sure that I'm creating a folder inside of the pages, and then I'll say new folder and I'll just call this admin, because we're going to have an admin page too. Then let's create a cart page. Then I'll create orders history, so order history, because yeah. Then is there any other thing? So order history, cart, home, and then contact us. So let's come back to our pages, and then I'll create a contact us page. Contact, I think I just called it contact. Yeah, okay, then I'll hit enter. So I have the 5 folders that I need for all of these pages, but we're not going to actually stop here. So inside of each of these guys, we're going to create the respective components that we need. All right, so for this one, we're going to create a file. I'm going to call it admin. Now we're creating components. So inside of the folders, anything you create should start with a capital letter, whether it's the CSS file or the component itself. So I'll say admin.js, that's the component. Then inside still, I'll create another one. This one is going to be admin, and it's not just going to be .css, it's going to be .modules.scss. So we're going to be using a little bit of Sass in the project. All right, great. Now, so that we don't go too far, I'm going to just do RAFCE inside of my file and just create a React component, a boilerplate for my React component. And I am going to, yeah, I think I can stop there. Then I'll import the CSS file. So I have a shortcut that I created that just helps me quickly import something. So it's IMS, and maybe I'll just leave a link to the tutorial of how you can create your own snippet, your own shortcut in React. All right, so I'll save this. So as far as this is concerned, we are done with the admin components. All right, now the only thing is that we're going to need to do this for the other components. So it's a little bit like cumbersome and tiring, but we have to do it. So I'm just going to create a cart. Oh, sorry about this. I don't know why this thing keeps coming up. It's a new update for Visual Studio Code that keeps, just popping up. All right, so let's create the cart, cart.js. Then we're going to create the CSS file. So this is going to be cart.modules.scss. Save that, and don't forget, let's just do a boilerplate RAFCE, and I'll just save. I think for now, just ignore the importing of the CSS so that I can be a little bit faster. Then we're going to do the same for contact. So if you're tired of this thing I'm doing, you can just do it by yourself and then just forward it. So this is going to be contact.js like that, and contact.modules, contact.module.scss. All right, let's do a boilerplate RAFCE and hit enter, and that's it for this one. So what do we have next? We have the home page. Okay, great. So for the home page, let's create it and say home.js, and then we're going to create the home.module.scss. Hit enter, and then let's create the RAFCE here. Great. So we're done with this one, and let's do for the last one, I think orders. Okay, great. So I'll just create it. I'll say order history .js, and let me hit enter, and I'm going to create another one. This is going to be order history.module.scss, and then I'll hit enter. So I think at this point we're done with at least the initial part of the creating our pages and stuff. So let me do RAFCE, and then I'll hit enter and then save, and we can close this up. So order history, yeah, great. Now if you look at the original project, there's one thing that is common to all of the pages that you see on the screen. They all have a header and a footer. So that is going to be a component that we're going to create. All right, so what is the difference between creating a component and creating a page? A page is like a page that you see on the screen, like, okay, I'm going to the home page, I'm going to the contact us page. Now inside of those pages you can now have components. Different components make up a page. All right, I hope you get it. So that's how we're going to structure up our pages. Now I will come to my components, and then I'll create at least my header component and my footer component. So first let's create the folder that's going to hold them. So this is going to be header, and then I'm going to create the footer also. So folder and footer. Now inside of the both components, I'll then create the respective files. So this is going to be header.js like so, and then I'll create my header CSS, and then I'll hit enter. Don't forget, let's create our boilerplate component, and then I'll save. I think I can close this stuff now, and then I'll do the same for the footer. So here I am just going to create a footer.js, and then I'm also going to create my footer CSS, footer.module.scss. Okay, did I try to create a file or a folder? I'm not sure. Okay, let me just copy that, and then I'll just click on escape and try it again. File, footer, yeah, okay, I think I tried to create a folder instead. Great, so let's do RAFCE to create a boilerplate, and I'm doing that in the modules SCSS. It should be inside the JS. Great, and I'll save that. So at this point we can say that, okay, we've created the initial files and folders that we need to at least get things running. All right, so in the next one we are now going to start setting up from the header downwards. See you in the next one then. All right, now before we continue, right, let's actually install React Router DOM, because we're going to need React Router DOM for routing our pages and routing our in our app generally. So to do that, we're just going to come here and we're going to open a new terminal. So if you click on this plus icon, it's going to open a new terminal, right? Great. So let me expand this so that we can see things clearly. So what I got to do is I would say npm, and then I'll say install, or you can just say npm I and then react-router -dom, and this will install the latest version of React Router DOM, which is version 6. So in this project, we're going to be using React Router DOM version 6. I'll just pause the video to, just give it some time to install, and then when it's done, we're going to continue. All right, so the installation is complete. Now, just to confirm, I'll go to my package.json, and in the package.json, if you come under our dependencies, then you see we now have React Router DOM version 6, right? So everything is fine. We're good to go. I'm going to close this up, and we're going to start setting up React Router DOM. So first off, inside of let's open up the footer, the header. So I'll have the footer open. Then I'm also going to open up the header. So double click on it so that it stays open. Then I'm going to open up the home page and the contact us page. So where is my pages? Somewhere here. So let's start with the home page. I'll double click on it so that it stays open, and then I'll open the contact us as well. Great. Now there's one thing I want to do though. Instead of just having this small text, or maybe to save time, I'll just leave the text the way it is inside the div. I wanted to change it to a heading 1 just to make it bolder, but I think I'll just save time and leave it the way it is. All right, great. Now let's open up our app.js, which is our root component. So I'll open the app.js, and this is where we're going to set up our React Router DOM. I'll click on this first terminal here so that I can see the changes as they update. So to set up your terminal, there are some things you need to set up React Router DOM. There are some things you need to import first, and I'm sure you already know some of these things. So here, since I'm not using my app CSS for now, I'm just going to get rid of it so that I don't have anything that I don't use. So I'll just say import, and we're going to import 3 things. The first is our browser router. Okay, let me just delete this so that I'll have some autocomplete. I think I can have some autocomplete by just typing browser router. Great. So if you just start typing what you want to import, if that package exists, Visual Studio Code will give you the option to auto import it. So here I just have browser router, and I'll hit enter, and as you can see, it has imported it for me. So it's a way to just save time a little bit. Then I'll import routes. Okay, so routes plural first, and then I'll then import route singular. So let me just type the E myself, and great. So you see, I'll come down and then I'll hit enter. So those are the 3 things you need to import from React Router DOM for you to set up routing in your React application, and I've imported them. So now let's continue. I'll come to my return statement, and at this point I don't want to return hello world, right? So let's get rid of what we have here, and I just want a simple React fragment. So I'll just delete the div and just have my empty React fragment here. So now let's go ahead and create a browser router tag. So I'll just say browser router, like so, browser router. I'm actually expecting Visual Studio Code to help me with autocomplete, but since it's not helping me, no problem. So we're going to have browser router. Then inside of the browser router, the first thing is, if you look at, let me just minimize this. If you look at our app, you discover that we have a header and a footer in all of the pages. So for example, if I go to my contact us page, then you see that we still have the header and the footer. So those are constant on all of our pages. All right, so let me come back to here, and let me just close this up so that we have some space. So I'll go back to the home page, and great. So first thing first is we're going to have the header. So here I'm just going to say header, and then it's a component, so I'll just do / and then like that. Now it will require me to actually import this header at the top here, so I'll do Control and I'll hit tab. So I just press Control and tab, and Visual Studio Code will try to look for that file and then give me the option to auto import it. If I click on this file, or if I click enter, it will auto import it. Now I'm going to do the same for the footer. So I'll come down and then I'll do my footer like so. You see, I'm already getting this option to auto import it. So if I hit enter, then I can just have it auto imported here. So you see, we have header and footer at the top. So those are going to be constant in all of our pages. Yes. Now it's inside of this header and footer, I will now add my route. So let's go ahead and add our routes plural first, and then inside of this route we'll now have like the different routes we want for our page. So now we're going to now have route singular. So I'll just do like this and say route singular, and then I'll just close that up. Great. Now this route is going to have some attributes. So the first attribute is the path attributes, right? So the path attribute says, where do you want this route to go to? So the first one I want to have is my home page. So I'll just add a /, which like is the home page. Then we're going to specify the component or the element that we want to load when this route is reached. So we're going to now say elements and curly braces. Then inside of this curly braces, you now specify which components or which elements. Let's just stick with components you want to load. So I want to load the home component, right? So I'll just say I'll just write the home component and I'll auto import it, and then I'll add my / and close that. Okay, so what we have here basically is a home route. Now I'm just going to do 2 routes just like for a start. So I'm going to have my contact us page route. That's why I actually opened the home page and the contact us page. So to make this thing a little bit faster, I'll duplicate this and make some changes. So for this one, I'll just duplicate it with a shortcut. So I'm pressing Shift and Alt on my Windows machine. You can find the equivalent if you're using a Mac, but I'm pressing Shift and Alt together, and then I'll press the downward arrow key. So that will help me duplicate it downwards, and then I can now come here and say I want to go to the contact route. So here I also change this to contact, and you see I have the option to auto import it. I'll hit enter, and you see here we now have all the components that we need for all of this to work. Great. Now I think I can go ahead and save this. So let me save it, and let's come back to this guy here, and you see it's compiling. So it has finished compiling, and I don't know if you can see something very small on the page: header, home, and footer. So in fact, that was why I wanted to change this guy here to a H1. So let me actually Control exit and just add a H1 just to make it a little bit bigger. And here I will just I just want to grab the H1 so that, so I'll just copy that, and here I'll just say footer, and then I'll save, and I'll do the same for the header. So let's have our header. I'll delete that, and I'll just have my header here, and then I'll save. Then I'll do the same for the home page. So let's grab this guy, and inside we're just going to write home and then save. Great. So now if you come here, you see that we now have it a little bit bigger. So this is the home. This is actually the home page, the header, the footer, and then the home page. Now if I come to this my bar here and I add / contact, what do you think is going to happen? So first off, before I hit enter on that, let me go to my contact us page and change this to H1 also. So let me do Control X on that, and then just add a H1, tab it, and then paste that in and save. All right, so I'll come back here, and now let's enter this contact us route. So if I'll hit enter here, what do you think is going to happen? So voila, you see now we are now in the contact us page. So as far as we are concerned, we've been able to set up at least this is the initial setup of our routing. Yes, we don't have a header where we can easily click on a link and go to a particular route, but we are just starting the project. We're going to get there, okay? But as far as the project is concerned, we've actually set up routing in the project. Thank you so much for watching this one, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, there's one thing I want to show you though. It's just something to make your folder, your files, a little bit cleaner. So if you come to our app.js, you see that we're already having quite a number of exports here, of imports here for our pages. Well, if you have like maybe 20 imports, then it doesn't look good anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to create like a special file that will help us, have all these imports in one place. So I'll come to my pages. Let's start from the pages, which is here. And inside of these pages, I'll just create an index HTML. So I'll say, index.js, index.js, and then I'll hit enter. Great. So minimize this guy, and let's go inside of our index.js. Now inside of this index.js, I'm going to export all the components that I need. So the way you do that is you're going to say export defaults as, And for example, I'm going to need the home page somewhere else, so I'll say home, and then I'll export it from. So where is the home page? Well, it's in /, and we have the home, so home folder, and then / the home component. So I've exported this home component. Now I can now import this home component from anywhere in my project. So let's go to the app.js. So instead of having this home guy here, what we can do is we can come here, right, and we can say import, and then I'll open my curly braces, and what do I want to import? I want to import home, and I'll say import home from. And where is home located? Well, it's currently located in our pages. So I'll say ./pages, and then inside of index.js. So I can for now just say index, like index, and stop there. But because it's index.js, you don't even need to specify this index here. If you have something in the index.js and you just say pages, React already knows that it needs to look inside the index.js, because that's the root file in a folder. So I can just delete this guy and just say import home from pages. Okay, so now I can confidently get rid of this guy here and then save. If you come here, it will compile. Just wait for it to compile, and everything still works out fine. All right, so it's a little bit shorter having this than having the full import. So what we're going to do is I'll come here, and I'm also going to do the same for the contact. So I'll just duplicate this guy down like this, and I'll change this to contact. And where is it located? Well, it's located in the contact folder. So let's delete that and say ./contact, and then / contact component. If you save that and you come to the app.js, you simply just need to add contact here, and that's all. Get rid of this contact and save, and voila. So we've just compressed our code. So we've at least deleted 2 lines of code and just replaced it with this one. So we're going to do the same for the components we have here, the header and the footer components. How are we going to do that? I'll close the pages and go to my component. So this is my component, and inside of the components, I'm going to create an index.js file. So I'll say index.js, and you know the drill. So we're going to export. Okay, let's open a curly braces. We're going to export default as. So the first one is, let's do the header, and we're going to export it from. So where is it located? So / React Visual Studio Code helps me out. Header, and then / header. And let's just do the same for the other guy, which is the footer. So I'll say footer, and I'm exporting it from ./footer, and then / footer as a component. Save that, and then let's come to the app.js, and instead of having that long line, we can I'll just duplicate this guy and just change this to the header and footer. But this time it's not coming from pages, it's coming from components. And like I said, you can specify the index file, but React already knows that once you say component as a folder, the next thing it does is to look inside the index file, so you don't need to specify that. Now let's get rid of these 2 imports here, and let's just drag that up and save. Or before I save, let me just add a comment here. So the first one is going to be our component, and I think it should be at the bottom safe. So let me come down and drag the pages to the top, and then first off, I'm going to have the pages, and then after that, we're going to have the components. Just to keep things a little bit organized, components. Great. So let's go ahead and save that. So you see here, everything still works. If you come here, this is contact. If you come here and you go back to the home page, then you see it takes us back to the home page. So, but we've successfully shrinked the number of imports we need to have. So all you just need to do is just add whatever import you have when you add it to the index file. Great. So I just wanted to show you that trick to at least shrink up your app.js file a little bit. I hope you appreciate it. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now let's go ahead and create the header. But before we create the header, let's just do one or two things in our what's it called, setup. So I'm just going to close all the guys that we don't need for now. I'll close them up. I'll close the footer, so we just have the header and the app. Then I will go to, let's see, I'll go to my index CSS, right? This is a template that I designed specifically to create React apps. So there are some styles that I've already created for this project. I'm just going to modify one of those styles. So if you come to your index CSS, you see we have our colors and some stuff. Come to section and change the padding. So padding top and bottom is set to 8 rem. I'm going to change that to 4 rem. So I'll reduce it to 4 rem and then I'll save. All right, so that's just one thing I wanted to do before we actually proceed. So now let's begin to create our header. Now for us to create that header, I'm going to look at the finished project. So this is what the header looks like. So we're going to create something that looks like this. All right, so let's come to my header JS file. And there's one more thing I need to point out actually. So for our styles, that's our CSS or our SCSS, I'm not going to write SCSS, so I'm not going to write CSS in this project, right? So I've already prepared all the CSS files and I've put them inside the repository. Reason being that if I decide to write CSS in this project, it's going to take very, very long. Okay, so I just decided that okay, I've already prepared the CSS files, I'll make it available to you. So I'm going to attach a link in the description to this repository that contains all the styles for eShop. So if I open this component right here, you'll see here that I have header.module.scss. So I'll open that, and this is the CSS or the styles that I need for the header section. So all you just need to do is to come over to this guy here and then copy. So if I click that, it will copy. You see copied, and then come back to your project and come to header module SCSS and just paste that in. So I'll just right click and paste, and this is all the styles we need for the header section. I'll go ahead and save this, and yeah, and that's it. Okay, so I'm not going to be writing CSS, and let's actually continue. So I'll come to the header. Let's focus on what we need to do. So first off, I'm going to change this to header. So let's delete what we have inside here, and let me close this up, and I'll just change this guy first to header. That's the header tag. Okay, now if you look at the finished project, because we're going to be looking at the finished project as a template. So you see here we have a logo, we have some menu items here, and then at the end we have some other menu items, okay, which are links actually. So that's how we're going to divide it into 3: logo, menu items, menu items. Great. So let's come back here, and this is going to change to header as well. So now, so the first component, like I said, is the logo. So I'm going to come inside of the header, and I'll just create a div that will surround everything. I'll call that div, let's just create a div first. So div, and it's going to have a class. So remember, this is header module SCSS, so we're going to have to import that. So I'll use my shortcut IMS, and then I'll just import the header module SCSS file. Great. So in this div, I'm going to give this div a class name of header. Remember, we're using CSS modules, so it's quite different from just using regular CSS in your React. So I'll come here and I'll say class name, and instead of using our quotes, you're going to have our curly braces, and inside that curly braces, remember, we're importing styles from header module CSS. So anything you use here will say styles dot. Okay, so it will look at these styles and look inside this SCSS file. So for now, I'll just say header, because we've already created the styles. Okay, so remember, we have our styles already. So that's the first thing I just wanted to point out. So now it's inside of this div that I'll now add my components in my header. So remember, the first component is our logo. So I have a shortcode I've already created. It's DCNN, and I'll just do that, and you see it has created a div with a class name, and it's just styles dot. All I just need to add is the class name. So for this one, I'm just going to say logo. I hope I don't make any typographical mistakes. Okay, so logo, that's the first one. So what does our logo look like? So if you come here, you see it's basically a text logo, E and then shop with a dot. So I'm going to come here and let's just create the logo. Now remember that this logo is actually a link. It's a clickable link. So for example, if I go to home page and I click on this logo, it takes me back to the home page. So it's a clickable link. What that means is that we're going to wrap that logo around a link tag. So for that, let's first import link from React Router DOM. So here I'll just come here and say link, and you see here I can just click on that to import it from React Router DOM. And then inside of this logo div is where I can then come here and first add a link like this, and the link needs to go to some place, right? So that is going to have a 2 attributes, and it's going to go to, this is the home page, so a / will suffice. Okay, so that's the link. Now inside this link I will just add a simple h2. So my logo is just going to be a simple h2, and it's going to say eShop. So eShop, and let's see. Okay, so the shop is capital letter. So for now, I think I'll just shrink this guy down so that you can actually see what we're doing. So eShop, that's the logo, and I'll shrink this guy up as well. Great. Now, but if you look very closely, you see that they have different properties. This is white and this is oranged red. So I would actually come here, I'll give a space here, and I'll add a span tag. So I'll say span, sorry. Okay, and then I'll just grab the shop and put it inside of the span. So I'll paste that in. Okay, so you see now we now have eShop, and then after that span I'll add a dot. That's a full stop. All right, so as far as our logo goes, this is what we need. So if you go ahead and save, then let's come to the finish, the project we're building right now, and let's see if there's any change. Great. So you see now we now have eShop here. Now it's like this because we've already imported all the styles we need, and we've already pasted them here to save time so that we can focus on the logic of the project. I know you know CSS, so there's no point actually spending hours writing CSS, in my opinion. All right, great. So that's the first component, our logo component. Now there's something I like to do from the onset. You see this logo component, we're going to use it in more than one places. Okay, specifically, let me show you what I mean. So I'll come here. This is the logo component. When I click on this menu icon, this guy slides out and we can see a logo here. So that's the second place where we're going to use the logo component, in the responsive menu. So what I'm going to do is I'll come outside of this component here, and I'll create like another component, a small, not a component per se, just I'll just take that logo and put it outside. All right, so what I'll do is I'll come here and I'll create a variable. I'll say const, and I'll call that variable logo, and then I'll set it to be equal to, let's open a bracket like this, or parenthesis, and open that up. I'll now come to this logo here and drag everything we have in this guy. So this logo div, I'll cut it, Ctrl X, and then I'll just paste it in here like that. So we have this logo component outside here. I can now come inside of this guy, right? And instead of now, having this plenty logo markup here, I'll just have my curly braces, and then I'll reference the logo variable, and then I'll save. Let's save that and let's see if it changes anything. So I'll save that and go back to the project, and as you can see, nothing changed. No problem, everything is fine. Great. All right, so now we can now move to I think I need to expand this page so that we can actually see, because we are working from desktop first. So we can now move here to the other aspects of the header, which is like the navigation section. So but because we've already spent so much time, we're going to do it in the next video. All right, so now let's go ahead and create the navigation in our header. So I'm just going to come down here after we have our logo. So let's just bring this down. Great. So after the logo, we're going to come down and create a navigation section. So I'm just going to say nav, which is a nav tag. And inside of that nav tag, we're going to have an unordered list. So let me come to the original project so you can see. So here, we're going to have an unordered list here. So I'll come here, I'll create the unordered list and tap that. Then after the unordered list, we're going to have this other section here, right? That is going to have some, this menu and the cart and all of that. That's not going to be inside this unordered list, but it's going to be inside the nav. So let me just space things out a little bit. So this is the nav, and then we're going to have another div. So let me just do dcnn, which is my shortcut to create a div with this class name. Right, great. Now the style, the name of the style I'm going to give, or the name of the class I'm going to give, I'll call this header right, because it's on this right side of the header. I just didn't know any other thing to say. Okay, so because it has this is how it's going to be, header hyphen right. Okay, now whenever you're writing a style that is joined by a hyphen, you don't just write it, you don't just attach it to the styles like this. We've said this before, but I'm just going over it again. So I'm going to cut that and I'll delete these dots, and we're going to have our square brackets. Inside of these square brackets, we'll now have your quotes, and then you paste in the name of your style in there. So this is how you write a style that is joined by a hyphen. Okay, great. So what are we doing here? What's the setup here? We have a nav, and inside the nav we have an unordered list and this div with a class of header right. Great. So we're going to start from the unordered list. We're going to create some list items. So let me come down here and I'll just create my list tag, and inside this list tag, let's start by creating this home. So we're going to come to the admin much later, but for now let's just create the home. So I'll come to, let me see here, and then I'll create a link, and that link is going to go to the home page. So that's just going to be /, and inside of that link I'll just say home. All right, so this is the list item, the first list item, right? So now let's create for the contact us. So this is, I'll just duplicate this guy down like this, and I'll change this to / contacts, and then of course this is also going to now say contact us. All right, so for now those are the two items that will be inside of our unordered list. Okay, great. So now let's come to the header right here, which is going to contain these guys. So for now I'm going to create a couple of pages. There will be the login page, the register page, and the orders page. You know what, I'm going to log out now. Let's just see what it looks like when you log out. So you see, for now we have the login and the cart page. All right, there are other pages there, but they are not showing because nobody is logged in, right? All right, so let's just come here, and here I'll come here and let's create the pages. So the pages, actually I'm going to put them inside a span. So I'll say span, sorry, that should be span, and let's tap that. And this span, I'm going to give it a class name of links. So I'll say class name, and I'll say style.links plural. All right, so inside of this guy is where I'll now create my links. So link, sorry, and that link is going to, the first one is going to go to, so I'll just say to, and okay, so let me change this to quotes, and this one will go to / login, because we've not created login yet, but we're going to create it. So I'll say login here, I'll come down here, this one is going to go to register, I'll delete this guy and change this to register. Then the last one is going to go to, I'll just add my orders for now. Okay, so I'll see my orders, my orders plural. Then this is going to go to order history, order hyphen history, which I have not created, but we're going to create all of those routes. Okay, then the last thing we're going to add here is this cart. Okay, so if you look at it here, we have this cart. All right, so we're going to add that cart here. So Let's create another span. So here I'll say span and I'll give it a class name. So let's do class name, and this one is going to say cart, like so. So it's inside of this span. So you see why I had to separate this links guy inside another span. So is this span that's going to contain our cart. So first off, the cart is going to be a link because it's going to link to a page. So let's add our link here. I wish there was a shortcut that can just add the two attributes. I'm sure there is, maybe I just don't know about it yet. I'll figure it out. So this is going to go to my cart page. So I'll just say /cart, which I have not created, but we're going to create that route. So now inside of this guy, what do we have? So we have this text that says cart. All right. So first off, let's add that cart text. So cart. And then we now have this icon, this cart icon. Now this icon I got from, it's a React icon. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So I'll come to my browser here and I'll just say React icons. So React icons .github.io, and it will just show me, you know, the React icons website. So you can search for any icons here. Now if you now come to our own setup here in my React starter template, one of the dependencies is our React icons library. So if you come here to my package.json, you see here that we have React icons. So when you did npm install, React icons actually installed with it. So React icons and Node.js were the two extra packages that, you know, were installed when you did npm install, right? So we have React icons installed and we can use it. Great. Let me close this up so that we can have more space. Now I already know the name of that icon. For example, if you come here and you search for cart, right, it will show you a lot of cart icons, but this particular icon is a font awesome icon. So if I just want to quickly find the font awesome icon, I'll just do a control find inside of the page and search for font awesome. So FA, and it's just show me all the font awesome icons. So I think it's this one, this guy here. So all you need to do is just click on it and it will copy the icon. Am I sure that's the icon? I think it's FA shopping cart. Great, that's it. So I'll now come here to my projects here and I'll come down here and add that icon. So I'll just paste it in, that's the icon, and then I'll close that. But for your icons, you also need to import them at the top. So I'll come to the top of my page, and since I'm no longer using this logo, I'm going to collapse it. So I'll press Control Shift and my opening square bracket, and that will collapse the, why is it not collapsing? Control Shift. I have no idea why it's not collapsing, right? Let me try it again. I'll highlight it and okay, I'll figure it out. So first off, let's import our icon. So I'll just come down here and I'll say import, and the name of the icon is going to be inside curly braces, and we want to import it from React icons. So if you say React icons, now because it's a font awesome icon, these first two letters here, you need to add a /FA. All right, that's how you import a font awesome icon into your project. All right, let me save this and try that stuff again. See, I should be able to collapse this guy. Control Shift. It's not working and I don't know why, but I'll figure it out. All right, so I'll come down here and yeah, so this is our cart. So let's keep working on our cart. So this icon, we're going to give it a size. All right, so for the icon, I'll come here and say size. So it's going to take a size property, which I'm going to set to 20. I think that represents 20 pixels. Then after the icon, so let me just come here to the finished project. Yeah, this guy here. So you see, after the icon, we now have this number, which represents the number of items in our cart. So we need to add that as well. So let's come then. So after here, I'll just come here and add a simple paragraph. So P, tap that, and for now, I'll just say 0. Or maybe I should just say 5 or something. Or to keep things safe, I'll just say 0 for now. Okay, great. So if we go ahead and save that, let's see how, you know, it changes things here. Great. So you see now we now have this cart icon here. But you see, to make this thing a little bit better, right, what we need to do is I'm going to extract this cart icon and just like we did for this logo, I'll extract it and put it outside. So I will come below, I'll just do it below the logo. So I'll just come here and say const cart, and then I'll just open that up, and let's go and grab the JSX for our carts. So this is it, styles and carts, and then I'll just grab the span and cut it, Ctrl X. And since I'm going to create it up, I might just go as well here and reference the cart that I'm going to create up now. So I'll go up, and this variable here, I'll just paste that markup inside of it. Oh, okay, const cart, there needs to be an equals here. That's the problem. So is equal to this markup. And I'm actually waiting for it. Oh, sorry, it's not an object. I made a mistake there. It needs to be surrounded by curly braces. It's not an object. So let's do that. Paste that in, and that should get rid of all the errors. Now, if I go ahead and save this file, everything is still going to be the same. So let it, you see, it has rendered, or it has compiled, and you see we still have our cart. So I think at this point, everything is looking like, you know, they work fine and stuff like that. But this is how it's going to look on a, what's it called? This is how it's going to look on a desktop. If you shrink it down, it's going to get, you know, you're not going to see anything. So we need to add some properties to handle the responsiveness of this menu. So what I'm going to do is, in the next video, I'm going to add the other things we need to have a responsive menu. All right, I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we're going to work on the responsiveness of our menu. So if I go to the original project or the finished project and I shrink this guy up, you see that when you get to somewhere around mobile with the, you know, menu disappears, and we now have this menu icon, or this hamburger icon. That's exactly what we want to achieve now in this video. So I'm just going to drag this out, okay, and let's come here to this our project. So if you come to our code, you remember we have this logo and we have the nav. Now go to where the nav ends and just come down. All right, so now we're going to create another div that will hold our menu icons, our hamburger icon, sorry. So let's do that. Now I'm going to use my shortcut DCNN, and I'll just give this a class. It's going to have a, you know, class that is joined with a hyphen. So I'll do menu hyphen icon like that, and make sure there's no typographical error there. Let me space this out just to, great. So now inside of this menu icon, what do we have? So I would think I'd like to shrink this guy back up so that we can see exactly what we are doing. So you see here, first off, we have the cart, and then we have the hamburger icon. This is why it was important for us to extract the cart outside of this markup here. So remember, we took our cart up. So this is the logo, and then this is the cart. Now I figured out how to shrink this guy. You can only shrink the markup. You can't shrink this const cards and this parenthesis. So if I do Control Shift and open in square brackets, it will shrink that guy, and I'll do the same for this one like that. And so we have at least some more space. All right, so now let's come down here, and so the first thing is we have the cart. So I'm just going to open my parenthesis here, or my curly braces, and then I'll write the cart. And then next we now have this icon, this hamburger icon. Now I already know the name of the hamburger icon I used, so I'm just going to grab it and then I'll just paste it here. But if you don't know the, like if you want to use something different, you can just go to React Icons website and choose any kind of hamburger icon you want. But this is the one I got from React Icons. Okay, so I would close that up and I'll give it a size property. So I'll say size, and I'll set that to this is going to be 28, I think. Yeah, 28. Okay, now remember, when you use a icon, you need to import it, right? So I'll go to the top here, and just like I imported this one, if it was the same let me just import it first so that I will now explain. So I'll change this to this guy, and you see the first two letters HI. You're also going to change this FA because it's no more a font awesome icon, it's a different like kind of icon. So I'll come down and do, sorry, I'll do HI here. So but if it was FA icon, all I just need to do was add a comma and then add it here. I'm sure you get the gist. All right, so now I'll go ahead and save, and let's see if let's go to our original project, or the one we're currently building. And you see here we now have this guy, but I'm sure you know that if you click on this icon, nothing is going to happen. That is because we've not added any logic whatsoever to this guy here. All right, great. So that's what we're going to start doing right now. So first off, I'll come down here, or before that, I'll import use state from React. So here at the bottom, I'll just say use states, and I'll import it. I thought I could import it automatically. Anyway, let me just type it out myself. I'll delete this React because I don't think I need it here, and then I'll just say use state like that. So now I'll create a state. I'll come down here and I'll just say use state, and I think I can use this use state snippet. I'll call that state show menu. So it's going to be show menu. I think I need to adjust my chair, just a second. So I'll call the state show menu. So let me just do that at the same time. 1 2 3 4 and menu, and let me change this to capital letter. So set show menu, and initially I'm going to set it to false. That's because initially when you open your mobile device, you don't see the menu, the mobile menu. So let's set it to false. So it's going to be not shown right by default. All right, so now I will write a function that when you click on this guy, it's going to toggle the menu. So let's come down here and I'll call that function const toggle menu. You know what, I have a shortcut for this stuff. If I want to create an arrow function, all I need to do is say AF, and then I'll just see the name of the function. So this is going to be toggle menu, and then here I'll just say what I want this function to do. Essentially, I want it to toggle this menu from true to false, back to true, and stuff like that. So how am I going to achieve that? Here I'll just say set show menu, and then I'll set it to the opposite of whatever the show menu is. So this is how you toggle anything in React from true to false. Okay, now remember that I've not added this function to, I've not added it to any element on the page. I'm just creating it. Okay, so this is going to toggle the menu. Now we need another function that will hide the menu anytime it's triggered. So I'll create another arrow function, and let's tap that. I'll call that function hide menu. I know that there are so many tutorials or so many courses where they will say something like maybe set toggle menu or set hide menu. I just prefer to call my function descriptively. So whatever it does is what I'll name the function. Okay, as long as you understand what you're doing, that's the most important thing. All right, so I'll say hide menu, and essentially what I want this to do is I want to set show menu to, so this is always going to hide the menu, so I'll just set it to false. So every time this function is triggered, the menu is going to be hidden. So these are the two functions I need to, of course, with this state, that I need to show my menu, to hide my menu, and do stuff like that. Okay, now we're not going to stop here, right? So let's come down to this, our nav list, right? So I'll come to the finished project so we can see what's going on. So this is the finished project. Now you'll notice that if I click on this menu, right, there is this menu area here, but there's this dark shadow on this side. If you click on that, you see that it closes the menu as well. Do that. If you click on this every other place here, it's not going to close the menu, but if you click on this dark shadow, it's going to close the menu. Okay, so that's like a wrapper that I just put there. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to surround my what's it called, inside of my nav. I'm going to add that wrapper. So I'll come to this nav here, and I'll just come down here and I'll create a div. So I'll say DCNN, and then I'll tap that. Initially, let's not worry too much about the class name this div is going to have. Okay, I'll not worry too much about it because I want it to be dynamic. So let me just delete that for now, and then I'll just come and wrap the closing part of that div, Control X. So let's space that. So this is the nav. Where does the nav end? I'll go to the end of the nav and just put the closing part of that div there. All right, so essentially after the nav, I've added another div. I hope you get what's going on here. This div is going to be this wrapper that you see here, or this transparent area that when you click on it, it closes every other thing. Great. So now, how do we want this nav to behave? So I'll come back here. How do we want this nav to behave when it's on mobile? So I'll come here and I'll say that, look, for this nav, I want it to have a class name. So let's say class name. I'll say class name. I'll tap that and I'm going to delete these styles, right? I'll now say that, look, when show menu is equal to true, then I want it to have a class of, okay? I hope you're following me. Now I'm going to add curly braces so that I can, have dynamic values here. So I'll add my curly braces and then I'll add this string interpolation syntax here. So I'll say when show menu is equal to true, then I want this nav to have a class of styles, because it's still our CSS modules, and then I'll have my square brackets, and the name of the class I want it to have is show nav. All right, so it's going to attach this show nav class whenever the show menu state is true. That's the first thing. So let's come here outside of my backticks. I'll come here, add my else statements of my ternary operator. So that's like the else part. And then I'll add another set of backticks, and let's add a string interpolation syntax, and then we're going to have another styles. So styles and square brackets. Here we want to hide the menu, hide hyphen menu. So let's take a minute to see what did we just do here. Essentially, I'm going to give some space here. Essentially, this is the nav, and I gave it a class name. I said, look, this class name, I want it to be dynamic. If the show menu state, which is what we created here, set currently to false, but I'm saying that if the show menu state is equal to true, then I want this nav to have a class of show nav. Okay, else, in other words, if the show menu is equal to false, then I want the nav to have a class of hide. Oh, this should be hide nav, not hide menu. Thank God I saw it. So hide nav, because it's the navigation section. Okay, so that's settled. Great. Now I'm going to come here and say, for this second new div that I created to wrap every other thing inside, I'm going to come here and give it a class name. So that class name is also going to be dynamic. So we're going to work a lot with dynamic class name in this course or in this project. Great. So how are we going to go about this second one? So here I'll say that if show menu is equal to true, then, so it's just going to be very similar to the setup we have here, but I would like to type it out so that you can, start getting used to the syntax. So I'll say if show menu is equal to true, I'll have my backticks. Then let's add the syntax here. I want it to have a class of style, and then I'll have my square brackets, and the first style I want it to have is nav wrapper. Okay, because it's going to be this wrapper that just comes here. So I'll say nav hyphen wrapper. But the interesting thing here now is I don't just want it to have only the class of nav wrapper. I also want it to have another class. So before I will not come out of this backtick. In other words, let me show you what I mean. Let me create the else statement here. So this is the else backtick. So I'm still inside the first part here. So I want it to have a class of nav wrapper and another class. So I'll do my syntax here and I will say show nav wrapper. All right. So here we're going to say show, it needs to be styles, and then we'll have our square brackets, and inside we'll have our quotes, and then we'll now say show hyphen nav hyphen wrapper. All right. So it's going to have the class of nav wrapper, and then it will show the nav wrapper. I hope you're getting it. I hope it's clear. Now let's come to the else part of the statement here. So for the else part of the statement, let's have our $sign and curly braces. We'll just say we want it to have a class of nav wrapper. So here I'll say styles, and here we're going to say nav wrapper. Now, mind you, all of these styles have already been created, so they exist already inside our header module CSS file. And okay, so it makes our lives a little bit easier. It makes your life a little bit easier as a person that is taking this course. Okay, so you don't have to bother too much about the styles. All right, great. So those are the styles that we need, and I'm just hoping that I don't have any typographical error so that I don't need to come back and start wasting time debugging and stuff. All right, let's continue. So now I'm going to come to my so I'm going to come to this area here where we have the hamburger icon. So this is the hamburger icon, you know, the menu icon div. It contains the cart, which is this guy, and this hamburger icon. It's on this hamburger icon that I will now call my function. Okay, so that when you click on that function, it will trigger off the toggle menu. So I'll come here and I'll say on click, right? And I'll say when you click on this guy, sorry, it's going to be equal to, and then I'll just call the toggle menu. All right, so when you click on this icon, it's going to toggle the menu state from true to false. Let me go ahead and save that. I feel like there's still stuff I need to do, but for now, let me just try it. If there's anything we need to change, we're going to change it. So I'll come here, I'll click on this guy, and as you can see, it displays this menu, but something is definitely distorted here. But I'm sure you get the point. We now have like a mobile menu, so all we just need to do is to just figure out in our code what is making this guy distorted here. All right, so that's what we're going to do next. So by just looking at my code, let me come here. So first off, we have the nav, then we have the div that has a class of nav wrapper. All right, so I think I already figured out one of the issues I have is this div is supposed to close right here. It's not supposed to surround this component of the nav. Okay, so I'll look for the nav. This is where the nav starts, and I'll go to where it ends. So you know we surrounded the content of the nav with the div, the wrapper div. So that was where we had the error. So I'll cut that, and then I'll just close the div immediately. So this is the nav, this is the div, this is the opening div. I'll just have the closing div immediately after it, and I think that should, you know, considerably solve the problem we're having. Great, so it does. So you see here we now have our menu, our mobile menu, right? Because of these styles that we've attached. There's one problem though, we cannot close this menu, right? If we click on this guy, nothing happens because we can't close the menu. There is no event listener for closing a menu yet. Okay, so we're going to need to add that event listener. So first off, when we click on this nav wrapper, I want this menu to close. I think that's pretty straightforward because we've already created the function that can hide the menu. So I'll just come to the nav wrapper. Just immediately after our nav tag, we have this nav wrapper div, and inside of the div, this guy here, I'll just come and I'll add an onClick. So the onClick is going to point to our hide menu function. So I'll say hide menu, and then I'll go ahead and save that. And now let's test it out and see if it works. So I'll come here, I'll click here, and of course it works. But that's not the only thing. Whenever we click on a menu item here, I also want to hide the menu. Okay, so for example, if a user wants to go to the contact us page, when they click on that contact us page, I want to hide the menu. Okay, go to the contact us page, quite all right, but also hide the menu. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to come to our unordered list. This unordered list that surrounds all of our menu items here. That's the first set of the menu items. I'll come here. You know what, I think I should just space this thing out so that we can know what we're doing. I'll now add an onClick here, onClick, and I'll point to my hide menu. All right, if you save that and let's just test it out, you know. So I'll come here, click here, and if I click on the contact us, for example, you see it takes us to the contact us page, but it still hides the menu. If I click on the home, it takes us to the home page, but it still hides the menu. Great, that's fantastic. But remember, our unordered list only has like a couple of menu items, so the home and the contact us link. Essentially what I'm trying to say is that this login, register, and these other guys, we need to still point it such that when you click on any of them, it will hide the menu as well. Okay, so I'll come to the div that surrounds it, which is this div that has a class of header right, and then let's just come here and add an onClick. So I'll say onClick, and then I'll say, come on, help me out, Visual Studio Code. So I'll say that I want to point to the hide menu as well. All right, so if I click on any login, register my orders, it should hide the menu as well. So let's test it out and let it compile. I'll come here, I'll click on my orders, and you see we don't have a my orders route yet, so it won't take us anywhere. That's why you don't see anything, but it does hide the menu. So we're going to create the my orders route subsequently. So everything is coming together nicely, but if you look at the final project, right, when you open the mobile menu, you see that we have this logo here, eShop logo, and then there's this X icon that we also have here, right? So we want to also incorporate that when we're on the mobile screen. So let's come back to our project and let's see how we can do that. So if you come inside of our unordered list, so this is our unordered list here, right here. Great. So the first thing we have is home. Before we have this home, we're going to create another list item. So let me just duplicate that and I'll use this first list item here. Great. Now inside of this list item, first off, I will say that I want to have the logo. And remember, we've already created the logo before. We put it inside a variable we named logo. So if you scroll, just to remind you, just to be sure that we're on the same page, this is the logo variable that we created. So I'll come here back to the another list. So the first item here, so the first thing we want is we want to have a logo. Okay, that's the first thing. And let me come back here so that we can actually work as we see. So we're going to have the logo and we're going to have this X icon here. That X icon, I actually know the icon it is. It's a font awesome icon. It's FA times. So let me just grab that icon here, and below my logo I'll just add my FA times icon. So I'll just paste that in like that, and then I'll close it. Remember, we need to import any icon that we want to use. First, let's set the size property. So I'll set the size property to 22. That's the size I used. And then this one, we're going to have to set a color property. So we can also set a color property on our React icons. And this one I'm going to set to white. So I can just say #FFF and that will be fine. Now, when you click on this X icon, however, what do you want to happen? Well, we want to hide the menu. So I think I can just grab this guy here, Control C, and I can just put it in, just to be sure, I'm just going to put it in this X icon first. Oh, sorry, that should be before the /. So before the /, I'll just paste that in there. So whenever someone clicks on this X icon, right, we want to hide the menu. That's sure, we want to do that. But also, this first list icon, we want it to only display on the mobile view. We don't want it to display regularly. So we're going to give it a special class. So here, I'll give it a class name, and I'll call that class name, let's have a square brackets, and I'll call that class name logo mobile. So I'll say logo -mobile. Okay, I hope you see what's happening here. Great. Now let's go ahead and import our logo at the top. So I'll grab this guy, the FA times, I'll copy it, I'll scroll up to where we have our imports. And remember, we've already imported the font awesome icon before, so I'll just add a comma here and paste that in. So both of them are font awesome icon. That's why I can do this. All right, so let me go ahead and save and see. Back to our origin, the project we're working on right now. Let's see if it works. So I will come here and hit this guy, and you see here we now have the logo and we have the X icon. I'll click on the X icon and you see it does indeed close the menu. And if I click here, the menu closes. If I click on this guy, the menu also closes. So I think typically we're done with this part of the header. We're still going to work on the header. Like, there are other implementations we're going to do in the header, other stuff we're going to do regarding our menu, but for now, basically we've been able to create the header and I think it looks nice. All right, so thank you so much for watching this one. In the next one, we're going to start creating some of the pages we need. All right, see you there. All right, now before we go ahead and start building pages inside of our applications, right, there's a way we need to identify which of the link items is currently active. So if I go to the original project, you see here that currently I'm on the login page, and there's this underline white line under the login page, right? And if you come to maybe the contact us page, for example, you see that it has moved to the white line. So it's a way for us to identify the active link or the current page we are on. So that's what we're going to try and implement right now. So first off, we're going to need to import a different item from React Router DOM. So currently what we have here is our link. So but for this purpose, what we're going to use is we're going to use the nav link, okay, from React Router DOM. Great. So now I'll come here and I'll work with the first link, which is the home link. So I'll scroll down to where we have the home, and instead of having this link here, I'm going to change this to nav link. All right, so let's make sure we have it the same here. Great. So we're going to work from here. Now this nav link, it has a state property. How are we going to know, how are we going to identify and see that state property? So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'll come here and I'll add a class name. I'll say class name, and inside of this class name, I'm going to behave as if I want to write an arrow function. So I'll just open my curly braces, and then I'll just do a simple console.log. So let me do console.log, and I'm just going to console.log the home. I'll just say home. Great. Now if I save that and we come here and inspect, so I'll go to my, so you see here we have home right here. So that's coming from, let me make this responsive. I think it's in the mobile tablet or something. So let me just make it responsive. Yeah. So you see there we have the home, it's in our console.log. So everything is wired up correctly. Now this nav link, it has a state property that we can take advantage of. So if I come here now and I write state, right, and instead of consoling.login home, instead of putting home in my console.log, I'll just console my state, state, and then I'll save that, and let's see what we have. So let it compile. Great. So you see here we have an object, and this object has just one property. That is the isActive property, which currently is set to true. It's set to true because we are currently on the home page. So anytime you're on a page, that isActive property will be set to true. I hope you're getting the gist. Now let's come back here, and instead of instead of working with this state directly, I'm going to destructure and get out this isActive property. Okay, so I'll come here and I would delete this and open my curly braces. So this is destructuring, and then I'll get out the isActive. Okay, I hope you're following me closely because you need to understand what's going on here. So now that I've gotten out the isActive property, right, I will not do my console.log here again anymore. So what I'll do is, let me just get rid of everything we have here, just the console.log, and then I'll just open my parentheses. Now inside of this parentheses, I will now specify what I want to, the class I want to attach to this particular nav link if this isActive property is true. So here I'll use my ternary operator. I'll say that if isActive is set to true, then I want to have a class of, and this time I'm going to use my backticks. Okay, so let me just add the else part of the statement, and I'll have my empty string. This time I'll just have an empty string, not a backtick. So I'll say that if isActive is true, then I want it to have a class name of, so let's have a string interpolation syntax here, and I'll say styles dot, and the name of this style in our case is active. So I'll say styles dot active. Okay, else I don't want it to have any style. Okay, so else is going to be blank. Now this active style, remember we already have all our styles created here, so it's something that we've created already. So I'll go ahead and save this, and fingers crossed, let's see if it works. So oh, I need to actually open this up, and voila. So you can see now in our home we have this under this underline under the home because we are currently on the home page. Great. Now let me see, if you click on the contact us, it's not going to work because we just did this on the home. So in the contact us, we still have our normal link. So but if I'm going to replicate this class here and in all of my links, it's going to be really cumbersome, really cumbersome. So what I'm going to do is, you see all of these statements here, this is active here. I'm going to grab it out. So you see this class name, I'll just grab everything up till this point. Let me figure out where I need to stop first. So it starts here. So I'm just going to start here from where we have this parenthesis opening up, and we're going to grab up till this quote here, and then I'll just cut it, Control X. Okay, great. So let me close this up. So this is our normal class name. Now I'll go up to maybe just below my cart or something like that. I'll just come below the cart and I'll create another variable. I'll call that variable active link. So active link, because that's basically what it's going to do. It's going to set the active link, and then I'll just paste in that guy I copied. Let me go ahead and save and see what happens. So I've saved it, but of course it's going to throw an error because when it's outside here, I need to wrap this guy around parentheses. So from this is active here, I'll just wrap it around parentheses. So let's just add a parenthesis to wrap everything so that it's nice, and then I'll save, and of course everything works, but we've not set the class name. So I'll now come down here to the nav link, which is this guy here, and I'll just set the class name to active link. And now if you save everything, then we should have everything working nicely. So yeah, so if you come and click on the home page, you see now that we now have these active styles here. Now what we just need to do is we just need to replicate this nav link anywhere where we want to be able to identify an active link. So here, instead of having just this link, I'm going to change it to nav link, and of course it's going to have this our class name. So I'll copy that and I'll just paste that in here like that. Okay, then which other link do we have? So we have for the login, the register and stuff like that. So let's do the same here. We're going to change all of them together. So I would I'm pressing my Alt key currently, and I'm clicking on where I want to edit. So I'll say nav. Oh, sorry, that should be nav, not nan. Okay, then I will now come here to the end here. I'll press the Alt key to select multiple places, and then I'll just give a space and paste in my class name, my active class name there. Great. So now if I go ahead and save, let's see what happens. So I'll come here, I'll click on the contact us, and as you can see, we now have the active class under the contact us page. So essentially that's how you can create a style to identify which specific page you are in or which specific component is currently active. All right, so I hope it was clear. Thank you so much for watching this one, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so this one now we're going to design our footer, because the footer is the other component that is common to all of the pages. So we have the header and the footer in all of the pages. So now let's go ahead and design the footer very quickly. So if you come to our GitHub repository of our styles, you see now we have a footer module CSS file. So if you open that, you can just copy the styles for the footer. So I'll just click on this button to copy the styles like this, and then I'll come to my own workspace here. I'll open the footer. So let me first open I think I'll just close the header because I'm not working on it right now. So let's open our footer JS, and then footer CSS. So I'll paste in the footer CSS and then I'll save. Okay, so now let's go to footer JS. So first off, we need to import the styles from footer CSS because it's a module CSS file. So come here, I'll say import styles IMS. It's a custom snippet I created for myself. So I'll do / and then footer module SCSS. Great. So now let me just take a look at what my footer looks like. It's actually a very simple footer. So I'll come here to my finished product, and let me just go to home where I can do a little bit of scrolling. And here we have just the year and this text, all rights reserved. So I'll come here to my code editor. I'll close this guy up, and then let's just do that quickly. So first off, let's have a div that's going to have a class name of footer. So I'll just do footer like so, and then inside that div I'm just going to have the copy sign. So it's a HTML entity. I'll say and copy, and then close that. So that's the copy symbol, and then I'm going to have the year. So how am I going to calculate the year? I'll just come outside of my footer component really, and then I'll just create a variable. I'll call that variable year, Y-E-A-R, and I'll set it to be, sorry, first I'll create a date component. So let's create a date component, and I'll just set it to my date object. So I'll say new date like that, and I'll open my parentheses. Then I'll create a year variable. I'll say const year, and I'll just say date dot, and then I'll use the get full year method. So I'll say get full year, and then I'll just open that up. Great. So here after my copy symbol, I'll just have my year. All right, and then what do we actually have? Let me look at it. All right, so here we now have all rights reserved. Okay, so here I'll just give a space, and then I'll say all rights reserved, and then let's save that and see our project and see what it looks like. Great. So you see here we now have our footer, copyright 2022, all right reserved. So as far as we're concerned, that's it for the footer. All right, so in the next section we're then going to start building out some other pages for our application. See you there. All right, welcome back guys. Now we are going to build out what I describe as the window of our application, or the door access to our application. So that's the login page, the registration page, and the password reset page. Okay, so that those are the three components we're going to build. So what I got to do is, because they are like standalone pages that the user is going to see, I'm going to put them in the pages section. So I'll come to our application here, and let's open up our file explorer, and I'll go to pages, which is this guy here, and inside the pages I'm going to create a special folder. Now I can decide to create login folder, register folder, and reset password folder, but this what's it called, pages are actually related in terms of functionality, so I'm going to put them inside a single folder, which I will call auth, because you know it's authentication. So I'll create this folder here, and I'll just call it auth. Okay, now it's inside of this auth folder that I will now create my login.js. So login.js component. Then let's do the same for the other two. So this is going to be register. Oh, sorry, let me correct that. So register.js, and the last one is going to be, okay, let me just check out the name I used. Okay, reset.js. So I'll come here and I'll do reset.js. Okay, so fine. Now the three components here, they are actually going to have similar styles, so they are going to share the same styles. So what I'm going to do is I'll just create a single CSS module file. So I'll call that auth.module.scss, like that. So this style is going to hold all the styles for these three components here. Now if you go to your GitHub files that contain the styles, then you see that we now have auth module scss. So just open that and copy the styles. So I'll just click on this guy here to copy the styles, and then you can just head over back to our auth module scss and paste them in. Okay, so these are the styles we're going to use for, yeah, so I'll just close that up. Great. So now we're going to start from the login page, and remember we've not set up the routes for the login page, so we're going to have to do that now. So first off, let me just make these guys components. So I'll just do rafce, and then I'll just make it a component. I'll save that, and I'll do the same for register and reset. So RAFCE like that. I'll save that, and then reset, I'll do RAFCE, and then I'll save as well. So now that we've created this component, let's head over to the home page, to the app.js page, this guy here, and let's add the routes that we need. So I'll come here and let me just show you. So this is the first two routes we created. So basically what I'm going to do is I'll just come here and just duplicate this first. Then this is going to go to /login, and then it's going to show the login component. Now it's giving me the option to auto import the login component. If I click on that, it will auto import the login component. So you see here we have the login component, but that's not actually what we want. Remember how we started, creating this import such that we don't have so many lines of import here. So what I'm going to do is I'll just delete this login component here, because this is not how I want to import it. And I'll go to my pages. So where's the pages? Yeah, so this is the pages, and remember we created this index.js file where we handle all of our exports. Great, so that's what I'm going to do here. So here I would duplicate this one, and I'll say export default as home from, and where am I going to? So I'll say /auth. So I need to be in the auth folder, and I want to export the login component. So I'll just do the same for the other two components. So 1, 2. And the next one is, oh sorry, not home, this should be login. I just made a mistake here, so let me correct that. Login, and this is going to be register, and of course it's going to import the register component. So let me just type out myself, and the last one is going to be the reset, which is also going to import the reset component. Great, so now we've exported all the components from this our index file. Let me save it and come here. So what that means is that I don't need to write a special import. All I just need to do is to come here like we did before and add the login and the register, and then we need to add the reset. So those are the three guys we need. But you see here we've not added the register and reset components route here. So let me close this and let's do that. So this is the login route. I'll just do this down, duplicate it down, and I'll make this register. And lastly, I'll change this to register component. Okay, then for the last one, which is the reset, I'll come here and make this reset. Or should I make it reset password? I can't remember exactly how I named it. Okay, I think I just use reset. So I'll just change this here to reset. Great. So as it stands now, we've created the routes for the login, register, and reset. I'll go ahead and save this. And in the next video, we're going to start designing, or let me just come here and let's test it out. So I'll come here and click on login. And you see we have this very tiny text here. If I click on register, you see we have register, and of course we don't want the reset to be here, but if we come here and we enter reset in the address bar, so if I say reset and I hit enter, then you see here we now have it's very small. Okay, so because it's just text, it's not even h1. So what we're going to do now is in the next video we'll now design the markup and the layout of the 3 pages: login, register, and reset. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now we're going to build the markup for the login component. So I gotta come here first, right, inside of our folder, and there are some images that we need for the login component. So this is an image that we need for the login component. So what I got to do is I already have all my assets that I need for this particular project. Okay, and like I said, it's going to be attached to the very first video for this project, so you're going to have everything that I have here. So now if you look very closely, you see that we have, let me just do L, and you see we have login. So this is login, but we also have register. So let me look for register. So I think I'd actually just copy both the login, the register, and the forgot image, and I'll just drag it inside of my assets folder because that's where I'll keep my images. So this assets folder here. So let's come back here and I think I need to copy to select that again, and then I'll just drag them inside of the assets folder and drop them there. Great. So you see we now have the 3 assets we need for those pages. Great. So I'll minimize this, and then we can now focus on building out the login page. So for the login page, let me close these guys that we're not using for now. Footer, we're done with that. Index.js, we're also done with that. Okay, so yeah, so I'm in the login page right now. Great. So for the login page, let's get rid of this login text, and we're going to have a section. Okay, so this is going to be section, and I wonder why Visual Studio Code is not helping me with that. Anyway, now this section we're going to give it a class name. So here I'm going to say class name, and it's not just going to be like a regular class name because I want to use one of the classes in my index CSS. So let me show you my index CSS so that we can be on the same page. So this is my index CSS, right? It has some predefined styles that I created specifically for my React starter templates. So you see this section, I already gave it some styles. That's the section tag. But if you come down here, you see that I created a container class, and I just set these styles in my container class. Essentially, I just set a max width and added some padding on the left and right. That's essentially it. And of course, the margin set to 0 and auto. Great. All right, so I'm going to head over to my login, and in this login I want it to have a class name. So first off, let's import the styles from the auth. So I'll use my shortcut IMS to import the styles, and I'm just going to import the auth module SCSS file. Great. So now in the section here, I'm going to have my backticks because I want to reference some styles that exist inside this auth module.scss file. So I'll have my backticks and I'll have my string interpolation syntax here. Then I'll reference the styles.auth. So that's the style I want to pick from my auth module SCSS file. Now I also want to have that container class. Okay, so what I can do is before I even reference that style.auth, I can just add the container class. And this container class, remember where it's coming from? It's coming from my index CSS. That's this guy here. So if you understand what's going on here, I'm using some styles from the index CSS because the index CSS, any components can access the styles inside of them. But this styles.auth is specific to this auth module.scss file. Okay, I just wanted to take time to explain that so that when I do it subsequently, you understand what's going on. Now, if you look at the finished project, you see that we have the image on the left and we have this card containing the login form on the right. So that's what we are going to do. Remember, we've already imported the image. So what we need to do first is we need to design the layout. So here I'm just going to have a div. So let me just do my shortcut and create a div with a class name. And the first one is going to have a class name of img. Okay. This is where I'm going to put in my image. So here I'll just use my image tag and just tap that. All right. Then I'll come down here and the next div is going to be, so let me create it, and it's going to be a class of form because it's going to contain my form. All right. So I just hope you understand the layout that's going on here. So let me space things out, and yeah, so the image and the form. All right, so this image now that we are putting here, where is it located? It's located in our assets folder, so we need to import it inside this particular one. All right, so I'm going to come down here and I'll say import, and I'm going to call that image login img. Okay, login image from, where is it located? Well, it's located in the asset folder, so I think I need to go // and then another // to go inside the assets. Okay, so you see we now have the assets, and then if I say // I'll just see the login.png. Great. So what that means is that in this image, I can now set the source, because it's going to be a dynamic like value. That's going to point to this guy here. I can now delete this quote and have my curly braces inside, and then I'll say login image. All right. And for the auth, I'll just say login, just keep it simple. So that's about it for our image. Now let's add the markup for the login. Now for this login, there's something though that we need to do, and maybe I'll just do it in the next video, because if you look very closely, you see that there's this card effect that's around the form. We're actually going to create a separate component that will be like a card that we can use anywhere in our application. But for now, let me just go ahead and create the form. So the first thing we have in the form is this text, this H2 text. So I'll just come here and then I'll just say H2 like this. And I'll tap that and just say login. Then we're going to now have a form. So here I'll say form. I'll tap that. Let's just get rid of the action for now, and let's just have our markup inside the form. So the first thing we have in the form is the input. So let's have our input, and it's going to be a type of text. The placeholder, let me just delete what we have here and see what the placeholder is. So the placeholder is going to say email. Okay, so email and password. So I'll come here and I'll add my placeholder, and then I'll just say email. Then I think I'll just, to make things a little bit faster, I will just, okay, it's also going to be required. So let me just say required, and then I'll just duplicate it downwards like that, and then I'll add the password. So I'll need to change the type for the second one to password. Okay, I think I'm trying to be a little bit faster. So password, and of course the placeholder also is going to change to password, and it's also going to be required. Then the last thing we have is our button. So just like I did for this container here, this container class, I've actually created some button styles that exist inside my index CSS, just because I want to make things a little bit easier. So if I do control find and I say --btn, you'll see that I've created these button styles, and these styles can be accessed from any component on the website. So I'll come here, and inside this guy here, I'll just have my button, and then I'll tap that, and this button is going to say login. Okay, then I'll now add the styles for the button. Okay, so this is not going to be styles dot, because it's coming from my index CSS. So let's just add the styles directly. So I'll just say --btn, that's the button. If you save that, and let me actually see where we are in the project. Let's see what we've been able to achieve so far. So let's go to the login page, and voila. So you see we have this image. It's so large, and it's making the login form so tiny. So let's actually make the image a little bit smaller. All right, so I'll do it within the image itself. So here I'll just come to this image. Where is the image? Here. So in this image I can just give it a width property. So I'll just say width, and I'll set that to, let me just use quotes here. I'll set it to 400 pixels. So 400 is fine. If you save that, it will shrink the size of this image. Yeah, so you see it looks a lot better now. So this is what we've been able to achieve so far. Now let's add the remaining styles to make the button look a little bit better. So I'll come here to the button. So I've given it the class of btn. Now I'll say I want it to be --btn -primary. That's just the color. So primary. If you save that, you see that it becomes blue. Yeah, then we want it to be full width. All right, so the last style we're going to add for that is btn block. So I'll say --btn -block, and these styles, like I said, they are coming from my index CSS. If you save that, the button will stretch. Great. So we're almost done with this aspect here. Now the next thing we need to add is this forgot password, and then this login with Google button, and I think that's really straightforward. So let's just do that. So let's come over to our code editor, and in the code editor, just below our button, I'm going to add another div that will hold this reset password link. So here I would do my dcnn just to create my div with a class name, and then I'll give it the class of links, and inside of it I'm just going to add a link that, let me tab that, and I'm going to auto import this link, because I'll just do control and tab, and it will give me the option to auto imports the link from React router DOM. So if I click on this, if you go up top here, you'll see that we now have import link from React router DOM. Okay, so the shortcut I used to do that is Control and Tab on a Windows machine, of course. So you need to find the alternative for that if you're using a Mac. So now inside of the link, I'm just going to say reset password. So reset password. And of course we need to set a to attribute for the link. So in the opening link tag, I'll come here and say to, and then I'll set it to go to /reset. All right, so that's it for the link. Now if you look very closely, you see that we now have this text or. So just below this link div, I'm just going to add a paragraph that will just say dash dash, and then I'll say or and dash dash. So now we want to add this Google button, and it's this button that will help us to sign in with Google. All right, so I'll come outside of the form and then I'll just add a button. So button, and to make it easier, to make it faster, I would simply just copy this button here that I used before, and then I'll just paste it outside the form. So I'll paste that here, and then I'll change this to button, I think button danger, because this thing is red. The Google button is red, so I'll say button danger. But if you look very closely, you'll notice that we have this Google, this G, it's an icon actually. And then let's change the text first. This text is going to say log in with Google. Okay, so like I said, you notice that we have this G icon here. So we're actually going to use a font awesome icon for that, you know. So I already know the name of the font awesome icon, so I'll just come here and paste it in like so. So here I would, before the Google here, I'll just paste in the icon. So that's the name, FA Google, and then I'll close that. And of course, you know, we need to import this, but before I import it, I'll give it a color property. So I'll say color, and I'll set that to white. So that's going to be #FFF. That needs to be inside the quotes. So #FFF, so that's white. Then I think that's about it for the icon. All right, so now let's import this icon at the top of our page. So I'll scroll up, and then I'll just come down here. I'll say import, and the name of the icon, I'll paste that in. I'm importing it from React icons and /FA, because that's the name of the icon there. Great. So I think, okay, there's one more thing we need to add, and that is the don't have an account register, this text here. So I'll just do that below the button, the login with Google button. So this is where the button ends. So here I'll just add a span, and let me just tap that, and this span needs to have a class name. So because it's going to have the register link, so I'll just say styles.register like that, and then I'll just tap that, and here I'll just add a paragraph. So let's add a paragraph that says don't have an account, or I just wanted to copy the text so that I don't have to type. So don't have an account, and I'll just paste that in here like this. Then we're going to have a link that will say register. So here I'll just add my link tag, tap that, and it's going to say register. Then of course, don't forget that we need to add a to property to our link. So I'm going to say to, and it's going to go to /register. Great. So now hopefully there's no typographical error. I'm going to save this guy, and I'll come to the project we're building and see. Great. So you see now we've been able to at least build out the structure of our login page. There is one more thing though. Let me just look at the finished project. You see the color of this one is orange red, whereas the color of this one is just black. So let's just see if there's something that we can do about that. Oh, and I think I figured it out already. So if you go to my auth module CSS, you see that I have this color danger variable that I pointed my h2 to. But if you come to my index CSS, there is no color danger variable. Okay, so I'm going to correct this here, but you're not going to need to correct this because I would have corrected it in my template. So I'm just going to duplicate this guy and change the last one here to danger, and I'll just change this to orange red. Yeah. So that's going to be my color danger. If I go ahead and save that now, then you see that this will change immediately to orange red. Great. So like I said, you're not going to need to update this in your own file because I'm going to update my CSS, my React starter template right now. So at this point, I can say that to an reasonable extent, we are done with the login. The only thing we're going to do next is that if you look at this original project, there's a card kind of, you know, box shadow feature around this login section here. So that's what we're going to build in the next one. See you there. All right, so now before we move ahead, I would like us to create that card-like effect that you see in the finished project. So if you look at the finished project, you see that there's this box shadow kind of card-like effect on this login form. So we're going to create that now. So the way it's going to go is it's going to be a component, a reusable component. So let's go to our component folder, this guy here, and I'm going to create another folder inside it. I'll call that folder card, and it's inside of this card that I will now create my card component. So I'll create a file, I'll call it card.js, and then I would create the accompanying CSS file. And of course, you know what that's going to be. It's going to be card.module.scss. Great. Don't forget that we have all our styles in our GitHub styles repository. So if you go there, you see we have card module SCSS file. I'll click on that and I'll just copy the styles. Great. And now let's come to the card module SCSS file and just paste that in and then save. It's just a one-liner, and I'll just close that. And inside the card, I'll create my React component template. So RAFC will help me do that, and I will import my styles. So IMS for importing my styles, and I'll just import the card module SCSS file. Great. So now how am I going to create the card? Well, I want this card to be reusable. It's going to be like a wrapper that surrounds different components. So what that means is that it's going to have a children prop. Okay, so here I'm going to destructure and I'm going to add my children prop. All right, so that's the first prop it's going to have. Great. So now let's add the markup for the card, or the JSX for the card. So first off, let me do my class name. So I'll do class. What's going on here? All right, so I'll do class name like this. And okay, so the first class I'm going to give it is going to be, let me just use backticks because, so I'll first add a backtick and then I'll add my string interpolation syntax, right? So the first card I'll give it is going to be styles.card, which is coming from our card module SCSS file. Then I'm going to give it another style that I want to come from the component where it's being used. So I'm going to come here and create another prop. I'll call that prop card class. Okay, great. So now I'll come here and I'll say that the second style should point to that prop card class. So I'll do my dollar and curly braces and then I'll say card class. Okay, now instead of having this card text inside, which is not what we want is we want the children, this children prop, to be what is displayed here. So I'll come here and I'll say children like so. So as far as everything goes, this is our card component. So if you save that, this is what we have. Now let me just quickly take a second to explain what's going on here. So we have a card. This card is a reusable component and it's going to surround other components. So whichever component is surrounded is going to be represented as the children or the child of this card at that point where it's being used. All right, so that's basically what we just did here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to my login component and I'll wrap this card around it so that you now see that effect. So I'll go to the login.js and where we have the form. So this is the form. I'll just wrap the card around the form. So I'll come here and say card and then I'll tap that. And of course, let me press Control and space bar to auto import. So you see, I get the option to auto import and I've done that. And then I'll just take the closing tag and wrap it around the form. So where does the form end? The form ends here. So I'll come down and no, it shouldn't be around that. I don't think it should be around the form. Let me look at the finished project. So the card actually encapsulates, yeah, it encapsulates everything you see here. So I almost, thank God I didn't make that mistake. So let's do the right thing. So it should not just be around the form, it should be around the div. So I'll just grab this guy. Okay, so I'll just grab this guy, like this card, and it will be around this div. So paste that in, and then take the closing tag and place it at the end of this div. So let's look for the end of that div, and I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. So I'll paste that in there, and then let's save and see if it takes effect. Great. So now if you look very closely, you will see that we now have this card like feature around the form. That's exactly what we want to implement. So what this means is that subsequently, when we create other components, we can just wrap the card around them, and we're going to have this feature around them. All right, so that's about it for the card component. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Now let's go ahead and create the register component, or the register page actually. So I'll come here. Let's see what do we have here. I can close these ones, we're not using them right now, and I can close the card as well. So I'll go to my file explorer and I'll open the register component here. Now for the register component, it's actually going to look very similar to the login component. The only difference is that, let me show you. So this is the register component. The only difference is that the form is going to be on the left and the image is going to be on the right, but aside that, they are very similar. So what I'm going to do to save time is I'm going to come to the login component. So let me do this, and then I'm just going to grab everything inside the return statement. So this is the return statement here, right? I'll just grab everything we have there. Yeah, so it stops here. I'll copy that and I'll go to my register and paste that in. So let's just delete everything here, and let's just open our parentheses, and inside of the parentheses we'll paste everything we have. Of course, if you save this, is going to throw an error because we don't even have the image, the login image. We are using a different image, right? So let's do the right things first. So first off, I'm going to import. So let me get rid of this stuff. I'm going to import my styles from, and remember, the styles are coming from the auth. So they are using the same styles, right? So import the styles from the auth, and let's import the image. So here I'm going to say import, and I'm going to call this one register image, register img, and I'm importing it from, so let's do // to go one step up, and I'll go into the assets folder, and then I'll locate the register.png. I hope you get what's going on here. So now instead of having this login img, I'll just change this to register img. Okay, and of course I'll change the alt text also to register, like so. Great. Now, like I said, the difference, one of the major differences between the two, login and register, is the position of the image. So you see this image div here. I'm just going to grab it, I'll cut it, Ctrl X, and I'll just go below the card, right, and then I'll paste that in. Okay, now if we go ahead and save, I think we can save and just see what it looks like. So let me click on the register. Oh, okay, yeah. I've not done some due diligence here. So you see here we're getting an error. React is telling us that, look, you've not imported card, we can't find link, we can't find this Google image or icon and stuff like that. So we need to do due diligence, and it's on line 7, and the respective lines here. So if you go to line 7 here, you see here that what's going on here? It's like I'm not seeing correctly. Okay, let me just look at the first one. That's card. Okay, great, it's on card. So if you look at line 7, you see this card. To auto import it, I'll just press Control and spacebar, and I'll just auto import that one. And look at the next one here, line 16, 21, and 25. So if you go to line 16, you will see where we have the link. Okay, it's actually 17, but they're on the same line. Anyway, I'll just auto import the link from React Router DOM. Then go to line 21, you will see, what do we have in line 21? Okay, the Google icon. Okay, so for the Google icon, I can actually just grab it from this guy here. I'll just grab the Google icon and then I'll just paste it at the top. So let's have that. Then what's the last complaint? The link which we've already imported. If we go ahead and save this now, all our errors should disappear and we should be able to navigate to the login page. So if you go to the the register page, you will see that this is what we currently have. Now what we just need to do is to modify this guy to suit our purposes, and look at what we want to achieve. The three input fields and a button that says register, and of course we're going to have this. So let's just modify. So I'm going to change the text here to register. Okay, that's the first step. So let's come here so that we can see what we're doing. So we'll change it to register. Then we're going to come here and we have email password. Sorry, what's going on here? Where are we? Reset password. Oh, sorry. Okay, so in our form you see here that we have this two input field, email password. So I'm going to add another one and I'll call this one confirm password. So I'll just add the text confirm in front of it there. Confirm, like so, and I'll give a space. All right, so we have three input fields and then the button is going to say register. Okay, so register. All right, now do we need this link that says reset password? Let's check. So you see here we don't have any link at the bottom, so we're going to get rid of the link that says reset password here. So I'll just get rid of it. Okay, that's the first step. Then this or text, I'm also going to get rid of it. Okay, then let's look at it one more time. Then aside the register button, we don't need that button that says sign in with Google, so we're going to get rid of that as well. So this login with Google button, I'm getting rid of it, like so. And then here, instead of saying don't have an account, what does it say? It says already have an account, login. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to change this text to already have an account, paste that in. Okay, so that's too much. Then here we're going to change this to login. So login, and of course, you know, we have to change the to attribute also to login. I think that's about it for this one. So let me go ahead and save and see what we've been able to achieve so far. And voila. So you see here we now have the email, password, confirm password, register, and already have an account, login. So if I click on this login, watch what happens. It takes me to the login route. If from the login route, if you click on register, then it takes us to the register route. So I think at this point we're done with the registration page. Now the last thing we need to do is the reset password page, and that's also very similar to what we have here. All right, I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's work on the reset password area. So if you come to the finish project, right, you will see here that this is what the reset password page looks like. It's very similar to the login page. So but before I even go there, I realized that in the register page I imported this Google icon, which we didn't end up using. So because we don't want any, you know, unused assets, I'm just going to delete that and then I'm going to save. So now I can now go ahead and go to the reset component here, and what I want is I just want to grab the return statement from the login. So this return statement, I don't know if I still have it in my clipboard, but let me just grab it since I'm already here. So I'll just highlight everything and in the return statement, and I'll copy that, and you should do the same and come to reset.js, and then let's just paste that in here. So I'll delete what we have here, open my parentheses, and then paste that in. But of course, you know, we need to make some changes here. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So first off, we going to have to import the image that we use. So here I'm going to say import small letter. So I'll say import, and I'll call that reset img or reset image, and I'm importing it from, where is it located? Well, in our assets folder. So // and then I'll go into the assets folder, and then finally I would locate the forgot.png. That's actually the title, the name of the image. So here I'll change this source here to reset img. Okay, and I'll change the alt text, just due diligence really, to reset password, reset password. But interestingly, Control C, I'll copy this reset password as a text, and let's come here. We're going to change this guy also to reset password. Okay, then don't forget, let's import the card so that we don't have the same error we had when we were building the register page. So I'll import that, and then let's just come down. So for the reset password, we're just going to have the email field and a button. So we have the email field, which is the first one. So I'll just get rid of this password field here, and then we have our button. The button is going to say reset password. So I'll paste that in. Then let's see, then there's a link here, so we don't need this link, reset password link. No, we don't need that. So we're going to delete that. We don't need this or text. We're deleting that as well. So we just have the input, and let me shrink this browser up a little bit so we can see. All right, great. So we just have the input and the button. Then at the end, we have two links that can take us back to the login or the register page. So if you come outside of the form, you remember that we had this, okay, let's remove this button. We don't need this login with Google button. Okay, great. So you remember that we have this span that says, don't have an account. Okay, I think I removed something I was not supposed to remove. Let me just do Ctrl Z to bring back some of those things. Yeah, so these links, I'm going to need these links here. So I'll just get rid of this p text, and I'll get rid of everything outside of the form. So this button is going to go because we're not logging in with Google. Then this guy is also going to go. Okay, so great. So now it's inside of this div with a class name of links that we're now going to have our what's it called? We're going to have our login text and register link. All right, so how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to create a paragraph. So here I'll just say P, and inside of the P I'll just have this link. So we'll have a link inside the paragraph. So the first one is going to say login. So let's change this reset password text to login. Then the next one, of course, remember that we are going to change the two attributes here to login as well. Okay, now let me just save this guy and let's just see what we've done so far so that we at least know what we're doing. So this, shit, there are some things we didn't import. So styles, we need to import styles and link. All right, so let's do that. So I'll come to the link and auto import it from React Router DOM. Then I would import my styles also from Auth. So I'll just do it after this guy here. And since I'm not using React for anything, let me just maybe get rid of it for now. So I'll say import styles, and I'm importing it from the auth module SCSS. And if I save that, that should get rid of the error. So if you go back to the login, and from the login, we can come to the reset password. So you see, this is what we have for the reset password. And currently we only have this login text. So let's come down here to, this is where we have the login text. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and here I'll just have the register. So register, and I think what I did is that I put a dash in front of both of them. So let me just, for consistency's sake, I'll just add a dash, a hyphen, and this is also going to be changed to register, I think. Yeah, great. So let me save that and let's see what we have. Great. So you see, we now have the login and the register. So from this reset password, if we now say, oh, I remember my password, I can easily go to the login and I'm in the login page, or I can choose to go to the register page, and everything works just nicely. So let me just take a second look at this page. Okay, so there's no assets that we are not using. We are using everything we imported here. So that's about it for the reset password component. So essentially now we've added pages for our login, our register, and our reset password. So next we're going to start adding logic to, you know, the application. All right, so now we've been able to set up the user login and registration pages. What I want us to do is I want us to set up our Firebase. All right, so what you need to do is just search for, let me just do this. So just search for Firebase console, and the first result you get should be this console.firebase.google.com. If you click on that and you're logged into your Google account, then it should bring you to this page where you can then choose to create a project. If you've never created a project before, you're going to see something like this or similar to something like this, depending on the time you're watching this. and just look for the option to create a project. All right, so now you need to add a name for your project. So for my own, I'll just call it eShop. All right, then I'll click on continue. Now it's asking me if I want to integrate Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics requires some form of setup, and I really don't need it like at this moment. So I'm just going to disable this, and I'll click on create project. So I'll give it like a few seconds, and it should create that project for me. So it has created the project. Now what I'll do next is I'll click on continue, and it will load and go to that project. All right, so this is the project. Now you see Firebase has so many features that we can use, but before you even get there, you need to tell Firebase what kind of app you want to create. Do you want to create an iOS app, you want to create an Android app, or a web app? All right, so I want to create a web app in our case, so I'll click on web, and then it will tell me that, look, what do you want to name your app? So I'm just going to call it React eShop. Okay, because I'm creating the app with React, and I don't want any Firebase hosting, right? So it's saying also set up hosting, so I'll leave this unchecked, and I'll click on register app. All right, so it has registered that app, or it has created that app, and it has brought me to this page. And the first instruction it's giving me on this page is that, look, whatever app you're creating, you need to install Firebase using npm. So it says npm install Firebase, and of course, if you're using a Mac and you're using yarn, you know the equivalent of that. Just find out the equivalent of that. I think it's yarn add then Firebase, right? So but for me, I'm going to run npm install Firebase, and that is what is going to help me set up Firebase in my app. So I'm going to copy this command, and then I'll go back to my app and run it. So let me minimize this, or let me shrink that up, and then I'll come here and go to a new terminal, and I'll paste that command in, npm install Firebase, and I'll hit enter. All right, so it has finished installing. So what I want us to do next is I want us to come to our Firebase folder. So remember one of the folders we created. Yeah, this is it, Firebase, and I want us to create a file inside it and call that file config.js. That's where we're going to save our Firebase configuration. All right, now I'll come back to my browser here, and you see here that we have this configuration here that we're supposed to use inside of our Firebase. Now what I want you to do is I'm just going to copy everything. Yeah, just copy everything, and let's come here and paste everything. Now of course I'm going to modify it, right? I'm going to make some modification, but for now let's just paste everything there. Now once you've copied it and you've pasted it in, you can now click on continue to console. So it will now bring you back to your Firebase console here. Now if for any reason you want to go back to copy your Firebase config details, all you just need to do is click on this app here, right? And then just go to settings, and you'll be able to go back to that your settings page where you can get your config details. Okay, great. So now I'm going to come back here, right? This is a React app, so we're going to set up our config.js file differently. So let's just do that quickly. First off, I'm going to get rid of all of these comments here. Okay, I'm going to get rid of them, clean up the file here, and I'll just leave it like this. Now this Firebase config file, I'm going to export it. So here I'll just say export. All right, so that's the first thing I'll do. Now there are different services that Firebase comes with. There's the authentication service, there's the Firestore. Where is that? Yeah, Firestore. It's a database service. There's the storage service. So we're going to incorporate all of these services, not all really, but just three of them: the Auth services, the Firestore database, and the storage. We're going to incorporate it inside of our config file. Let me show you how we're going to do that. So I'll come here and I'm going to import something. So the first thing I'll import, I'll say get auth, and I want to import that from Firebase, but for some reason it's not auto importing. So I'll just say import, and sorry, I'll say get auth, Okay, and I'll import it from Firebase /auth. Okay, so that's the first thing. Then I'm also going to import some other things. So here I'll just duplicate this guy down. I would import get Firestore. So here I'll say get Firestore store, and this is going to be from Firebase Firestore. Yeah. Then I would also import get storage. So those are the three services we're going to use for this our project. So I'll say get storage, and it's going to be from Firebase and storage. All right, great. So I'm not going to mess around with my config. I'll just leave my Firebase config, this variable here. I'll just leave it as it is, an object actually. Then now at the bottom here, we're going to come down and we're going to export some things. So in this below this app here, right, I'll just come down and I'll create some variables. So I'll say const. The first variable I'll create to be auth, and it's going to be equal to, we'll set it to be equal to, and here we're just going to say get auth, and inside we're going to pass this our app. Okay, so I'll say app, and we're going to do the same for a couple of other things. So let me just export it, and then I'll just duplicate it and do it for a couple of other things. So here I'll say DB. So this DB stands for database, and it's going to be set to get Firestore, and of course I'll pass in the app here. All right, then I would do for storage. So here I'll say const storage. Okay, like this, and this is going to be get storage. So let's just do that, get storage. Yeah, and of course we're going to pass in our app, and lastly we're going to export the app. So here I'll say export default and app. All right, so that's basically how we're going to set up our Firebase config file. All right, so with this Firebase config file, we can establish connection to our Firebase account and do many stuff with it. Okay, so I'll go ahead and save, and in the next one we're now going to prep our Firebase account for Google authentication, sign in, and all of those things. All right, thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's go ahead and begin the logic for auth. So but before that, let me show you something. There's something I want to show you. So this is the already finished project. Watch what happens when I try to log in. You see that there's this loader that, you know, stays for like a couple of seconds before the operation is either successful or fails. So that loader is an important component that we need to have in place before we actually build out the logic for the project. So in this one, we're going to build that loader first. All right, so I'm going to come here and I'll come to my project here, and I'll go to components, and I'll create a new file. I'll call that file loader, and inside of that loader I'll then create the respective files, so the JavaScript and the CSS files. All right, so here let's do file, and here I'll say loader.js, and oh, did I just create it in the wrong place? Okay, so let me move it. Oh, I created it in node modules. Wow. So I got to delete it from here and put it inside the appropriate file. So how did I get in there? Come on, Zeno. So you usually don't want to do anything inside your node modules folder. You don't have any business there most of the time. So where is my loader? So this is it right here, and I'll just do my loader JS, and then I'll do loader CSS, loader.module.scss. All right, so let me just quickly grab my styles from our styles here. So you see we have the loader module SCSS file, and then I'll just copy that and we can continue. Right, so inside my styles here, I'll paste that in, and this is the styles I need for my loader. Great. So at this point, I can close this guy and start working in the loader. So let's create a quick component, RAFCE, and that will help us create a boilerplate for our components. Now, the loader is actually, okay, first I'll write the JSX for the loader before we now talk about some other issues concerning that loader. So first off, the loader is going to be an image. So if you come to the folder that has our assets, we have this image here. It's a GIF actually, GIF image. It's called loader. I'm going to put it inside my assets folder. So where's my assets folder? This is it right here. So I'll just drag this GIF and dump it inside of the assets folder. Okay, so you see that we now have loader.gif. Great. So we can continue. So inside my loader.js, I'm going to need to import that image. Okay, so I'll say import, I'll call that image loader img, so loader image, and I'll import it from, where is it located? Well, let's go one step up, and then inside the assets / loader.gif. Great. Then of course, don't forget to import the styles. So I'll just say import styles, and I'll just do that, and then I'll import the styles as well. All right, so now let's write the markup for this guy here. So what I got to do is let me first delete this thing we have here, and this first div, I'm going to give it a class name of wrapper. So I'll say class name, and I'll just say styles.wrapper, because it's going to wrap every other thing. All right, then I'll create another div with a class name of loader. Okay, so these are styles that exist inside of our loader CSS file, and then it's inside this loader that I'll now add that image which I imported. So image, and the source is this loader img that we created, and I'll just give it an alt text of loading, and maybe I'll just add ... Okay, so that's about it for our loader. Now if we create the loader like this, it's actually fine, because it's going to be like a modal that will cover all the components, but there are chances that we'll run into some errors where, depending on how we structure our page, it may not cover the whole part of the page. All right, and it's something that we've probably seen before in one of the previous projects. So you remember the way we solve that is we're going to use a create portal, we're going to use react.create portal to prevent that problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first come up here and I'll import react DOM. Okay, so here I'll say import, or I think I'll just say react DOM, and then I'll just import it from react DOM. Yeah, okay, great. So first off, let me open my index.html. All right, so I want to create a portal. So let's come to public and index.html. Now in our index.html, we have just a single div, and let me just get rid of all of these guys here. You're not going to have to get rid of these comments, because I would get rid of them in my own template before you see this project. So let me get rid of this as well, and I'll just get rid of this comment as well. Okay, so let's come back here. So if you remember correctly, in our index.html, we have just a single div, the div with an ID of root, and that's where everything is attached. Now when we want to create a React portal, we want to attach maybe a particular component to another div. So what I'm going to do is I'll just duplicate this, and I'll create another div. I'll give this div an ID of loader. All right, that's what I'm going to do. Now I will attach that loader to this div, so that whatever happens, that loader is going to cover all of the page, irrespective of how we lay out our page and stuff like that. So that's what React.create portals tries to solve. All right, so I'll go ahead and save this, and then I'll go back to my loader. Now remember, in my loader I imported React DOM from React DOM. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we would wrap this. Oh no, this should be actually capital letter, so there was a mistake there. So React DOM, and this DOM is actually capital letter as well. I would have made a mistake and we'll start wondering what happened. So it's like this: React DOM from React DOM. Great. So inside of this JSX here, what I want to do is I'm going to come outside here and I'll say return React DOM like this, and then I will now say React DOM dot create portal. So you see it's already giving me the option. All right, so React DOM dot create portal, and then at the bottom of this what's it called, this div with an ID of wrapper, I will now add a comma, and then I'll say I want to attach this JSX element here to document. So here we're going to say document dot, and we're going to get element by ID, and we're going to now target that new ID we created, which is the div with the ID of loader. So if you remember correctly, if you come to index.html, you see that we created a new ID, a new div with an ID of loader. So we are attaching that loader to this div, and we're making sure that no matter what happens, no matter how we lay out our page, that loader is going to stay above every other thing, on top of every other thing. Okay, so we're going to come here and complete that. So we're attaching it to that div with an ID of loader. Okay, great. So now we can go ahead and save, and that's it. So we've created the loader component, and we don't need this React here, so I can delete that. So but we've created the loader component, and now we can use it in any page anywhere we want in our application. All right, thank you so much. In the next one, we're now going to start creating the logic for the login. See you there. All right, now let's go ahead and start with the registration page. We're finally ready to start implementing the logic for our authentication. So I'll come here to my app, and let's just come to our code, and I'll come to the register. So in the registration page, let me go to the registration page. You see here that we have 3 fields: email, password, and confirm password. So we're going to manage these 3 fields with state in React. So what I got to do first is I'm going to import use state. Okay, so I'm going to import use state. So let me just create the snippet first, and I'll just auto import it to my I'm wondering why I'm not getting that option to import use state from React, but anyway, let me just do that manually. So I'll say import, and we want to import use state, and it's from React. Okay, so that's it. So now the first state I'm going to create, let me just spread this out a little bit, is for the email. So here I will say set email, and I'll make the second one capitalized, and initially it's going to be an empty string. So we're going to do the same for the password. So here I will change this to password like so, and this is going to be password. Oh, sorry, that should be password, and the second one is going to be capitalized as well. Great. And it's also going to be an empty string. Then we also have one more field to confirm the password. So let's just do that. So here I'll say confirm, I'll say C password, just to make it simple. Then here I'll say C password. Great. Now so these are the 3 fields we need to handle the data inside of our form. So I'll just come to my input here. So the first input is for the email, and I'll just come here and give it a value. So value, and I'll set the value to be my email state. So email, and then I'll set the unchained. Let me save this first, and so that I can get some help with Visual Studio Code. All right, so now I'll add an unchanged prop here. So I'll say unchanged, and I'm just going to set it to be, let's just have an arrow function that will have an events parameter, and I'll just say set email, and I'll set email to be event.target.value. Okay, let me save this, All right, great. So it's properly formatted now. I like the way it's formatted. So I'll just do the same thing in the two fields below. All right, so let me just grab these guys here. I'll copy that, and in this second input field for the password, I'll just paste that in, and I'll change this to password, and here I'll change this to set password, and then I'll just do it for the last one. So this is going to be confirm password. It's going to have a value of C password, and here we're going to say set. So it's going to be set C password, and that's about it. So when you try to submit this form, let me save this guy so that it's formatted well. All right, great, it's formatted now. Now when you try to submit this form, what happens? What do you want to happen? So in the form itself here, I'm going to add an on submit. So I'll say on submit, and I'll set it to, I'll just say register user. So register user, like that. And I also want it such that when you click on the button, this form will submit. So for this button, I would give it a type. So it's going to have a type of submit. All right, so that's what you do there. Great. So now I'll come outside of this my return statement, but within this component, just below this guy here, and I'll create an arrow function that I'm going to call register user, and it's going to have an event here. So when you submit the form, the first thing I want is, I don't want the form to reload the page. So I'll say event dot prevent default, come on, help me out, prevent default, like so. All right, so that will make sure that when you submit the form, it does not reload the page. Now I simply want to do a console.log just to confirm that I have my input wired up correctly. So I'll do a console.log. I have shortcuts for almost everything that I use frequently, and I don't know why Visual Studio Code is just slow today. All right, so I would log the email, I'll log the password, and I'll log the C password, or the confirm password. Great. So that's basically what I want to do when I submit the form for now. All right, so I'll save this guy, and I'll just view my console before I submit the form. All right, so now I'm in my console, and I'm getting an error here. It says that I provided a value prop to a form field without an unchanged handler. Let's see. Okay, so let me look at it very well and see what's going on here. So I gave it a value and unchanged, value unchanged, and value unchanged. I don't see the problem here, except it's coming from somewhere else. Or let me actually refresh the page just to make sure that it's still having this error. Maybe it's when I was working on the form that it threw that error. Okay. All right, so apparently it's not having that error anymore. Okay, I guess it happened when I was working on the page. So now let's test out our form, and I'll just add, an email. I'll add a password 123, and then another password, and then I'll click on register. And as you can see, our form is wired up correctly because we have the email, the password, and the confirm password value logged to the console. All right, so it's wired up correctly. Now let's continue. But what we want to do is, we don't just want to log these details to the console. We want to actually communicate with our Firebase, okay, our Firebase authentication, and we want to register this user. All right, so let me just show you what we need to do first. So I'll go to my Firebase console, and I'll click on go to docs at the top right. So I'll just open it in a new tab. And what I'm going to search for, I'll just search for create user. So let it finish loading first. And here I'll search for create user with email. Okay, so you see create user with email password. I will search for it. The reason why I'm doing this is I want to start introducing you to how you can build your own project by just working with the documentation of different services. So if you look at the first option here, you see authenticate with Firebase using password based accounts. So I'm just going to open this one, right? And that's what we are going to start working from. Okay, so it has opened up, and I'll just scroll down. Okay, great. So you see create a password based account, and we can see the code example that we can use to create an account with a user, with an email, sorry, and a password. All right, so that's what we're going to use here. All right, so now let me just come back here and let's come back to our page. Before we do anything much, I just want to show you the experience when you try to create an account. So let me come back to the already finished product, and I'll log out, and then I'll click on register. So when you try to create an account, let's say you create an account with, I'll just create an account with this email that already exists. So here I'll just say, I'll just put again the same password, and I'll click on register. And you see here there's a notification. So this notification, we're using a library to push this notification on the page depending on what happens when we try to execute an action. So we're going to just pause for a minute and install that library. That library is called React Toastify. So how are we going to go about installing it? Well, I'm just going to open a new tab, and I'm going to open npm node package manager npmjs.com. I'll open that up. So this is the website, and I'm going to search for React Toastify, and of course you can see here is the very first result here. So just click on the first one so that we can see what's going on here. So this is the React Toastify package, and this is how we can install it in our in our application. So I'll just click here to copy this installation line here, but you can scroll down to see the usage. So because they will still talk about the usage, how to use it, which I'm going to show you anyway. So this is just a little bit about how to use the package. Anyway, let's install it first. I think that's the first step. So I'm going to come here, and this is my second terminal here. I'll just paste in that command. So npm install React Toastify, and I'll hit enter, and then I'll just wait for it to finish installing. All right, so React Toastify has finished installing. So let's break this video into two, and in the next one we're going to complete our registration logic. See you there. All right, welcome back, guys. Now in the last one we installed React Toastify, which is a package that helps us with information and adding like this kind of information on our page. So let's continue where we stopped. So first off, I'm going to show you what we want to do. So first off, in our register user, doing this console.log is not why we're here. Okay, so let me just delete it. We don't need that. So first off, we want to make sure that the username and the password is same. Okay, so I'll write an if statement here to check that. So I'll say if, let's open this up. I'll say if the password, right, is not equal to C password, that's the confirm password. Come on, sorry, confirm password. Then what do I want to do? I want to throw like an error. I want to alert the user about something. Now this is where we are going to use React Toastify for the first time. So let's go back to npm. This is the React Toastify page on npmjs.com. So let's see how they say we should use it. So they say first we are supposed to import these two guys. So I'll just copy these guys, copy them, and then I'll come here to my page. At the very top here, I would import them. All right, so they say we should import them. Then they say this is one way we can use it, but there is a different way we can use it, which is not actually written here, but is in their documentation. If you go to the website, let me see, where's the link to the website? Okay, maybe you should just search for reacttoastify.com. You'll see their documentation. I don't have time. I don't want to spend too much time looking for it now, but I'll just show you how it's being used. Okay. All right, so yeah, this is it. Check the documentation. So you can check this documentation and see how it's used. So the way I'm going to use it, I'll just say toast. Okay, I'll say toast dot, it's an error message I want to show. I'll say so toast dot error, and then in parentheses I'll then specify the message. So here I'll just say passwords do not match, do not match. All right, so that's the message I will just display to the user. Okay, so but we are not actually, this is not actually all we need for React Toastify to work. Okay, so we need to come down. Let me actually show you in the documentation. Yeah, so you need to add this toast container inside of your return statement. So I'm going to grab this toast container here, and I'll just come down here to my return statement. Now there's no way I can add my toast container or a new what's it called, a new JSX here. So what I need to do is I'll create a React fragment to wrap everything. So I'll do Ctrl X, and then I'll just go down to the end of my JSX, and then I'll paste the React fragment ending closing tag there. So now I now have space to have my toast container. Oh, sorry about that. Ctrl Z. This is what I want, toast container. And then I'll just paste that here. Now this toast container is part of what we imported at the top here. You see, we're importing toast container and toast. All right, so this is it, and now we can go ahead and save and try and see if it works. So I will save this guy here, and let's come to our app and try it out. So let me close this guy, and now let's try to register, but I'll put in different passwords. Escape. So here I'll just put in something, and then I'll click on register, and of course you see it does work. So you see passwords do not match. Okay, great. So we've been able to successfully set up React Toastify on our website. All right, now there's one more thing though. We want to introduce a loading state such that when we are trying to register that user, we want to show like that spinner, that loader we created. Okay, so here I'm just going to come down and duplicate this guy, and I'll just create my loading state. So here I would say set. So let's just delete this guy, and then I'll just set my is loading state, and of course I'll make this second one capitalized, and initially it's going to be set to false. So let's false. Okay, great. So let's come back inside of our register user function. So what do we want to do inside of this? We want to register the user and save that user to our Firebase. So remember, we started searching for how we can do that in the Firebase documentation, and it brought us to this page here. So this is what we need. This is the function we need to save the user to our database, and that's exactly what we're going to use. So don't stress yourself too much. Let's just copy this function as it is. So you see here, from this create user with email and password, I'll just copy everything up till this point. Okay, and then I'll copy that, and let's go back to our application. And after we've done this check here for the passwords, I'll just come down here and I'll paste that in. All right, let's give some space at the bottom. So essentially what's going on here, it says this function is going to help us create user with email and password. We need to import some of these items from Firebase. So I'll just put my mouse in this front here, and then I'll click the control and space bar to see if I can auto import it. And for some reason it's not being auto imported. I don't know why. Do I need to restart this application? Anyway, let me just import it manually. So I'm going to import it manually, and I'll just grab the text, and I'll come here, and then I'll say import. I'll paste that, create user with email and password, and I'm importing it from Firebase /auth. Okay, yeah, that's where we're importing it from. Let's come down here. We're not done. We're going to import some other things. So this auth, right, we're also going to import it. But remember, in our Firebase config file, we already created this auth variable and we exported it, so we are going to be importing it from this Firebase config file. So in my register components here, I would try and auto import this with control and spacebar, and for some reason I'm still not able to auto import it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to pause this video right now and I'll restart my Firebase application so that I can, auto import these things and save myself some time. So I've successfully restarted my server here, my local server, and let's just complete what we have so far. So I'm going to import this auth from my config file. You see this auth we exported here, I'm going to import it into this register. So I'll just come up here and I'll do it manually. I'll say import auth from, and it's // then let's go up again, and then we're going to go into the Firebase, and then yeah, it's in the Firebase folder, and then it's the config.js file. Great. So now we've imported this and the auth. This email here is actually the state, this email states. Okay, so the email you want to create, and then this password is referring to this password. Okay, great. So now we can actually test out our registration with email and password. But before we do that, let's just have some other indicators. So I'll just get rid of this comment so that our work is a little bit neat here. And so when the user has successfully signed in other words, when the account has been created, what do we want to do? So remember, we created this is loading state. All right, when this function fires, the first thing I want to do is I want to set is loading to true. So I'll come here, just after here I'll say set is loading, and I'll set it to true. And then when this is loading is true, I want to show some kind of loader. Okay, so I'm going to come inside of my return statements, and I'll add my curly braces. I'll say that if is loading is true, then I want to show, so I'm using the AND logical AND operator, then I want to show the loader. So I'll say loader, and that's a component that we created, remember. So I'll say loader. What's going on with my L? Okay, so loader, and let's close that up like this. And of course we need to import this loader, so I'll do control and space bar, and I honestly don't know why my components are not auto importing. So let me look for that loader and just be sure. So where is it? It's components, and yeah, so this is it, loader. Yeah, and there's absolutely no reason why it should not auto import. Anyway, this kind of things happen sometime. So I'm just going to auto import, I'm going to manually import it since it's not working. So let's come back to our register page, and let me try it one more time first. Okay, great. So I've opened it up and now I can auto import it. All right, great. So if it's loading is equal to true, then I want to show this loader. Okay, so I'll come here and let's continue. So when we fire off this create user with email and password, if it is successful, that's within this guy, then I want to set is loading back to false. So I'm going to come here. First off, I'm going to console.log that user so that we can actually see that user's credentials. So I'll put it in the console, then I'll set is loading back to false. So set is loading and false. All right, then I want to have some kind of notification that the registration was successful, and we're going to do that with our toast. So I'll say toast dot success. Remember the former one we did was toast dot error. This one is going to be toast dot success, and here I'm just going to say registration successful. So let me adjust my mic a little bit, and I'll say registration successful, like so, like that. And then after you show that registration successful, what's the next thing I want to do? Well, I want to send the user to the login page so that they can log in. Okay, and how am I going to do that? I'm going to use the use navigate hook. So I'll come here and say import use navigate is from React Router DOM. So use navigate, and this is it. I'll auto import it. So you see we now have use navigate here from React Router DOM. Then I will create a variable. So I'll say const, I'll call that variable navigate, and I'll set it to be equal to use navigate. Okay, so what this means is that because I've created this variable and I've set it to this use navigate, I can use it inside of any part of my application. So here I can say that after I've set the alert of registration successful, or the toast of registration successful, then I want to navigate to, so where do I want to navigate to? I want to navigate to / login, the login route. Okay, so that's about it. Now this other part of the application is the part that catches our error. So if for any reason there is an error that prevents this user from being registered, then this is going to fire off. So what I want to do is I want to toast this error and show it as an information on the page. So I'm just going to come here and I'll say toast.error, and then I'll just maybe show the error message. So here I can just say error.message. I'll just grab this error.message and then paste it here. So this error code and error message, I don't need it actually here. I can just get rid of it so that my code is a lot leaner, right? So I'll just toast the error.message, as simple as that. Fingers crossed. I think now we can save and test this out. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and save this, and now let's test out our application. Let it finish compiling first. Okay, so it's taking quite a bit to compile. All right, so it's done compiling. So now let's go ahead and test out this registration. I would open my console so that we can see, because we are consoling the user to we're saving the user to the console. So what I will do, I'll just use this test@gmail.com to create a test email. So here I will just do maybe test 1234, and then I'll confirm the password. Of course, if you try to register without putting the second guy, there are two things that happen. So first, we have the field set to required, so you can't even submit the field without it being filled. So but if you now type in something that does not match, then we're going to get this error, and you see password do not match, and then we're also getting the Firebase error that the user could not be created. There's a problem here because this our loader is just there, it's not leaving the it's static there. So that's because we did not set it to false in the error section. So in this error section, if there's an error, you also want to set its loading to false. And I think I would do it first. Oh, I can do it anyhow. So here I'll just come and say set is loading, and I'll set it back to false. All right, so whether the user is registered successfully or there's an error, you still want to set its loading to false so that loading component will disappear. All right, so I'll go ahead and save, and when you save that, if it compiles, this loading component should disappear. And I think maybe I need to refresh the page or something, so I'll just refresh the page here. Great. So now let's actually go ahead and register this test user. So I'll come here, I'll say test 1234, and then I'll do that here. I'll say test 1234, and then I'll click on register, and let's see what happens. Wait, it says something here. It says, oh, let me see. It says the configuration was not found. That's a problem. Okay, so let me try that again so I can see the error well. So I'll try it again, and it says auth configuration not found. So that's a problem. So if you just take a quick look at our application, you see here that we imported the auth from the Firebase config, which is this guy here, this auth here that we exported. So I think the only place we need to check is our Google Firebase accounts. I think maybe I missed something there. Oh, I definitely missed something there. So now before you actually create your authentication, you need to come here and your Firebase account, click on authentication and click on get started. All right, so I'll click on get started, and yes, so now you specify how you want your users to create accounts. So the first one is to create with email and password. Enable it, so click on enable and click on save. All right, I'll click on save. That's the first one, but I also want to be able to sign in with Gmail, so that's Google. So I'll click on add new provider, and then I'll click on Google, sign in with Google. Enable it, and then it will ask you to select a support email. So I'll just select the particular email here, and then I'll click on save. All right, so those are the two methods that we want to be able to allow users to sign into to register to our service or to our website. So I'll come back here and let's try it out one more time. I would inspect, so Ctrl+Shift+I, just so that we see everything in the console, and let's try it out. So test@gmail.com, test 1 2 3 4, and I'll click on register. Let's see if it works. Great. So I'll close this guy here, and as you can see, this part of our application, sorry, let me just show you in the register. So this part of our code where we are doing console.log of the user on line 30 is actually what is here, register.js line 30. We've been able to create a user with email and password, and we can see that user's details in our console. Now, the second thing we need to do is to actually go to Firebase and confirm that that user has been created. So I'll come over to Firebase and I'll click on users, and let's see. All right, great. So you can see here we now have test@gmail.com and some details like the user ID and stuff like that. So far we've been able to create a user with email and password. All right, in the next one we're going to see how we can create a user with Google, sign in. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so in the previous one we were able to register the user, and we're able to log the user's registration details to our console.log. So we confirmed that the user was registered. Now what I want us to do is I want us to log in that user. All right, so I'm going to, first off, I'll just collapse the code in my register here. So just for now, just collapse everything up to here, Ctrl+Shift, and yeah, and then I would go to my login components. Right, so in the login component, if you remember correctly, we have, let me just go back to the login component. So okay, this is it, we're already there. So we have the email field and the password field. All right, so I'm going to create two states for that, the email and the password state. So first off, let's import state from React. So I'll just delete this guy and I'll just do use state here, like so. And then since I've already created this state here, I think I'll just grab it, so the email and the password states, and then I'll just use it here as well. So paste that in. Great. So I have the email and the password state. Fine. Now let's go to the form and let's attach those states just like we did before. And like I said, we've done that in the registration page, so I'll just grab the piece of code. So for this one, the value is email and the unchanged, so I'll just grab that and I'll just paste that in here. That's in the input, the first input here. Great, so I'll just paste that in here like that. Then for the password, I'll do the same. So this is the password, and I'll copy that and I'll just paste that in here for the password input. So this is where it ends, and then I'll paste it in. Great. I think I'll go ahead and save. Okay, so everything is still working fine. Now let's add an on submit on the form. So I'll say on submit, and I'll point it to a function which I'll call login user. So it's going to log in the user. Yeah, I've not created the function, but I'll create it. But let's come down and look at the button here. I'll give the button a type property. So I'll say type, and I'll set it to button, sorry, submit, so that when you click on the button, it also executes the login function. So now let's create the function here at the top. So I'll come down here and I'll create an arrow function. This arrow function, I'm going to name it login user, and then we're going to do our event.prevent default. So I'll say e dot prevent default, like so that it doesn't reload the page. And let's just do a console.log of the username and password. So here I'll just say email, and I'll add a comma, and then I'll say password. Okay, great. Now I'll go ahead and save, and let's try and click on this login to see if it will, get the email and password. So we already have something here. I'll just click on login, and as you can see, we have test email and password. So it's wired up correctly. But what we want to do is we want to be able to log that user to to our Firebase. All right, we want to be able to log that user in with our Firebase. So what I'm going to do is, let's go to Firebase documentation. So this is the Firebase documentation, and I'll just do a search so it's easy for everybody. So here I'll say sign in with email and password, and I'll hit enter. So let's just have a search and see what happens. All right, so you see the very first result here. It says we should authenticate with Firebase using password-based account. So that's what we'll just do. So I'll just click on it to open it in a new tab, and you'll see the instructions we need for logging in the user. So let's just scroll down, and I think it's actually the same page. Anyway, I just wanted to show you how to arrive at the page. So it's actually the same page. So this, if you scroll down, you will see where we get the option to sign in with, I want you to see that sign in a user with an email address and password. So this is the code that can help us sign in that user. Okay, so now let's just copy the code up to this point. We're going to import this guy from Firebase Auth. You know what, let me just copy this import statement first. I'll copy that import statement, and let's have it in our import here at the top. So in the login, I'll just paste that in, and I'm not going to use the get auth because I've already created it in the Firebase config. So let's delete this. Okay, then let's come back here and let's copy everything except this auth variable here. So I'll copy that, and let's come down here. So inside of this login user, right, you definitely do not want to just log in the thing to the console, the email and password to the console. You want to sign that user in. And remember, this auth, we've already created it here. So this is it. So all we just need to do is to import it. So I'll come to this user. Let me see if I can auto import it at this point. So I'll do control, and yes, I can auto import it from now. So I'll just hit enter to auto import it. And this email is referring to our email variable here, or our email state here. Same for the password. Okay, so essentially it's saying that, look, I want to log in this user with this email and password. All right, so now let me get rid of these comments to make our code a little bit leaner. Great. So now we have our error state here that we can just do it toast. So instead of having all of this, I'll just come here and say toast.error. If there's any error, signing the user in, and then I'll just say error.message. So error.message, like so, and then I'll just get rid of these two guys. Now, if you remember correctly, in the registration area, we had this loading state that we created. So let's just have the same loading state in this guy here. All right, so I'm just going to have the loading state, and when the user tries to log in, after I've done event.prevent default, then I want to set its loading. So set its loading to true, so it will start loading immediately. If the user signs in and successfully signs into their account, then I want to set its loading back to false. So here I'll say set its loading to false, just like we did for the registration. If there's an error, I also want to set its loading back to false and display the error. So let's come here and set its loading back to false, then we'll go display the error with a toast. As simple as that. Now, how do we know, what do we want to do after the user is successfully logged in? Well, we want to navigate to another page, just like we did. So I'm going to import the use navigate hook here. So I'll say use navigate, and I'll import it from React Router DOM. I'll create the navigate variable. So here I'll say const navigate, small letter, const navigate, come on, help me out, navigate, and I'll set it to be equal to use navigate. Let's open up that. Okay, so great. So after the user has successfully logged in, we've set its loading to false. I want to navigate to the home page. So here I'll just say navigate to where? The home page. Navigate to the home page. So that's / the home page link. All right, so I think at this point, let's throw a toast here, a notification here that the user was signed in successfully. Okay, so before I navigate, I'll say toast. So toast dot success, and I'll just say login successful, login successful, like that. All right, so I think that's about it for logging the user in. And I know you may be thinking that, oh, are we not going to do some sort of authentication and all of that? There are 2 layers of authentication. First off, we set the username, the input, we set it to be required, and the password. But Firebase also has its own authentication that it runs on the background. Okay, so that's why I'm not bothered too much about that. But of course, you can go ahead and put some kind of authentication, and maybe something like, if the input fields are empty, then just return. All right, so but for now, I'm just going to save this and let's try to log in. I'm just hoping I don't miss out anything. Okay, let's just try and log in. If there's any issue, we're going to sort it out together. So I'm going to try to log in. I think the password is test 1234. So test 1234, and let's try to log in and see what happens. So I'll log in, and voila. So you see, we're successfully able to navigate to the home page. That means we are currently logged into the application. Now, before we actually head on to the next phase, like, we've been able to sign in with our email and password. There's just one problem though. If you look at our function, let me open this up. If you look at our function where we're signing in with email and password, you'll notice that we are working with this loading state. Okay, but we're not actually using that loading state inside of our return statement. So let's come here and show the loading state when that operation of trying to sign in is taking place. So I'm just going to have a React fragment here. I'll cut that, Control X, and then I will just paste that at the bottom here. Okay, then I will now have my curly braces, and this curly braces, I'll just say that if is loading is equal to true, then I want to display my loader. Okay, so let's auto import it, and then let's close it up. All right, so that's one thing I just wanted to do. Then is there any other thing? Okay, I think that's about it for this one. So now I'll go ahead and save that, and in the next one we are going to now add the functionality to log out, because when we log in, we need to be able to log out before we do any other thing. All right, so I'll do that in the next video. All right, welcome back, guys. Now let's implement the functionality to sign out a user, and I'm going to close this console so that we can just see all of our menu. Now I'm going to put that log out after this my orders. So let's go to our header where we have our menu or our navigation. So where is that? It's in the component and header, and I'll just go open the header here. Great. So if you remember, yeah, so this is where we have the my orders link. So after the my orders link, I'll just create another nav link. I'll just duplicate this downwards, and I'll say that I want this to go to the home page, but I also want it to have an on click. So I'll just get rid of the class name and add an on click instead. So on click, and the on-click will say log out. So I'll just say log out user, and then I'll change the text to logout. Yeah, so that's exactly what we want. Now we're going to create this function to log the user out. So I'll come up here and I'll just do it at the bottom here. I'll create an arrow function, and that arrow function is going to have the same name, logout user. And let's open that up. Now we're going to go to Firebase to get the information to log out a user. So I'll come here and then I'll just search for sign out. I'll hit enter. All right, so now I'll just go with the first result, and that should just open up the page where we can sign out. So let it open up. And I'm just going to scroll down and look for the sign out functionality. So we've seen some of these ones. Yeah, so this is the functionality that helps us to sign out, this guy here. So you see, to sign out a user, call sign out. So what I'm going to do is, of course, we are going to need the sign out, import the sign out and the auth, but we already have auth in our application. So I'm just going to copy this sign out functionality. I'll copy that and then I'll come inside here and paste it in. Okay, great. Now there are some things we need to import. The first one is we need to import the auth. So I'll auto import it, and I'll import it from Firebase. So that's the first one. And then there's something else we need to import. We are going to need to import sign out also from Firebase. So this sign out here, I would press Control and space bar, and you see I can import it from Firebase. So I'll just do that. Now when a user has successfully signed out, I simply want to maybe show some kind of notification to let the user know that okay, that I've been signed out. Okay, so first off, I'll just use my toast here. So I'll delete this guy and I'll say toast.success, and here I'll just say log out successfully. All right, so that's it. Then I want to take the user back to the login page, so I would have to navigate to the login page. So but before we do that, we're going to have to import use navigate from React Router DOM. So I'll say use navigate and I'll import it from React Router DOM. Okay, so that's it right here, use navigate. And then inside of this, just come here, where am I logging out? So this is logout user. So before I get to this logout user, at the top here, I'm going to create the variable. So I'll say const navigate, and I'm going to set it to be equal to use navigate, like that. So now I can use it anywhere I want inside of this page. So in my logout, after I've thrown a toast that says logout successfully, then I will now navigate the user to the home page. So navigate and /, that's the home page. If there is an error, then I just want to show the error message. So I think I'll just make this faster. I'll duplicate this downwards and bring it here and change it to toast.error, and then I'll just show the error message. So I'll say error.message, like so. So that's about it for logging out the user. So let me go ahead and save this, and we're going to try to log out that user and see if it works. So I'll come here, and I'm currently logged in. I logged in with this test email account. So I'll try and log out. I'll click this logout here and let's see if it works. Oh, I'm having this warning here. It says there's one warning. Let me just see what that is very quickly. Something I'm probably not using. Okay, it says user is assigned a value but never used. Oh, that's not a problem in our login. So that's really not a problem. Maybe I would even disable this warning and all of that, because I'll still use all those things later. All right, so let's just continue. So I'll come here to test this out, and I'll click on logout, and as you can see, we are back to the home page, but we are not getting our toast. Okay, we're not getting our toast. So I think I know why we're not getting the toast, even though it's imported here. So the reason why we're not getting our toast notification is because we imported the CSS for the toast, and this what's it called, components for the toast, we imported it inside the register page. So what I want you to do is I want you to carefully locate the toast CSS, which is this one, and this component here, and just copy it. In fact, don't copy it, cut it, Ctrl X, then go to app.js, and then import it in the app.js file. So I'll import it in the app.js file. Then I would also now reference this toast container component inside of the app.js file. So maybe I'll just put it on top my header. It's not going to show, it's only going to show when it's called. Okay, so on top my header here, I'll just say toast container like that, and then I'll just close that up. Now, because it's in the app.js file, which is the root file, any other component that calls this toast is going to get access to it. So if you go ahead and save, right, and let's try to log in, and you see that we're going to get our toast. So I'll go to the login, and I don't think this this thing is correct, so I'll just say test 1 2 3 4, and then I'll try to log in. And you see here, login successful, we get our toast notification. So that's just the small modification we need to do, right? So now let's try to log out and see if we get the notification as well. So I'll try to log out, and you see here it has logged out and it says logout successful. Great. So that's just one small modification. And in the next one, I need to save this register file because I worked on it. So let me even get rid of this toast container here because it's picking it from the app.js now. So I'll go ahead and save. Okay, so in my register it says toast is not defined. Oh, so I ended up deleting what I needed. So let me just look for it. Where is that? I'll just import it. I think I deleted it. So I'll just say toast, and I'll just import it from React Toastify, and that should fix everything. All right, great. So we're back. Okay, so at this point I think we're done with the logout functionality. Now in the next one, we're going to add the functionality to log in with Google. All right, I'll see you there. All right, so now we've been able to implement the register, the login, and the logout functionality. Now what I want us to do is I want us to add the functionality to be able to log in with our Google account. So if you come here, right, I know before we've been just doing searching and clicking on the result, but I think we can just look at these guys here, and there should be something that talks about logging in with Google. Okay, so this is Google here. So just click on Google and it will take you to the page where we can sign in with Google pop-up. Okay, so if you just scroll down, you see where we can sign in with Google pop-up. Okay, yeah, so this is it somewhere here. All right, so let's scroll up. Yeah, so this is where it all starts. So I'm going to come back here and let's go to our login page. And where are we in our login page? So I'll go back to login, and this is what we want to activate, this login with Google button. So first off, I'll locate that button, which is at the bottom here. You see login with Google, and I'll add an on click on the button. So this is the button here. I'll say on click, and I'll point it to a function that I'll name sign in with Google. Come on, Zeno. What am I doing, man? So sign in with Google. Great. So I'll copy that and I'll just come to the top here, and I think I'll just put it maybe below this sign in with email and password. Okay, this login user. So let me collapse the login user, just shrink up the code, Control Shift. Yeah, great. So now below this guy, I'll just create an arrow function, and this arrow function will be termed sign in with Google. I'll open that up, and let's go back to our documentation and see what we have to do. So I'll come here. So the first thing, we need to create a Google Auth provider. So see this statement here, I'll just grab it. I'll copy that and I'll just paste it on top here. Let me add a comment here and say login with Google. Okay, so login with Google. Okay, and below that I'll just paste in my provider variable. Now this Google Auth provider is something we need to import. If you look here, you see that it's imported from Firebase. So I'll just put my mouse in front of it and press Ctrl space bar to auto import it, and you can see here I get the option to auto import that. Great. Now let's come back to the documentation and scroll down to see the full implementation of signing in with Google pop-up. So I'll scroll down. I'll keep scrolling down. Great. So you see here we get this sign in with pop-up. What I'm going to do is I'm simply going to copy everything up to this sign in with pop-up, and you should do the same, right? And I'm going to come inside this function here and I'll paste it in. Okay, then I'll do some modification. So let's just delete so many things we don't need here. So in this error part, right, we're catching the error here, right? So let's just delete everything here. Then in this part, delete the comment as well. It makes your code look very ugly. All right, I'll delete these credentials. I'm not using it for anything. I'll delete the token. I'm not using it for anything here. I'll just leave only the results, only this user, which is results.user. Okay, so keep deleting that. Great. So if we invoke this sign in with Google, this sign in with pop-up which comes from Google will be activated, and if it's successful, this first part of the .then block will run. Okay, now what do we want to do if it's successful? Well, the first thing is we want to be able to alert the user that, look, you've successfully logged in. So we're going to do that with a toast. So here I'll say toast.success, and I'll just say login successful, login successfully. Yeah, so that's the first thing I want to do. Then for the error aspect, or for the error part, I would like to throw an error. I would like to notify the user of the error. So I'll just duplicate this toast and bring it down here, and I'll change it to toast.error, and here I'll just change it to the error message instead. So I'll say error.message. Okay, so that's what I want to do for the error part. So you see the code is a lot leaner now. Is there any other thing I want to do? Okay, so if the login is successful, I want to navigate to the home page. I remember I've already created this navigate variable here. So I'll just come down here and say I want to navigate. So I want to navigate to the home page, which is just /. So that's what I want to do. Great. Now let's save and test it out if it works. Okay, so I'll come back to my page here. Okay, so there are one or two things we did not import, and there's a typographical error on line 43. So let's come to line 43. This should be navigate, not navigate. And then sign in with pop-up, we also need to import it. So I'll just do Control and space bar, and then I'll auto import that. I think that's about it. I'll save, and that should get rid of our error. All right, so now let's make sure we are logged out. So I'll log out. Great. And I'll go back to the login page and try to log in. So let's go to login, and then I'll try to log in with Google. So let's test it out. Voila. So you see, the first thing is our pop-up works. So let's drag this to the middle and wait for it to load the Google mail that is signed in. Okay, great. All right, so I'll just try to log in with one of the accounts here and see if it's successful, if it works. Okay, so there's a Firebase error. It says that the pop-up was closed by the user. Firebase error, auth pop-up closed by the user. Okay, I don't think I closed that pop-up. Okay, so there's really nothing wrong with our login code or signing with Google code. So what I discovered was there's probably something related to my cookie, because I've been doing this test with other Firebase accounts and stuff like that. So what I'll do now is I'll just open an incognito tab. So I'll do Control Shift New to open an incognito tab, and here I'm just going to open localhost 3000. So localhost. Okay, great. So I would click on login. It's take me to the login page, and I'll test it out once more here. So login with Google, and of course I'll have to sign into an account because this is incognito tab. Everything is logged out. So I'll just sign in with maybe one of these guys here, and I'll click on next, and let's see if it works. And voila, so you see here we get the notification login successfully, which should actually be login successful, but then you get the point. So what I'm trying to say here is that it's actually, the code is actually fine. It's logging in successfully when I'm in incognito mode. So I think it's probably something related to the cookies I have set, or the cookies I've used in the working with other projects. All right, so I'm just going to log out here, and I can say that at the end of this tutorial we've been able to implement sign in with Google pop-up. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now in this one we're going to add the functionality to enable users reset their password. So right now I'm on the reset page. This is the page we built out, so let's quickly do that. So I'll go to the reset page, and the first thing we need to do, right, we need to create the state that will just hold the email, sorry. And let me just grab the state from here. So this email state that I created before, I'll just come to my reset password and just paste that in there. And let's import use state from React. So I'll just auto import it. So control and space bar, and I'll import that from React. Then I'll also grab the functionality to hook the input. So if you go to the email input here, yeah, so this is the functionality that hooks this input to that state. So I'll copy that, and then I'll just come here and locate the input. This is it right here, and then I'll just paste that in. Okay, now next let's add an on submit on our form. So I'll come here and I'll say on submit. I was actually expecting React to help me with that, Visual Studio Code to help me complete it. So anyway, I'm going to call the function reset password because that's what we want to do. Okay, so you copy that, and let's create the function. Or before we create the function, let's make sure that the button, which is this button here, has a type of submit, so that when you click on the button too, that function will be triggered. All right, so I'll come inside just below my state. Okay, and then I'll create an arrow function. I'm going to call that arrow function the same name, reset password. And of course, the first thing is you need to prevent the form from reloading. So we're going to do that with e dot prevent default, like so the form will not reload. So the first thing is, let's just make sure that everything is wired up. So I'll just do an alert so that I don't have to look into the console. I'll alert the email like so, and let's save that and just come here and type something here and click on reset type something here and click on reset password, and you see we have the alert of what we typed in. So it's wired up correctly. Great. I don't need this alert, so I'll get rid of it. Now, like we've done for all the functionalities concerning the authentication, we're going to go to Firebase and we're going to search for what we need. So what I need you to search for this is the page manage users in Firebase. We've been on this page for a while, so I'm just going to do a control find on this page, and I'll search for send password reset email, one word. If I hit enter, it will just bring me straight to the code that concerns the resetting of the password. So this part of the code, right, I'll just grab it from this send password reset email down. I'm not grabbing this auth because we already have it defined in our project. So I'll just copy this guy like this, and then I'll copy that, and I'll come here and let me just give a space and paste that in. Great. So you remember all these comments, we don't need them, so I'll just get rid of that. All of this, we don't need them, I'll get rid of that. So this first dot then part is where we get to if the password reset functionality is successful. So if the password reset functionality is successful, what do we want to do? We want to alert the user. So I'll say toast.success, and I'll just say maybe check your email for a reset link or something like that. So I don't want to make it so long. All right, then if it fails, that's this catch and error part. Let me duplicate this and just drag the second one down, and then I'll just delete everything we have here, and then this is going to be toast.error, so that it's going to be red, and then I'll just display the error message. So error dot message. Okay, so let's see. Now don't forget that we need to import this auth, so control and space bar, and I'll auto import the auth, and then I also need to import this send password reset email. So come here and I'll import it from Firebase. Great. So at this point we can actually go ahead and test our reset functionality. So let me save that first, and I will come to our page. Okay, so now I'm not going to do nonsense here. I'll put my email, so Zeno, or I'll put the email I used to log in, with Google before. So .com. All right, so now let's test it out. So I'll click on reset, and you see here, check your email for a reset link. So if I've already opened my email, so that to save time, so I'll go to the email and wait, am I sure I typed that correctly? Zeno Trust, yeah, that's correct. So let me refresh the email or some. Okay, great. So it's here. I just needed to maybe refresh the email. So reset your password. Now, if you open this guy here, you will see that we have this reset link. Okay, I don't want to reset the password, but I just wanted to show you that we have the reset link. Now you may be wondering, this reset link, where is it coming from? This template, where is it coming from? Now if you go to your Firebase account, right, normally this is where we're in the sign in method. That's in the authentication tab. Now if you come to these templates, you will see that we have different templates. One of them is password reset template. So if you click on it, you will see the template that we just received. So reset your password for, you can replace this with the name of your website. Okay, then you can just play around and just so this from email, for example, you can change it to an actual email or whatever it is you want. Okay, the sender name, you can add that. So I'm just showing you that you can modify the templates to suit your needs. Okay, so that's it. Then there's one more thing that we probably should add, right? If you click on this reset button, although the operation was very fast, but still we want to display some kind of loader so that the user knows that something is going on in the background. Just in a case where maybe the user's network is bad, they may just think that your website has crashed. So we're just going to add the is loading functionality. So I'll come here, and this is my login page. I'll just grab the state, the is loading state, so that I don't have to type it again. So I'll just copy that, and then I'll just put it here. Okay, so this is the is loading state. So what I'll do is, when this function is fired, right, I want to set is loading to true. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now if the operation is successful, it will come to this first dot then part. I want to set is loading back to false before I display the message. So false. If the operation fails, I still want to set is loading to false, then display the error message. So I'll set it to false. Okay, all right. Now we can now come down inside of the return statement, and let's wrap all of this around a React fragment. So I'll just grab the closing part of the React fragment and wrap it at the end here, and just paste that in. Oh, something is wrong, it's not pasting. So let me just do it Visual Studio Code was just delaying. All right, so now I will come to the top here and then I'll add my curly braces because I want to add a dynamic statement. So here I'll say that, look, if is loading is equal to true, then I want you to show the loader component. So loader, and I will import the loader, then I'll close it. Okay. All right. So you get what's happening here. If it's loading is true, show the loader component. Now let me save and let's test it out. This time, I'm going to test it with a wrong email, something that does not exist. Let us even see Firebase displaying the error. So I'll just say wrong email at gmail.com. Okay. Right. A wrong email is not necessarily wrong email. It's just something that doesn't exist in your database. And then I'll click on reset password, and you see we have the loader. Then we now have the error message that the user was not found. Okay. Right. So at this point, I can say that we are done with the reset password functionality. So like we've been able to achieve so much in this project. Thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so far we've been able to implement some of the authentication that we need for our application. But there's one important thing we need to do, right? Every application that has an authentication system, the application needs to have a way to monitor whether a user is logged in or not. So it's not just about logging the user or logging out the user. At every point in time, we need to know that, okay, is this user still logged in or has this user logged out? So that's some kind of monitor. All right, so that's what we're going to implement here. So if you go to that Firebase search, I just want you to search for on auth state changed, which is what we have here. And this very first result we have, let me just open that up. Yeah, we're going to see the function that comes with Firebase that helps us monitor whether a user is logged in or not. So right on this page, I would, you know what, I'll just do is search for what I need. So I'll just control find on the page and I'll just say on auth state. Okay, so this is exactly what I need here. So you see, get the currently signed in user. So every time your application loads, this function here will get the user that is signed in. All right, and if there is no user signed in, then nothing happens. So what I'm going to do is I will just grab all these guys here. So from this point here, this on auth state changed, I'll just grab everything. I'll copy that and I'll come back to my application. So let's come here and I'll just stock it somewhere in the header. So just before the logout, or maybe at the bottom here after the logout. So let me just comment, let me shrink this part of the code. I'll just do to collapse the code. Then here I'm going to add a use effect. You know what, I think I'll just take it up. Okay, so I'll just add a use effect here. So use effect like so, and I want this use effect to run every time the page loads, so just once when the page loads. So I'll just do that. Then I'll paste in my auth state changed code here. So just paste that in. Now there's a lot of code we don't need here, like all these comments. Just get rid of them. All right, great. Get rid of this. And so here we're saying that on auth state changed, remember this is to monitor the currently signed in user. So let me just add the comments here. I'll say monitor currently signed in user, like so. Great. So basically on auth state change, it will check if there is a user, like every time the page loads or every time the page reloads, it will check if there is a user and it will get the user ID. Else, what do we want to do? Well, we don't really want to do anything, right? So let's just leave it at that for now. So but if I'm able to get the user ID or the user information, then I want to be able to display that information somewhere at the top here on my page. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to create a variable here, a local variable. So let me just do like this, and I'll just duplicate this one and I'll create a variable on the top, or maybe the next one here. So let's rename this guy and I'll just call it uname. Suppose stands for username, so I'll say uname like that. And let's make this capital letter. And initially it's going to be an empty string. So let's just make it an empty string. Great. okay, because I'm a double quotes guy, so that's why I made that double quotes. Great. So that's the empty string. So you know what I'm going to do here? This user, right, if you want to get the username, all you just have to do is you just say user.displayName. So this is user.uuid, right? So if I maybe want to get the user.displayName, so all I can do is let me just do console.log, and I'll just say user.displayName, and the display name is supposed to be camel case, so display name, and then I'll just log that to the console when the page loads. Else, what do I want to do in the else statements? I really don't want to do anything, so maybe for this if part of the statement, I'll just set the user name to the user.display name. So let's copy that, paste that in. All right, then in the else part of the code, maybe I'll just set it back to an empty string. So I'll just say set name back to an empty string. Sorry, that should just be an empty string. And now that I think about it, I don't think this name is actually very interesting. So maybe I should just say display name. Okay, so I'll just change it to display name. So I'll just say display name variable. Yeah, I think that's a lot better. So let's change this also to set display name. So set display name, and we're going to do the same here. Set display name. Great. Of course, if you save that, nothing is going to happen. But what I want to do is I want to be able to display. Oh, I even have an error. Use effect is not imported. So let me import use effect. So I'll auto import that from React. So what I want to do is if a user is logged in, I want to display their login display name on the top of my page. So if you come to the original application here, if I log in with whatever, so let me just log in here. If I log in with this account, when it's logged in, you'll see here that the username is displayed here. So it says hi Xenotrust. That's exactly what I want to achieve here. So for that, I'm going to scroll down to my I'm going to scroll down here to these links here. So after this, my login link here, I'm just going to come down here and add a simple a tag. I don't want this a tag to go anywhere, so I'll just make it hash. Now inside this a tag, first off, I'm going to add this icon, and I already know the name of that icon. It's a FontSawsome icon, so I'll just copy that name of that icon, and then I'll come here and paste it in like so. So I'll paste that in like this, and I'll give it a size property. So I'll say size, and I'll set that to 16. Okay, then after the icon, I'm going to add hi, so that's a text. Then I'll give a space, and then I will then reference my display name state. So I'll say display name. All right, then I think that's about it, except that I am going to copy this guy and import it at the top. So if I have any font awesome icon here, I'll just add it here, and then I'll save. So let's come to the project and hope there's no error. And okay, so on auth state change, we didn't auto import the on auth state changed, so let's do that. So I'll just come here and I'll auto import it like so, and then I'll save, and that will get rid of the error. And now we should have the hi. Now because no user is logged in, it just says hi. All right, so now let's try and log in. I'm just going to make it easy. I'll log in with Google, and log in with Google here, and I hope I don't get that error we're getting before. Hopefully I don't. All right, so I will log in with this one here. All right, so it's finished loading. Okay, so login successful, and now you see here we now have hi Zeno Akbareva. Okay, so it's fetching this information from the user's display name. So you see we set the display name to user dot display name. So I hope you get what's happening. And if you check here, we also did a console.log of the user dot display name. So if you come here and you inspect your page, then you should see that user dot display name. So I'm sure this error came from previously, but if you look here, you see Zeno Akbareva. So that's our user dot display name. So essentially what we just did here is that this piece of code, this use effect here, is going to run every time like your page refreshes, every time the user refreshes the page, but right? So it's going to run once when the page loads, and it's going to help us to know whether the user is logged in or not. Okay, right? So from here we can now start, introducing Redux to properly manage our states, because this is not enough for state management. This is information is only available to this particular component. But if we introduce Redux, we'll now be able to access the auth state from any component we want. All right, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. See you there. All right, welcome back, guys. Now I would say that we've made significant progress in the project, right? And we've gotten to a point where we need to start bringing in the big guns to handle state management. We've been able to log in a user, log out a user, and stuff like that, register a user. Now, when a user is logged in, right, you need to be able to access that information. I mean, the auth state. You need to be able to know whether a user is logged in or not from various components of your app. So when you have an information or a state that needs to be accessed from different points of your app, then that calls in the need for state management. And we're going to be using Redux to manage our state in this project. So right now we're going to set up Redux. All right, so I'll expand my browser, and I just did a quick search of Redux Toolkit. That's what we're going to use in this particular project, and it brought me to this page, and I'm right here where I get the what's it called, command to install Redux Toolkit. So just copy that if you have that, and then come to your code editor and then paste that in. So I have npm install at redux.js/toolkit and hit enter. So we're just going to give it some time to install, and when it's done we'll come back. Now you would also need to install React Redux. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll say npm install, or I'll just say I and React Redux. All right, so that's the second package that works side by side with Redux Toolkit. So I'll hit enter, and that will install into our application. So let's just wait for it. Or you know what, while it's installing, I'll just go ahead and begin setting up React Redux rather. So I'll open this file explorer here, and I'll look for my Redux folder. So this is the Redux folder. Inside of this Redux folder, I'm going to create a file. I'll call that file store.js. okay, then I'll hit enter. All right, great. Now inside of this store.js is where I'll begin to configure my Redux store. Okay, so you see here it has finished installing, so I'm actually good to go. And of course, to confirm your installation, you can go to package.json, and if you go to package.json, you will see here that we now have React Redux here, and here we now have Redux Toolkit. Where's that? Okay, so let me just look for Redux. Okay, so it's at the top here, Redux Toolkit. Okay, so let's get back to work. All right, so first off, let's configure our store. So here I'm going to import, and let's open up parentheses, and let me just give a space here, and I'll say from. So you're going to say at Redux and redux.js/toolkit. So what I got to do here is I want to import configure store. So first off, I'll say configure store. Okay, not configure store option, just configure store. Right, that's the first thing I want to import, and it's actually starting with small letter, not capital letter. Okay, then I would import something else. I'll import combine reducer. So I'll say combine reducer. Okay, yeah, combine reducers plural. All right, so currently I don't have any reducer, but we're going to get to that shortly. But let's just set up our store first. So here I'm going to come down and create a variable. I'll call that variable root reducer, root reducer, and it's going to be equal to combine reducer. So combine reducer, and then let's just open the parenthesis here. Now the combined reducer is going to contain all of our reducers, but for now we've not created any reducer. Anyway, let's just come down here like this, and we're going to export our store. So here, let me first create the store variable. I'll say const store, and that's going to be equal to, we're going to use the configure store that we imported from Redux. So I'll say configure store and open my parenthesis. Here I will now open my square brackets. So first off, you need to reference the reducer. So here I'll then say reducer, and it's going to point to our root reducer, this one we created here. So I'll say root reducer, then I'll add a comma, and then I will now export the store as a default export. So I'll come down here and I'll say export default store. Okay, so that's the basic setup of our Redux. So as we now start, adding reducers and all of that, we're now going to start coming here to add all of that, but this is just the basic setup of our store. All right, so now that we've set up Redux, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create our auth reducer, right? So that's the reducer function that will handle the authentication state, store our active user so that it can be available to every component in our application. So now I'm going to go to my, let me just click here, and then I'll go to my Redux. And if you read the Redux documentation, when you want to create a slice, they recommend that you create a folder named features, but I really don't like that. Like, it's a slice. So personally, I like to create a folder I name slice. Okay, that's what I like to do. But Redux can like to say that you should create a folder named features, and then inside that folder you can now store your whatever slice. But I just think it makes sense to just name the folder slice. Anyway, so the first slice I'm going to create is my auth slice. All right, so I'll create a file inside this folder and I'll call it auth slice like that .js, and I'll hit enter. Okay, great. So now there is a shortcut that comes with the extension ES7 React Redux blah 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 extension. It's rx slice, and if you hit that, it will, if you hit enter on this what's it called, snippet, it will give you a React slice template. Okay, a Redux slice template. Okay, so this is essentially what it will give you. It really makes life easy for us as developers. Okay, so what you need to do now is, first off, you need to enter your initial state. All right, so my initial state, I'm going to have 4 initial states for my auth slice. So the first thing is I want to be able to tell if a user is logged in. That's not actually where you should start. You should start by giving the slice a name. Okay, so I'm going to give this one auth, and it's going to be a string, so I'll say auth. All right, great. So now I can go ahead and save my initial state, which is the next step. So I said, first off, I want to be able to tell if a user is logged in. So I'm going to create a state here, is logged in, and I'm going to set it initially to false. So I'm assuming that the user is not logged in when they've just opened the website. All right, then I will set the email, so email, and initially I'm going to set that to null. All right, then I'll do for username, so I'll set a username, I'll say username, I'll set that to null as well. And then lastly, I'll set the user, I'll set the user ID like so, and it's also going to be set to null. So this is our initial state. Now, of course, as we now start doing things on the front end, we're going to change and manipulate these states. Yeah, so next, let's come and walk inside our reducer. So I'll come inside my reducer, and then inside of the reducer I'm going to create my actions. All right, so the first thing I want to be able to do is to set an active user. All right, actually I just want to do two things from this state. I want to set an active user and I want to remove an active user, but first let's do the first one, which is set an active user. So here I would define the action. I'll say set underscore active user, underscore user, and I'm just going to, so after you've set the name of the action, you just add a colon, and then you open your parenthesis. This parenthesis is supposed to take your state and the action, any possible action that comes when this what's it called, reducer is fired. Okay, then I'll now do like this and open it up. All right, so now anything that, you know, when you call this dispatch from the front of your website, anything you put inside this block is going to fire. All right, so this is like the required syntax from Redux Toolkit, but there's something short I do, right? I'm not saying you should do it, but I just want to show you. So if I set my active user, I don't put the colon, and I'll just remove the square brackets as well. So it's a little bit shorter and it works just fine, right? It's just a little bit tweak in the syntax. All right, but whichever one you want, but for this particular example I'll just go with the way it's done in Redux Toolkit. Okay, all right, so now basically here I'll just do a console.log of the action dot payload. Okay, that's just what I'll do here. Now you can actually go to the front end and start working from the front end, but there are some things you just need to do to round up here. So first off, you need to export your actions. You see here we're exporting const and Authslide.action. So I've already created one action here, set active user. So I'll come here and then I'll export it here. I'll just say set an active user. That's the first thing. Now the second thing is you need to export this state so that it's accessible easily from your components. So for example, this is logged in state, email state, username and ID state. I'm going to export them and I'll show you how that's done. So what I've got to do is I'll just come below my actions and I'll say const. Okay, let me just say export, small letter, so export and const. And the first one is I'll say select is logged in, and that is going to be equal to, so let's open that up, and here I'll pass in my state and I'll say equal to, then I'll now say state dot, I'll look for the name. So what's the name of this, my auth slides? I gave it a name of auth, so that's what will come next. So state dot auth, and then the last attachment will now be the name of your state. So this one is logged in, so I'll now come here and say dot is logged in. All right, so now if I want to select this is logged in state from any component, this is just what I need to call this select is logged in, and that's all. All right, so I'll just do the same for the remaining three states. So I'll just duplicate this down, and this is going to be select email, and of course, you know, you change this last one to email. All right, then what do we have next? Okay, username. So let's select the username. So this is going to be select username, and the last one here is going to be username, and of course the last one is ID. So we're going to select the user ID, and let's change the last one here to user ID. All right, so this is the basic setup you need for your slides, okay, your auth slides. So now I'm going to go ahead and save this file, and before we go to our component and start, you know, dispatching actions and stuff like that, let's complete the setup of our store. Right, so if you go to your store, you'll see that we created the root reducer, but we did not add any reducer inside of it. All right, So the first thing is, let's import the auth reducer. So what I got to do is, I'll come down here, I'll say import, I'll call it auth reducer. Okay, auth reducer, and I'm importing it from, so let's actually locate where it is. So it's in ./slice /auth/slice. That's where it's located, and it's our default export. So if you come to your auth/slice, you realize that we have a default export, and it's the auth/slice.reducer. Great. So I'll come back here, and you see now we now have the auth reducer. What that means is that we can now add a reducer to our root reducer. So here I'm going to come, I'll give this reducer a name. I'll call it auth, and I'll select the auth reducer. Auth reducer. Great. So now our root reducer has at least one it needs to be an object. So let me cut that, and let me show you what I wanted to do. Okay, so it needs to be an object. So I'll open that up. I'll add my object syntax first before I now put my auth and then auth reducer. So now our root reducer has at least one reducer inside of it. Great. Now that we have at least one reducer, then let's go to our index.js and provide this store to our application. So I'll select here, and then I'll go to my index.js, which is here at the bottom. Okay, let's close that up, and then I'm just going to provide the reducer to my index.js. So first off, we're going to import provider. So I'll come here, I'll say import, and let's say provider, and it needs to be capital letter, so provider, and it's coming from React Redux. So React Redux. So that's the first thing. Then I'm going to import that store we just created, or we just completed. So I'll say import store, and it's a default export. So if you go to the store, you will see that we made it a default export. Okay, so I'll say import store from, where is it located? So let me just do ./, and we need to go inside of our source. Sorry, we need to go inside Redux. So ./Redux. Yeah, so Redux and /store. So that's it. Great. So now that we've imported these two components, I will now replace this guy, React.strict mode, that's surrounding this app. I'll just replace it with my provider. So here, I'm just going to come here, and then I would add my provider. So provider, like so. And then this opening tag of my provider is going to have a store attribute. So I'll say store, and I'm going to set it to this store that I imported. So that's going to be store, and fingers crossed, let's save. So I'll save this and let it compile. Hope we don't have any issues, so we can move on fast. So it has finished compiling, as you see here, and if you look at the page, you see that it just reloaded very fine. Everything is still working as it is. So what this means is that we've been able to hook our Redux reducer and finally connected everything to the app. So now we can now go to our header, because that's what we set out to do at the beginning. We want to save our auth state to Redux so that it can be accessible from anywhere. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to dispatch that action that we created in our auth slice. So this is our auth slice, and let me just close this index.js, and let me bring the auth slice here to the end, and I'll close the config also. Great. So in this auth slice, this is the first action we dispatch, set active users, right? So I'm going to come here to my header, and I'm going to dispatch that action. So first off, you need to import some things from React. So here, first thing I want to import from React is use dispatch. So you see, I'm importing it from React Redux, right? Because without that, you're not going to be able to dispatch any action. So now let's come here and delete this. Okay, now I'll now come inside of my components here, and then I'll create a variable. I'll call that dispatch. I'll say const dispatch tch, and that's going to be equal to that use dispatch hook we created. So what this means is that anytime you want to dispatch an action, you just have to use this dispatch keyword here. All right, great. So what action do we want to dispatch? Well, we want to set an active user. If you go back to our auth slides, you'll see that that's the only action we've created anyway, and it's to set an active user. So what I'm going to do is I'll come to my header, and inside of, let's do this not too fast, let's not rush. So here where we are monitoring the currently active user, remember this is a use effect and it's going to run once when the page loads. Okay, so here we check if the auth state changed, and we say that look, if there is a user that is logged in, so at this point is where I want to dispatch my set active user and save that user's information to Redux. So here I'm going to say dispatch. Oh, but before I do that, I need to, before I set the active user here, before I dispatch that action, I need to import the action from Redux. I almost forgot that. So now here I'll import the action. I'll say set underscore, and you see here I have the option to auto import the action. So I'll just click on it, and you see here we now have it here. Great. So let's get rid of this, and let's come down. Now we can dispatch the action comfortably. So here I'll dispatch the action. I'll say dispatch, and let's open a bracket. And what action do we want to dispatch? Well, we want to dispatch the set active users action. We are going to open what's it called, your parentheses, because you want to pass some information from this particular component to your Redux store. Okay, so that's why we are, we're going to pass that information. So let's pass the information. To pass the information, I'm going to come inside of this parenthesis and create an object, curly braces to represent an object there. Now what information do we want to pass? Well, we want to pass the user's email. That should be small letter, so I'll say email, which we've not decided yet. We'll come to that. I just want to write all the information. We want to pass the username, and I'll just leave that as an empty string first. We're going to fill that, don't worry. And I also want to pass the display name. Am I passing the display name? Okay, I'm sure I want to pass the user ID. So here I will say user ID, okay, which I'm going to set to an empty string. Okay, at least I'm sure of these three information that I want to pass. So now if you go to your auth slides, you will see that we have the email, the username, and the user ID. So three of them. Now this state is logged in state that is set to true or false. Don't worry, we can manipulate that right here in Redux in this our slice. Okay, so now I'll come back to my header and I'll now specify the information here. So the email actually comes with this user object. This user here is an object. So if you come here, I think I want to do a console.log of this user object so that you can see everything it has. So let me just do like this. I'll come down here and I'll do a console.log. Sorry, let me tab that. I'll do a console.log of my user. You see it's a large object that contains so many properties. Let me hide this console.log. I'm not using it. The user.display name, I'll also hide it so that it doesn't, Okay, great. Now I'm going to save this and hope nothing breaks in my page. Then I'm going to log in. All right, so let me show my console, and then I'll log in with my Google Mail. So let's log in with Google so that we can see all the information there. So I'm just going to log in with my this particular email here. I just chose anyone really. So you see here we now have this console.log that is coming from the header. Okay, so this image is coming from the header. Now if I go ahead and expand this user object here, you'll see that we have a lot of information on it, but we are not interested in everything. What we're interested in is number one, the email. Okay, so essentially what this means is that in this email here, I can just dispatch my user dot email. Okay, so I'll come here, I'll delete this empty string, and then I'll say user dot email. All right, then for the username, I'll come here and okay, so this is the display name. I want to push the display name, so I'll just come here and say user dot display name. All right, then for the ID, I would come, let me look for the ID. Yeah, so you see UID, right? So I'll come here and say user dot UID. All right, so now I've been successfully able to push all the three information that I want from, let's just make sure that we are on the same page. Yeah, so user.uid. So I've been able to push the information that I want from the login information, this user that comes from Firebase, and I'm pushing it to store it in my Redux. All right, great. So now I can go ahead and save this, but there's just one twist to all of this thing I've just done. Anyway, let's just go to let's just go to our auth slides and update everything. So in my auth slides, I want to update all of these states, okay, with the information I'm getting from the payload. So let me do something and show you the information that is coming from the payload. I'm going to go to the header and I'll comment out this user so that it doesn't, I just want one thing in the console. So I'll comment it out and I will save this file. Let me clear the console before the file saves. All right, I'll save the file, then I'll refresh this page. Let me refresh the page and you'll see, just wait for it to refresh. Great. Now this console.log is coming from our auth slides on line 15. So if you go to the auth slides here, you would notice that line 15 right here, you'll notice that we did a console of the action.payload. And the action.payload is the information that we are sending from this dispatch of our set active user. So the email, the username, and the ID. Now, if you open this guy up, you will notice that we now have the email, that's the email, the username, which is this guy, and the ID, which is this guy. We're good to go, right? So it makes sense for us to now come to our auth slides and save this info and update our initial state with this information. So I'll just come here. I'll say that, look, when this set active user is called, what's the first thing I want to do? I want to set is logged in to true. So there is a user that is logged in. So I'll come here and I'll say state dot is logged in, and I'll set it to be equal to true. Then what's the next thing? The email, right? So I'll say state dot email, and I'll set it to be this action dot payload, right? Action dot payload dot email. That's what I'm going to do in this case. So I'll come here and say action dot payload, and I'm interested in the email. Okay, I can as well destructure this guy. So let me actually destructure it and make life a little bit easy for us. So I'll destructure it. I'll say const, and I'll destructure it here. I would get out the email, I'll get out the user name, and then I'll get out the user ID. So user ID, and these are the information I'm getting out. If you look very closely, I'm typing exactly the same thing. So I'll get those three information and I'll set it to be equal to action dot payload. All right, so now I've successfully destructured these three properties out of this action.payload object. So now this state.email, instead of saying action.payload.email, I can just point to this email and everything will still work. So I'll just come here and point to the email, and that will be fine. So I'll add a comma, and then the next one is state.username. So username, state.username, and then I'll point to the username which is coming from the structuring assignment here. So username. Then the last one is state.user ID. So state.user ID, and then I'll point to this user ID. So user ID. Great. So this is just an easier way to just update our state when this set active user action is called. All right. So we spent 23 minutes in this video, so I think I'll break this video into two and we'll complete this in the next one. All right, I'll save this file just to make sure that there is no error and everything works, and let it compile. Okay, so we had an error. Thank God I saved it before we moved on to the next slide. So what does it say here? On line 21, there's an issue on line 21, so let's look at it. So what we just have here is just a small syntax error. Instead of putting my what's it called, semicolon, which is not even necessary, I was putting comma, like treating this thing like an object. So I'll just delete all of this, and that should fix the error. So you see that red mark has disappeared. So if you go ahead and save, then your page will just come up correctly. So at this stage we can say comfortably what's going on. Oh, okay, great. At this stage we can say comfortably that we've saved our login information to our Redux store. So what this means is that we can access whether a user is logged in or not from any component on our page, and we can also access the user information. All right, so thank you so much. In the next one, we're going to complete the other half of this section. All right, so far we've been able to get the user's information and we've been able to save it to Redux. All right, but there's a problem though. If you come to the front end of the application, remember we logged in. Let me just log out. Remember we logged in with Gmail, right? Like we logged in with a signed Gmail account. Now let me actually log in with a regular account. So I'll just click on login and I'll use this test. Let me log in and let's see what happens. Oh, okay, I need to put in the correct password, and it's test 1234. Let me just do that. Okay, great. So now I've been able to log in with this test account, and you'll notice something. We have an email logged here, but we don't have a username. The username is set to null. Okay, that's because this user doesn't have a display name, right? But if you log in with Google has already stored the display name of that user. But when you log in with like a regular email, the user doesn't have a display name. So we're going to need to improvise if we are going to like have a username for that person. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'm just going to do a quick improvisation. There are two ways you can do this. The first one is like a short method, and it's just really short. You're just going to convert the text in the email to a username and save that. The second way is that you're going to actually give the user, let me show you something. Let me go to the login page. On this login page, you're going to add a username field. Okay, so the user would select their username by themselves when they are signing up, but that will make the process of saving that data a little bit more complex, and I just want to avoid some kind of complexities that I feel are not necessary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to improvise, and I'll just create a username out of this email here. So how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to come here before I set the display name. Okay, let me just come down and do it here. So if you come here, you'll notice that the username is equal to null. Let me comment out this guy and save it. So I want to log the full user to the console. Great. So this is the full user here. So let me show you what I'm trying to achieve here. So if you look at this user, you will notice that the display name is equal to null. So if the display name is equal to null, I want to create a display name from the text on the email. That's what I want to achieve now. So I'm going to come here. I'll come down here and I'll add an if statement, right? So here I'll say you know what, let me do it on top. So I'll say if the user dot display name is equal to null. So this if statement is only going to apply to users like this, that their display name is equal to null. So what do I want to do if the display name is equal to null? Well, I want to take the user email and create a username out of it. How am I going to do that? Well, let's start. I'll say const, I'll say u1, that's the name of this first variable, and this u1 is going to be equal to the user email, so user.email, and I'm going to slice out the last 10 character. So if you count from here up till this point, so this is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, right? So that's what I want to slice out. I want to slice out that 10 last characters. So what I'm going to do is I'll say user.email.slice. Okay, so let's do, so this slice is going to take two arguments. So I'll say 0, and how many characters do I want to slice out? I want to slice out 10. Okay, so 10 from the end. Now we'll close that, and let's actually just do a console.log of the u1 I just created. Okay, so I'll go ahead and save that, and let's see what happens. And as you can see here, let's see, where is this coming from? Oh, sorry, this needs to be -10 because I want to remove the 10 last characters. So I'll save that again, and you see here that we've removed the at gmail.com. So you see here, now we just have the test, which is the name before the email. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I will now make this the username. So it's just like I'm trying to improvise and create a username where there is none. All right, so how am I going to do that? Before I do that, I would like to make this T capital letter. So how am I going to do that? Let's come here. I'll create another variable. I'll say const, and I'll call this variable, let's just say uname, and it's going to be equal to, so we're going to take the u1, which is this one we've created now, that is just the name on the email. So I'll say u1 dot char at, so that's character at 0, that's the first character, and then I'll convert it to uppercase, so to uppercase, like so. All right, now that's not all. Now I will now append it, that's I'll add it to the remaining part of this 1 2 3, that's the last set of characters. How am I going to append it to the last set of characters? Well, I will say u1, and then I will say dot slice, and I'll slice out the very first character. All right, so what this means is that this first part of this statement will take the first letter, so character at 0, and convert it to an uppercase, while this second part u1 is going to slice out the first T, which we've done here, and converted to uppercase. Then now we are joining the two. Anyway, let's just do a console.log so that we can see what we've been able to achieve. So I'll do a console.log of my u name, and let's see what we get. So I'll save that, and let's see if we were able to do that correctly. So it has compiled, and you can now see now we now have test, which is capitalized, and that's fine. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come here inside of this my username, right, and I'm going to make this username a ternary operator. So I'll come here, I'll say that if user.displayName is true, right, in other words, if the user has a display name, then I want this username to be set to that display name. So I'm going to say user.displayName. Okay, else, so if the user doesn't have a display name, then I want to set this new display name I've created, which is this uname. All right, so within this guy here, I'm going to remember this variable we created, this display name variable, right? I'm going to come here, excuse me, I'm going to come inside this if statement, and I will set the display name variable to this u name we just created. All right, so I'll come down in here and set it to the u name. Okay, so I hope you see what's going on. So I'll now come here and say that if the user.display name is not true, so the else part of this ternary operator is where I'll now add my display name, okay, which is coming from this if statement here. Okay, I hope you see what's going on. Now we can now go ahead and save. We can now go ahead and save, and wait, let me just look at this code very well. So this is if, right? So instead of just leaving this guy out here, I'm just going to create an else block. So else, I'll just push this up. All right, then I'll go ahead and save. Okay, so now I'll just get rid of some of the console.log so that we have our work a little bit neater. So I'll comment this out, and I would also comment this out. Yeah, and then let's save. Let me clear my console and save. Great. So you see here now in our Authslides, we are now able to have a username which is carved out of the email of that user. And if you expand this, if you expand the browser, you'll see here that we now have hi test. So it has taken the word out of that email and we've created a username out of it, which is like the easiest and the shortest way for us to actually solve this problem of, not having a username from this email and password registration field. All right, so I really hope that you understood what we just did here, and you understand the implementation. Thank you so much for watching this one, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. So my attention was drawn to a part of the code where I created a username from the user's email, because there are cases where the user signs up with just their email and a password, and in that case we don't have any record of their username. So I just did a little improvisation to create a username. So here we said that if the user.display name is equal to null, then we want to create like a modified username from the user's email. But the method we use here was just the slice method that removes the last 10 characters. And that works perfect if the user has a Gmail. But supposing the user has signed up with a Yahoo mail, then it doesn't look good, because Gmail has just 10 characters at gmail.com and stuff. So my attention was actually brought to this by one of the students, and thank you so much for drawing my attention to this. So let's see how we can modify this. So we're not going to use the slice method, so therefore let me get rid of the slice method. So what we want to do is, every email has one thing in common, and that is the @ symbol. So we are going to remove every character from after the @ symbol. So for example, at gmail.com, we'll just remove everything including the at yahoomail.com, we'll remove everything including the @ so that's what we're going to do. All right, so this u1 here, we are pointing to the user, which is coming from our Firebase auth.email. okay, so we're going to use the substring method in this case. So here I'll just say dot, and then I'll say substring, like so. All right, so forgive me, I'm just doing everything on one line, and this substring is supposed to take 2 arguments. So where do you want to start extracting this new set of strings? So I will start at 0.0. okay, let me add a comma here. Where do you want to end? So I want to end wherever the @ occurs. That's the @ symbol occurs in the email. So I would come here and I would then say user email. This is getting really long, but anyway, let's just do it first. So I'll say user.email. So this user.email, I want to find wherever the @ is located. How am I going to do that? I'm going to use the index of method. So I'll say index of, and what am I looking for? I'm looking for the @ symbol. All right, this will be a lot neater if we extract this user email into like its own variable. All right, it will be a lot neater if we do that. But anyway, this is not such a long line of code, so I'm sure you understand. So this is, first off, we are using the substring method on the user email, and then we are giving it 2 parameters. First is, where do you want to start extracting these new characters? because a substring will look at a particular character and it can fetch out any number of characters to create a new word. So we said that we want to start extracting from point 0. In our case, that's going to be T. Then where do we want to stop? We said we want to stop anywhere we find this at. All right, so we said user email dot index of at. That's what we just did. Then in this second line here, basically is what we did before. We just changed the first character to a capital letter. So you see u1 dot character at, and then we raised it to uppercase. So that doesn't change. So this is the only line of code we changed. All right, so I'm going to save this file, and you notice that nothing will change here. So let me save, and it's compiling. Okay, so now let me come here and refresh the page just so you can be sure that we're getting the same result. I'll refresh this page. And the page has refreshed, and as you can see, we still have high test. So with this new piece of logic here, it doesn't matter if it's Yahoo Mail, if it's Hotmail, whatever kind of mail. After the at, it will remove everything that and just have the name of that email of the user. Right, so that's basically what we just wanted to update here. But let me also encourage you, it's a very large project, it's a very large course, more than 50 hours. If you find a bug, which inevitably for maybe the first couple of months you're going to find a bug, you're going to find bugs, okay, because I'm just one person, I'm human, I make mistakes. If you find a bug, try as much as possible to find a solution before you post. So as you're posting the solution, as you're posting the bug, you're saying, this is how I was able to solve it. That way you learn, you retain more, and then other people in the community can also learn. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now everything we've done up to this point in our auth slides is to set an active user. In other words, a user is logged in and we are saving that user to our Redux store. But what if the user logs out? What happens? Well, when the user logs out, we want to clear that information of that user from our Redux store and give room for the next user, right? Great. Or at least the next user on that particular computer. So we're going to go to the store and we're going to create another action. So just like we created this action, but because the component of the actions are so similar, I'm just going to duplicate this. You know what, let me actually avoid duplicating this thing because it's too early. So let me just write it out. So what I want to do is, the second action is to remove the active user. So I'll just say remove, sorry, let me adjust my mic, and then I'll say remove active user underscore active underscore user. Great. Now I would open this up and I will pass my state. I'll pass my state and action. Then I would open this up. Now remember that in Redux, if you're not using the action, you don't need to pass it. Like if you're not sending any action from where you call the state from your component, you don't need to add it here. But let's just leave it here so that you get used to the current syntax. And of course, there needs to be an arrow function here. I'm so used to the method without an arrow function. Let me actually use that in this second one. So let me show you. I'll just delete this. So if I just put my parenthesis and remove the arrow function, remove the colon, it will still work just as before. So what we want to do is we want to remove an active user. So I'm just going to grab all of these features, all of these state features here, and then I'm going to paste that in here. Okay, now is the user logged in? Of course the user is logged out, so we want to set this to false. Then we want to set all of this information back to the original state, which is null. So I'll just come here and set this all to null. That's essentially what we want to do in this remove active user action. And I just want you to take note. Now this is the shorter way of writing this remove this action here. You get rid of the arrow function and the colon and it will still work just fine. Now I'll go ahead and save this, and let's go to the front, the header, and in the header, we are going to dispatch the remove active users. First off, don't be too much in a hurry. We need to add the action here. So here I'm going to add the remove active user action. So, oh, I did not export it. All right, so let me come here and export it. So this is the actions. So I'll just come here, I'll add a comma, and then I'll add the remove active users. If you save this guy and you come back to your header, now you'll be able to see the remove active users. All right, so you see I can now auto import that, and it's auto imported here, right here. So now I will now come and dispatch that action here. And this console.logs, there are so much. I think I'm just going to get rid of some of them. So at least let me get rid of these two. So you know that, okay, when you console.log the users, you're going to see all the information. And I'll remove this console.log uname so that we don't have so much, console in our code. All right, great. Now, where are we going to dispatch the active users? Well, here we said if the user is logged in, or if user is equal to true, then we do all of this stuff. We dispatch set active users. In this else block is where we'll now dispatch the remove active users. So first off, I'll come down here and I'll add my dispatch. So dispatch, and I would remove, sorry, it needs to be, okay, remove active users. And I'll just call it, I will not pass any action or any information here. I'll just call it, and then I'll save. All right. So what that means is that when I log in, you know what, I'll go to my Authslides, and I'm just going to do a console.log of the one of the items here, one of the states here. So let me just do the console.log of the state dot is logged in. So I'll say state dot is logged in, and then I'll save. Okay, so we'll save that. So I'll come here, I'll view my console, and I'm going to try to log out. So how do I know I'm logged in? If you click on this, come on, be fast. Okay, so if you click on this menu, you see here, okay, we are currently logged. Okay, yeah, you see hi test. When the page finished loading, you see hi test, and you see the login information here. Now I'm going to log out, and when I log out, you would see this console.log in this remove active user will see what it is. If is it true or is it false? Okay, so here I'll come here and I'll log out. Oh, sorry, I'll click here and then I'll log out. And as you can see, the Authslides line 27, we have this console.log of false, which is coming from this guy here, line 27. So what this means is that every time you log out, right? Every time you load the page and the user is not logged in, this dispatch is going to fire and make sure that there is no user saved in the console. Okay, and if there is a user and you log out, it's going to remove that active user. So that's like the second half of storing our user in Redux. So it's one thing to store the user in Redux, it's another thing to remove the user when that user logs out. Okay, so that's what we wanted to do in this one, and that's what we've done. And of course, let me just do one or two things before we go. So first off, I'll just get rid of this console.log. I don't want so many console.log in my code. Let me save that. Then there is also one thing I noticed, that is in my console here, in my terminal here, we are saying this one warning, and it's nothing serious. It's just a variable we created that we didn't use. Let me show you. Yeah, so in our login page or line 29, we created this user and we didn't use it. So let me just sort that out. So login line 29, which is inside of this login user. So line 29 is right here. So this user here, we just created it and we didn't use it, and that's why it's throwing that warning. Absolutely meaningless. Well, at least it helps us keep our code clean, but I mean, if it's giving you that warning, it looks like maybe there's something really bad going on. All right, so that's one, and I think we have it somewhere else. I think we have it in the, yeah, so we have it here as well. So let me just console.log, let me comment it out and save, and now that warning should be out of our way. So it's compiling. So there are just a few more things we need to correct, and the first one is that our href attribute on line 131 of the header, so this is the header and this is line 131. So you see we use the href attribute and we just use the hash. So let's just add a home there. Okay, it's still not going to go anywhere, but just, you know, to make this warning go away, if you save that, then okay, so we still have one more, and that is that we need to add a dependency, dispatch and display dependency, in line 70 use effect. So if you go to line 70, then on the header still, so this is line 70 here. Okay, so you remember we created this guy, this use effect, and that's where we put the on auth state change. So this use effect is monitoring our state. So in this place here, we are going to add a dispatch as a dependency argument. That's because here we are dispatching something. So here I'll come here and add my dispatch as an argument. Then the second complaint is that we need to add the display name also. So here I'll just give a space and add my display name as an argument, and then I'll save that, and that should get rid of that warning. Then okay, so we have just one more, and that's in app.js line 2. We added toast, but we're not using it. Okay, defined but never used. So I'll just go to the app.js, and this is line 2 here. You see we imported toast container and toast, but we are not toasting anything in the app.js. So just delete that toast and save. Then yeah, so now everything is clean. We don't have any warning, right? So sometimes I just turn off the warning. Like if I'm building out a project from start, I'm not concerned about the warning at that point. I just want to build fast. So sometimes I just turn off the warning, but it's good practice to not create variables and stuff that you don't use. Okay, it's very good practice. All right, so thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Congratulations on integrating our first feature in Redux. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to selectively display this menu item. Like what I mean is when a user is logged in, you don't want that user to still see this button to log in. You just want them to see logout. You understand, right? So those are the things we want to incorporate. When a user is logged out, then they should see the login. They shouldn't see the logout button. Okay, so selective display of these menu items. That's what we're going to do. We want to hide some of them depending on the auth state. So what I'm going to do is I'll create a component that will handle that logic. Okay, now let's come here inside of our folder, and I'll just go to components. So this is the components folder. I can crash up all of these ones. So inside of my components folder, I will create another folder. I'll call that folder hidden links. Okay, .js. Oh, sorry, it's a folder, so hidden link. That's it. Now inside of this folder, I will now create a file that I'm going to call hiddenlink.js, because essentially I want to hide some links based on the auth state. That's essentially what I want to do. Okay, so first off, let's I'm not going to do array fce here. Okay, I'm not going to do array fce here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create two components actually. So the first component is, you know what, to make this thing fast, I'll just do array fce, then I'll just change the name of the component. Okay, so the first component I want to create, I'll call that component show on login. All right, so I'll say show on login. So essentially what I want to do is this component is going to display the menu only when a user is logged in. All right, so now how are we going to go about that? I'm going to give this a prop of children. So I'll give it a children prop. That's first. Then I would come here and import use selector from React Redux. So how am I going to do that? So I'll say use selector, and I'm importing it from React Redux. Now what this use selector does is that it gives us the ability to select any information we want from our store. And remember, we have this in our auth slides. We created this is login state, and of course this login state is either true or false depending on whether the user is logged in. So we can select that information using this use selector hook. So let me just close this guy up so that we have a lot of space here. All right. There's something I was thinking about. Okay, so I'm going to change this my export here to show on login. So show on login. All right, so that I don't forget. All right, so now I will now come inside of this component here, and I will use this use selector to select that is login state. But first, let's import the is logged in state. So I'll say select is logged in. All right, so I've imported it. Now I can now come here and create my use selector. So I'll come here and say const. I'll create a variable. I'll call that variable is logged in, and it's going to be equal to use selector. And what do I want to select? I want to select this select is logged in, which is coming from this guy. This is our auth slide. So if you scroll down, you see where we did select is logged in, and it's pointing to the is logged in state. So essentially we are selecting the is logged in state. So here I'm going to pass in the select is logged in from this guy here. And since we're not using React, I can just get rid of it and like that. So in the return statement here, I will have an if statement. So I'm not just going to have a return statement. I'm going to have an if statement first. So here, let me come up here. I'll say if. So here I want to say if this is logged in is equal to true. Just going to put if this is logged in here is equal to true, and you don't need to say is equal to true. Just leaving it like this is fine. If this is equal to true, then what do I want to do? I want to return the children. So I'm going to return these children here if is logged in is equal to true. Now this second else statement, I'll just first of all delete this guy here, and in the else part I'll just say return null. Okay, so this should be return null. Now before we actually go too far, let's actually test out this stuff we just did. So if you look at what we did here, first off, we fetch this is logged in state from our store, our Redux store. Then in this guy here, in this component, we said if it's logged in is equal to true. In other words, if the user is logged in, then return the children. The children is anything you wrap this is show on login around. So let's actually test it so that it doesn't look like we're talking too much jargon. So I'll save this guy, and then I will go to my header. That's where we have all our links. So I'll go to my header, and let's start with this login. So when the user is logging, you don't want to show this login link. So let me look for where the login link is. So yeah, so this is it here. So I'll just wrap this login link with that component. So I'll say show. Oh no, I don't want the login link to show when I'm logged in. I want the logout link to show only when I'm logged in. So let's do with the logout link. So I'll come down here, and so this is the logout link, right? So here I'll now add my component. I'll say show on login. So let's make sure we created the component with a capital letter. So I'll come to my hidden links, and oh, we made a mistake here. We started it with a small letter. So it needs to start with a capital letter, and we need to have a capital letter here too because it's a component. Okay, sorry about that. So I'll save this guy, and let's come back to our header and show on login. And you see now we can auto import it because React is recognizing it as a component now that we've changed it to a capital letter. So I'll click on this guy to auto import it, and then I would create an opening and a closing tag for this guy. Of course, you know you need to take the closing tag and wrap it around this logout link. I'll come here and paste that in. I'll go ahead and save, and nothing is going to change. I don't expect anything to change. Let it finish compiling and we'll see. So it has compiled, and the login link has disappeared. That means there's something wrong with our logic. I want, oh, okay, there's nobody currently logged in. Okay, exactly. So it works perfectly because nobody's logged in now. Now if I log in, you're going to see that logout link. So if I come here and I say login, and I'm just going to log in with this test account, so I'll just say test 1234, and then I'll log in. Then watch what happens. Voila. So I don't want to save all this. Okay, so just close that. So you see here now, we now have the logout link. That's because we are logged in. So essentially, this, anything you wrap this show on login around is only going to show up when you are logged in. That's what this means. All right, so now we're going to go back to our hidden links, and we're going to create another function right inside these hidden links, and that function is going to be show on logout. All right, because when we are logged out, we want to show some certain, we want to show some certain links when we are logged out. So I'll just come here and I'll just duplicate everything we have here. I'll duplicate it down, and then I'll just change it. So I'll say show on log out, O-U-T. So show on log out, like that. And we're just going to change a few things here. So here I'm going to say that if the user is not logged in. Okay, so I've inverted it. Remember, here is if is logged in is equal to true. In other words, if the user is logged in. But here we've inverted it by saying if the user is not logged in, then we want to return the children of whatever we wrap, else return null. But because we can only have one default export, you're going to have to export this as a named export. So I'll say export, and like that, I'm going to now save this guy. So what are the links you want to show only when the user is logged out? One example is this login link. If the user is logged in, like now, I don't want to show this login link because I mean the user is already logged in, so there's no point showing the login link. So let's go back to our header, and I'll scroll up to the login. So this is the login. I'll come here, and then I will start writing the show on logout, and I will auto import it, and then let's make it opening and closing tag. I'll just take the closing tag, sorry about that. I'll wrap the closing tag around the nav link itself, and if I save, what do you think is going to happen? So let's save and see, and it refreshes, and you see now we don't see that login link. That's because a user is logged in, right? Now this register link, we don't even want to show it at all in any circumstance, whether we're logged in or we're not logged in. I just kept it there when we were developing so that we can easily go to that page. So for the register link, this one here, I'm going to delete it completely. All right, so I'll come here, I'll grab it and delete it. So what I want to show is the login link alone. Then for the my orders, we don't want the user to see any orders. We only want to show them their orders when they are logged in. So I'll come here, I would put my show on login. So show on log in, like that. Let's tab it, and I'll cut it, Ctrl X, and wrap it around the my orders. Then what else? Okay, so that's about it, I think. Any other thing? No, none for now. So now let's go ahead and save, and let's see how everything changes. So it will compile, and voila. So now we have high test, then we have my orders, then logout, and then cart. Now I'm going to try to log out, and let's see what displays. So I'll log out, and as you can see, high keeps showing right there. So we want to do something about this, right? So let's go to the area where we are, greeting the user. So this one here, we want to show this only when the user is logged in, right? So I'll come here, and then I'll just say show on login, and then show on login. What's going on here? I'll tap that, and I'll just take the closing tag there and wrap it around this link, paste it there, and then I'll save. So this should disappear. Great. So now when the user is not logged in, they will see the home, they will see the contact us, they will see the login page and the cart page, because if they add something to cart, we want them to be able to see their carts, but then they will see just the login page. So if they go to the login page and then they log in, I'm not sure about this, so let me just do test 1 2 3 4, and then I'll log in. Now watch the difference, watch what happens. So great. So now when I log in, let me just update the password so that I don't have to do it again. So now when I log in, you see here, and I see hi test, then I see my orders and logout. So everything is actually working fine. Now there's just one more thing I want to just do, like by the side, and that is this hi test. I want it to have a constant color of this orange red, okay, so that it doesn't look like a link, it looks like something that just grabs attention. So what I'm going to do is I would come to the hi test, this place here, and I'll just give it an inline style. So I'll come here and say style, and I'll set that to be equal to, so it's going to take two objects, and I'll set the color property, which I'm going to set to, and I really don't know the name of that color, but let me find it. So I found the name of the hex of the color hex, and I'll just paste that in. So that's it, and then I'll save. So let's see if it takes effect. So it's compiling, and voila, so it compiles, and that's what we see there. So at this point I can see that we are now selectively displaying our links. When we are logged in, we see different links. When we are logged out, we see different sets of links. All right, thank you so much for watching this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, now let's continue the project. So let's just take a look at the finished project and see how we want to go about this thing. So on the front end here, our home page is the first page, and we have this slider, and then we have the products. Now most people have a hard time deciding, do I want to build the front end first, do I want to build the back end first? But I've discovered that when you're working with data from a back end, I think it's actually easier and better for you to build out the data structure on the back end and the data flow, organize how everything is supposed to be. Then from the front end, you can now, fetch that data and do with that data whatever it is you want. I think it's easier that way. But before we even go into deciding whether I want to build from the back end or from the front end, there is this slider here that has nothing to do with both. It's just a slider on its own. So in this one, we're going to build out the slider. So I'll come to my let's look at our finished project. I'll come to my code editor, and then let's come to the menu, and in the components, the slider is a component, so we're going to create a folder. I'll call that folder slider. Okay, now inside of this slider, I'll create two files. So this one is going to be slider.js, then the other one is going to be slider dot, I know you're expecting me to write .module.scss. So but for this slider, I'm just going to use .scss. So I was too lazy. I've created the slider before, and I was too lazy to convert the CSS naming convention to CSS modules. So you're just going to have to bear with me, but this is the only file where I use just .scss. So I'm going to save that. And where are we going to get our CSS what's it called, classes? So if you go to GitHub, yeah, this is it. So we have the components, and in the components we have the slider.scss. So if you just come here, just copy all the styles we have, and then come to our slider.scss, and then save that, and then just click on save, and we're good to go. So at this point, you can even close the slider.scss file. Now the images you see on that slider, they're actually somewhere, they live somewhere on the internet, right? So what I did was I'm going to create a slider.data file. So I'll just come here, and then I'll say slider-data.js, and for the slider data, I'll just come back to our repository that contains our styles. So let's come to the eShop styles itself. Yeah, so you see here I added the slider data. It's outside of the component because it's not a style. So I'll just put slider data here. So now if you open that slider data, you just copy what we have there and come to your slider data file that you've created and paste that in. Now, what is this slider data? Well, it's just an array of objects. It has an image. So this image now has this link where we store the image online, and then it has a heading and a description. That's all the slider data is. So just save that, and let me actually show you where I stored the images. So if you go to image bb, so imgbb.com, right, it's just a place for you to store images file, and you can use the direct links in your website of those images. Some people use Cloudinary, but I just saw this and okay, I can use it, it's fine. But there's several services online that can do this stuff for you, okay? But I used ImageBB in this case. All right, so I'll close that and let's come back. So basically we have all we need to start creating our slider. Now I'll minimize this. Oh no, before I minimize this, I'll go to the home page. Let's come to the slider and let's create a component, RAFCE. I'll create that, I'll save, and then I'll go to the home page. You know, the slider is actually on the home page. So let's go to the home page in our pages right here, and you see home, and then I'll open that up. Now inside of this home page, instead of just displaying this H1, I'm going to display the slider component. So I'll delete this guy and then I'll say slider. And of course, you see I get the option to auto import it, which I'm going to do. Then I'll close it up like this. Now if you go ahead and save, somewhere here you're going to see a very tiny text that says slider. All right, so this is it. Now we can go ahead and start building the slider, and it will display on the home page. So I'll close everything that I'm not using so that I have a lot of space here. All right, so Authslides can be closed, login can be closed, store can be closed, hidden links close, and then we just have the slider and the slider data. Great. So now let's go ahead and start building out the slider. So essentially, let's look at our finished product. So for the slider, what we have is we just have the background image, and then there's this text and animation that you see with this button. Of course, if you click on the button, it will just take you to the shop at the bottom here. All right, so let's continue. Now I will come to the slider, and I don't know, should we start from the return statement? I think we should just start from the return statement. So I'll just come here and delete this. Now this div, we're going to give it a class name. Remember, for this slider, we're not using modules, we're just using SCSS, regular SCSS. So this div is going to have a class name of slider. All right, then inside of the slider, let's take a look at what we have here. So inside of the slider, we have two buttons, these arrows here. One is for taking the button, moving the slider to the left, and the other one is for moving the slider to the right. So we're going to add those buttons right away. Immediately we come here. Now those buttons are font awesome icons, right? So I'll just copy them. I already know the icons. So let's have the first one. This is the first one, arrow left, which is the left arrow. I'll close that like this, and let's import it. So I'll just come here and say import, and that's the name of the icon, and then we're importing it from, so React icons /AI. Okay, now this icon, let's give it one or two properties. So first off, I'll give it a class name. So class name, and that class name is going to be arrow. So, and then this, because it's the left button, I'm going to give it prev, so previous. All right, now I will duplicate this button and I'll change the icon on it. So I already know that icon, so I'll just grab the icon and I'll paste it in. Okay, so that's the icon, and then I'll change the class. So it's going to have the arrow class, but now this one is going to change to next. That's this arrow here. Then I will need to add this icon in this import here. So Ctrl V, and that's the icon. So everything is coming up together nicely. If we save and let's see if like we're not having any problems. So we're saving that, and for some reason I can't find my arrow. Am I sure that was saved? Oh, I didn't save it. I didn't press Ctrl S correctly. So if you save that, you see the arrow somewhere. So if you look very closely, you see where we have these two arrows. So it means we are wired up correctly. We're on the same page. So let's continue. So now we are going to now map through this data, because all our slider data is actually coming from this file. So we are going to now map through this file, right? So but the first thing you need is to actually access the file first. If you look very closely, you see that we are exporting this slider data. So I'll come into my slider and I will import it. So here I'll say import slider data, and where am I importing it from? Oh, I already got the option to auto import it, so it's from slider data. Great. So what that means is that I can now access that slider data and do with it whatever I want. So I'm going to come down here to, after this, my icons, and then I'll just come down and open my curly braces. I'll now say slider data dot map. So I want to map through it. So let's open that up. 1, 2, and I'm going to represent each item inside the slider data array as a slide. Then I'll also have the index, because I'll need to use the index. Okay, so I'll open that up and do it like this. Okay, now because I've used this arrow syntax, it means I need to use the return statement here. So I'll return this piece of JSX inside here. Now if you look at the, let's look at the slider structure so that we can know what we're doing. So this is the slider structure. So first off, I'm going to create a div. So let's just have a div, and I'll tap that. This div is going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be dynamic. Okay, but before we proceed, I think I would like to actually create one piece of state, and I'll call that state current slide. So let's just do that quickly. So I'll say use state, and I'll just use the use state snippet, and here I'll call it current slide. Then I'm going to make this second current a capital letter, and initially I'll set it to 0. All right, so this current slide is always going to correspond to the first index. When you come to this our slider data, you know indexes in JavaScript, they are 0 based. So this is index 0. This second object is index 1. So at the initial loading of our page, current slide is going to correspond to this 0 here. Okay, if that went over your head, don't worry, it's going to get clearer as we finish building the slide. Okay, all right, so now we've done the slider.map here, and we are returning a div. That div is going to have a class name. So let me just do class name with my shortcut, and this class name, I want it to be dynamic. Okay, so here I will say that if this index of this slide data, so let's come here and say if the index is equal to the current slide, right, then I want this div to have a class name. So this is ternary operator right here. So I want this div to have a class name of slide and current, so 2 class names. Else I want it to just have a class name of slide. All right, great. So now let's come down here. I hope it's clear. Now let's come down here and let's continue. So because we are mapping through this data, then you know that the data is going to have a key. So I think at this point we can just right away just give this div a key. So I'll give it a key prop, and then I'll just set the key to index. All right, and of course you know this index is index 0, 1, 2. That's because we have 3 slides, so it's a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. But I've always said this in the previous lectures and all of that, that if you're having a list where you need to manipulate the data, where you need to delete the data or edit the data, then you can't use this index. You need to actually specify the ID. So you need to give the data its own ID property. All right, but because we're not manipulating this data, we're not deleting it, we're not editing it, it's just there, you know, so we can use index here. So let's continue. So now inside of this div, I'm going to create another dynamic statement here because I want to now show the contents, right? So here I'll say if the index is equal to current slide, then I want to show this piece of data. So I want to display the content. So what's the content? Well, we have the image to start with, but I'm going to put everything inside a fragment. Okay, so let me just do that now. So first off, I'll display the image. So I'll have an image tag, so img, like so, and the source of that image is going to be, so let's do it dynamically. So it's going to be slide.image, but we can go ahead and destructure the properties inside of the slide. So I'll come here, I'll say const, and let's destructure it, and I'll set it to be equal to slide. And what are the properties I want to destructure out? Well, if you come to slider data, you see we have image, heading, and description, so we can get them out. So here I'll just say image, then heading, then description. All right, so now for this my image source, I can just have my image like that. And as for the alt tag, I can maybe just give it slide. I'll just say slide. Okay, so where's my I? So slide. Great, so now we have the image. Next, what do we have next in our slide? So after this image, we have this piece of content here. So I'll come down just after the image, I'll create another div with a class name of content like that. I'll tap that and I'll just come here. So what is the content we have? So first off, we have the slider heading. So let's do a h2 tag, and inside of that h2 tag, we're going to have our heading. Then next we have the description. So that description can just be inside a paragraph tag. We're going to have the description inside there. So description. Then lastly, we're going to have this underline. Okay, for that one, we can simply just use the HR tag. So HR, horizontal row. And below that, we can now have this button here. So for the button, I'm just going to use a link. So I'll say A, and this link is going to go down to our products. So I'll say hash product. All right, and then I'll just give it the text inside the link is going to say shop now. Okay, then I want the link to look like a button, so let's give it some class name. I'll say class name, and then I'll just use my global button style, so --btn, and I want it to be blue, so it's going to be --btn -primary. Okay, so as far as things goes, I think we're considerably done with the markup. So let me save this guy and let's come to this page here. Hopefully we didn't make any typographical error. We should see our slide when this thing finished compiling. Okay, I think there's an error somewhere. So we didn't import use state and we made a typographical error with the image. That's not a problem. We can fix that right now. So the first one is on line 6 and line 21. So let's do line 21 first. Image, so 2a. Then line 6, we just need to import use state. So I'll just auto import that like this, and I'll import it from React. Since I'm not using React, I'll just get rid of it. So now let's save, and hopefully we should get everything fixed. So it has compiled and we're getting this very huge image. So it means something is wrong with our styling. So okay, I know the problem. The problem is we did not import the styles. So if I'll come here and say import and /slider.scss. okay, so now I've imported the styles, and then I'll save, and I think that's enough to fix up the. All right, great. So you see here now we have the image and just the way the slider looks. The only problem is that this thing doesn't work. Like if you click on this button, it's not going to do anything. And that's not a problem really. The thing is we've not added that functionality such that when you click on this button it will go to the next slide. But so far our slide looks good. We are picking up the styles from Slider JSX file. So now let's now work on adding the functionality to change the slide, or to even make the slide auto scroll. In other words, let it auto change by itself. So I'll come here. Just after this my state, I'm going to create another variable. I'll call this variable, let's say const, and I'll call it slider length. So let's do slider or slide length or slider length. So let's just say slide length. And we're going to set it to be equal to this slider data.length. So I'll say slider data.length, and I'll close that. Now, of course, you know that if you check the slide length that is coming from slider data.length, in fact, let's just do a console.log so that we can see it. So I will do console.log of my slide length. So I'll save that, and let's check our console just to see what we have there. Okay, so you see here we have these errors from the previous when we saved it. So here we have 4 items in the slide length. Okay, great. And that is because it's picking up the items from here. This is our slider data. So this is item 1, item 2, item 3, and item 4, which is fine. All right, so now let's come back here and continue. And so now we're going to create 2 functions. The first function will be to go to the next slide, and the second function will be to go to the previous slide. So let me just do that quickly. So I'll say arrow function, and I'll call this next slide. Then I would duplicate that, and I'll call this previous slide. So prev slide, and that's fine. Now this function will only be activated when we click on those buttons. I think I can close this stuff. Let me even clear the console first, then I'll close this stuff. So this function will only be activated or called when we click on the next and the previous button. So if you come to these our buttons here, this first one is the left, so it's previous. So here I'll come and add an on click on this button. Oh, it's not on can play, but on click. All right, so for the on click, this is going to point to prev slide. Then the other one is going to point to next slide. So next, oh sorry, it's on click first, on click, and it's going to point to next slide, like so. Great. So now we're good to go. So first off, let's handle the functionality for the next slide. So for the next slide, what do we want to do? Well, ideally what we want to do is we want to set this, we want to affect this current slide. We want to manipulate the current slide, because remember in our slide here, after we did a map on the slide data, we made the class on this div to be dynamic. So we said if the index is equal to current slide, then we're going to set the slide to to slide and current. This current property here is simply just changing, you know, the slide that appears on the page. So let's just come here and let's do for next slide first. I think we should just do for next slide first. So for next slide, I'll just say set, sorry, let me delete that. So set current slide, and let's open that up. So this is going to be dynamic actually, so you actually need to pay close attention to what's about to happen. So I'm going to say if current slide is equal to slide dot length, you know what, I think I'm taking 2 steps ahead. You know, I'm taking 2 steps ahead, definitely. So let's do it step by step. So next slide, right, what I want you to do is to set current slide, sorry, let me close this, is to set current slide to current slide plus 1. Okay, so if current slide is at 0, just make it 1. If it's at 1, make it 2. If it's at 2, then do you understand? So let's just start here. I'll save it and let's see if it works. So I'll come here and fingers crossed, let's click on this next slide. And as you can see, it goes to the next slide. So it does work. It goes to the next slide. It does work. Wow, fantastic. Now this is the last slide. Watch what happens when I click on the next now. Wow, so nothing shows on the page when we get to the last slide. So it means we have to handle the situation when we are on the last slide. So that's where the ternary operator comes in. Okay, so I'm going to use a ternary operator to solve this problem. I'll say that if, so let me come here. I'll say that if the current slide is equal to slide.length, sorry, it should be slide length. If the current slide is equal to slide length minus 1, okay, then what do I want to do? What I want to do is I want to set the current slide back to the beginning, so that's 0. Okay, then the else part is where I will now say just move it to the next slide. All right, so let's save and try it out one more time. So I think I need to refresh the page so that it goes back to slide 0. Okay, fine. So this is slide 0 with the shoe. So I'll go next slide, the women's fashion. Next slide, men's fashion. Next slide, awesome gadget, which is actually the last slide. Then let me see if it will, and voila, so it takes us back to the first slide. So that's exactly what we did here. We say that if the current slide has gotten to the slide length minus 1, all right, because the current slide starts from 0, so 0, 1, 2, 3, that's length of 4. So slide length minus 1, which is 3, we're taking it back to 0. So what we can do is we can actually just duplicate this and use it for the previous slide. All right, so now let's do the previous slide. Essentially what I'll do is I'll come here and let me just grab this line of code here. I'll paste that in, and let's actually start from the beginning so that we understand it. So for the previous slide, I simply want to do current slide minus 1, right? Yeah, that's gonna work. So I'm gonna save that and let it compile. We'll test it. So it has compiled. So I'll click the 1 and immediately it goes to blank because we are on the first slide. So essentially what we want is, if we're on the first slide, we want it to go back to slide 3. However, if we are on, let's say, men's fashion, and we click it, of course it will go back to the previous slide. But I'm saying that when we are on slide 0 and we click on previous, it will show us a blank page. So now, just like we solved this problem here with a ternary operator, we're going to solve the same problem here. Okay, so let's add a statement here. We're going to say that if the current slide is equal to 0, in other words, if we're on the first slide, then there's nothing to go back to, right? Then what do we want to do? So I'll have my statement there, and I'll say that let the slide length, so this slide length, let me just delete everything we have here so that I can write it up myself. So if the current slide is equal to 0, then I want to set the slide length minus 1. Okay, so I'm setting it back to 3. Slide length minus 1. Slide length is 4. I'm setting it back to 3. So the slide will go to slide 3. Then the else part of the statement will now be simple current slide minus 1. Okay, and let's just save and let's test it out. So I'll come here. It will refresh. Let me refresh the page so that we get back to slide 0. Okay, so I'll first go back, go front. So we're in women's fashion, and now I'll go back. This is the very first slide. If I go back now, watch what happens. It will take us to the slide 4. Voila, so you see it has taken us to slide 4, which is the gadget. That's what this logic here does. Okay, all right, great. Now there are just one or two things we just need to add for this section to be complete. And I think we can do that in the next video. So in the next video, we're going to add the ability for this thing to auto scroll such that every X amount of seconds, it will move to the next slide by itself. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, now let's add the auto scroll feature such that this slide, every maybe 5 seconds, it will scroll to the next slide. Let's just do that quickly. So for us to do that, I'm going to need a set of variables. So first off, I'll create an auto scroll variable. I'll call it const auto scroll, and I'm going to set it to true. So when this auto scroll is true, that's when we're going to have the slide moving by itself. Then I'll just define a variable here. I'll call that variable slide interval. I'll declare a variable, so slide interval. Then I will then set another variable. I'll call this variable let interval time, and then I'll set it to 5,000. So it means every 5 seconds, because 1,000 millisecond is equal to 1 second. So it means every 5 seconds something will happen, right? Great. So these are the variables we need for our auto scroll functionality. Great. Now I'm going to create a use effect, and you know what, I'll just create the use effect below this function here. So here I'll say use effect, and let's do that, and then I'll open it up like that. So what I'll do is I will say, in fact, there are two things I want to do with the use effects. The first one is that when the page loads or when the page re-renders, I want to set the current slide. So set current slide to 0. Okay, so that's the first one. And I want it to happen just once when the page loads. All right, so that's the first one. Now let's create another use effect. And okay, so I'll just get rid of some of this stuff here, and I'm actually going to do a cleanup, but first let me just clean this up so that I'll write by myself. So this second use effect essentially is where I'm going to call the function to auto scroll. Okay, so let me create that function. I'm going to call that function, so I'll say function. So function, and I'll just call it auto, and let's just create the function like this, and then I would say slide interval, and I'll set it to be equal to set interval. And I'm sure you've probably seen the set interval method used. It takes a callback function. Now this callback function here, I'm going to pass this next slide function as the callback. So here I'll call the next slide. Then I will now set a time, so like maybe 5,000 milliseconds, right? But I want this time to be dynamic, so that's why I created this interval time. So here, instead of putting the time manually, I'll just set the time to interval time. Great. Now I will now call this auto function inside my use effect. So here I'll come here, and inside the use effect I'll conditionally call the auto function. So I'll say that if auto scroll is equal to true, then I want to call the auto function. So auto, I'll call the function here, and remember we've set auto scroll, we've set it to true, right? So now basically if auto is set to true, then we're going to fire off the function that will slide the that will move the slides automatically. Now let's just save this guy and let's just see if it works. So it's compiling. Oh, and we have an error. So I think maybe we didn't import use effect. Exactly. I don't know, I always forget to import use effect. So I'll auto import that, and I'll import it from React, and then I'll save. So let's see. Great, so it has compiled. So let's count 1 to 5 seconds. And voila, so you see we have the next slide. So let's count again. Okay, so I understand what's going on here. So what's going on here is that this dependency here, we made it empty. So it's always going to just fire this function once. But if we pass a dependency array that will change every time, then this auto function will be fired every time as well. So what is the dependency array that changes when this slide moves? Well, it's the current slide. So we're going to add the current slide state here, and then save it, and then let it reload. And okay, so let's count 1 to 5, and you see it has changed, and it has changed. So we have a functioning slide now that changes every time, every 5 seconds. All right, but there is a problem. If you start clicking on this thing, it will distort the way the slide changes, you know. So you see that there's some kind of distortion. Now this is a very good use case for a use effect cleanup. All right, so we're going to add a cleanup inside of this use effect here. And how do we add a cleanup? So I'm going to come here and I'm going to say return, and we're just going to use our arrow function syntax like that, and then I'm going to say clear interval. Why am I using clear interval? I'm using clear interval because in this auto function we use the set interval method. So I'm simply just clearing the interval here. So what is that interval here? It's the slide interval, this guy here. Okay, so I'll just copy that and I'll come here, I'll paste that in, and then I'll save. So let me save that and see if it solves our problem. And I think I still need to refresh the page, so I'm going to refresh the page, because right now we are on a kind of loop. So let me refresh the page. So the page has finally refreshed, and if you notice now, even if I change the slide, I change the slide a billion times, when I stop it will still count for 5 seconds before it moves to the next slide. That is because of this cleanup function that we returned here to clear the interval, which is this slide interval. All right, so effectively we can say that okay, we are considerably done with our slider. Now quick one, in our slider, in our console, or in our terminal rather, we have this warning from Webpack. So you see here it says that React hook use effect has missing dependencies. Okay, so it lists out the missing dependencies: auto scroll, and slide interval. Okay, so now let's see if we can make Webpack happy by slotting in these dependencies, although I know what's going to happen eventually, but let's just try it out. So I'll come here and I'll go to my use effect. Okay, so this is the auto scroll, the use effect rather, and it just has this one dependency. So React says, Webpack rather says that look, you need to add the other dependencies. So now I'm going to add the other dependencies. I will add the slide interval, so slide interval, then I'll add the auto scroll, then the last one is the auto, which is the function we created outside. Now before I even save this file, I can tell you what will happen. If we save this file with this auto saved as a dependency, we're going to get another Webpack warning that this auto is making the render to change every time. So let's save it and see if I'm right. Okay, all right, so you see here we're already getting the warning here. It says the auto function makes the dependencies of use effects. Oh, okay, I need to, yeah, so you see here the auto function makes the dependency of use effect hook change on every render. So what's the solution? It's telling us that we can move that function, that auto function, inside the use effects callback. All right, so what we can do now is let's just obey, like let's just follow this stuff is saying. So it says, look, you need to move this auto function inside the use effect as a callback. So I'll just come here, this is the auto function, I'll grab it, Control C. Oh, I think I changed mine to arrow function, but initially I used the regular function, but it's still the same thing. So I'm going to come here And instead of having this auto here, I'll comment the one outside and then I'll just slot it in here. Okay, what this means is I think I can get rid of this guy here and then I'll save. Let's see the latest warning it will give us. All right, so you see it gives us another warning. It says, okay, assignment to the slide interval variable from inside a React hook. That is this guy here, this slide interval. So assignment to this slide interval from inside the React hook, which is use effect hook in this case, will be lost after each render. To preserve the value over time, store it in a useref hook. Now, this is Webpack and React going overboard. Like, I don't even want this slide interval to be preserved across render. So it's assuming that it's helping me assume how I want to build my application. No, I just want this thing to be on this page. I don't want it to be preserved over, so I don't want to use useref hook in this case. So at some point I'm going to ignore the Webpack suggestion, which is yellow warning. Okay, the word warning doesn't mean that our code is broken or that we'll not be able to build our application or anything. It's just a suggestion from React and Webpack. Okay, so if you come here, you will see that I don't think this is moving, so let me just add my auto here. I don't know why I removed it in the first place. So, oh, okay, it's not moving because this function was not called. Okay, this auto function was not called. So either I make this a self iffy, that's immediately invoked function expression, or I call the function at the bottom here. So I can just say auto like so, and then that function will be called. Then this guy will move. Okay, so let's just give it 5 seconds and you see it works. Okay, so great. So the only warning we're getting now is that the slide interval will not be preserved across render, and that's not what we are trying to achieve here. We're not trying to preserve the slide interval across render. In fact, that's why I created it as just a regular variable here. That's why I did not save it in a state. Okay, so I just wanted it to be clear that this warning here doesn't mean that, oh, our code is broken or anything. It's just a suggestion from React and Webpack as to what they think we want to do, and in this case they're wrong. All right, so since that is out of the way, we're going to continue building the application in the next video. All right, so if you've enjoyed the video so far, if you've learned a thing or two, then feel free to check out the full course. I'll leave links in the description so that you can get access to them at a very good discount. All right, thank you so much for watching. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and see you in another video.